Yeah, I'm good.
Let's get it.
Nice.
Welcome to Blue Skies from the Basement. My name is Austin. Joining me, as fucking always, is my best friend, the Savage Dad himself, Wes.
I love that sound.
Yeah, it was like perfect, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Also joining us behind the camera is our wonderful producer, Trey.
What's up?
Hell yeah. How's everybody doing?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Can't complain. Had a fun time last night, so yeah, it was cool. It's cool. Got some new shoes.
You did. You did get new shoes.
Indeed, I did.
Yeah, you got a couple pairs, huh?
Yeah, I got 2 new pairs of Vans, which I don't think I've ever really worn Vans before. I've always gotten, I think it was like Circas, Etnies. What else did I get?
I'm such a dad. I'm sitting here over. I'm like, you strapping Vans to your feet? You must feel really tall standing on top of those Vans.
I mean, I would be able to get around a lot easier if there was just 2 Vans underneath my feet, you know?
Strapped to your feet.
I guess I would have to have somebody drive them.
No, you're walking.
With the...
Yeah.
Well, I guess it would roll. I'd just put them in neutral and then, like, you know, be able to roll. Actually, speaking of which, did you see that they're coming out with shoes that have, like, wheels on them or something? Like you
Again?
Well, no, not like the Heelys.
Yeah.
They're like walking shoes, and it's weird, dude. I would have to look it up. Like, oh yeah. Well, okay, hold on. Let me not be disrespectful here before we move on. Everybody in chat, I want you to meet Junie. Junie, this is everybody.
Wow.
For this amazing
look
podcast.
at you not introducing Junie.
I feel so bad now.
We just talked about.
I know we did. I'm such an asshole. I'm so sorry, Junie. I did not mean to disrespect you like that.
Junie's a good sport, though.
Yeah, she is. She's super cool, man. Trey, do you want to hear her little story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Let's hear the story.
Yeah. So, Junie.
Oh, she came with this. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
I thought you made one up.
No,
like
Junie.
a backstory.
Junie is her actual name. That they all have names. The Squishmallows.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they all have
I
names.
didn't know that either.
Yeah, so her name is Junie. Season 14, number 1651, Squish date 04/07/2022.
Squish date.
Hey.
Exactly.
I'm gonna start calling it that, you know, for sure. You trying to have a squish date? You trying to squish, bro?
See, I like squish date way more than litty titty.
What's you trying to squish, bro?
I like that. Yeah, bro, I'm trying to squish.
Junie jumped at the opportunity to plan her annual family reunion. Her family gathers once a year, connecting from all over, and it's Junie's favorite day. She's planning a delicious barbecue and lots of fun outdoor games. Will you help Junie string the party lights?
Oh, fuck yeah. Well, so she's a person? What is she? I thought she was like a...
She's a banana.
Okay.
Yeah, come on, man. She's a fucking banana. Can you not see it?
No.
Jesus.
It looks like...
I get it, Trey. You don't see color.
Is that Jennifer Aniston?
It might as well be. So thank you to Sam for that. Oh, Blue Wombat's in here.
What's up, Womby?
What up, bro? But yeah, welcome Junie to the podcast crew.
Yeah, welcome, Junie. And a question
to have
about
you.
stringing the lights, though.
Uh-huh.
Is that pay, or am I just you're gonna like make sweet tea or something? What's the reimbursement for me stringing those lights? Your friendship? I'm cool with all of those. I just want to know what it is.
I would assume that she would have like a fat bowl packed for you when you were done.
Okay, well that's awfully fucking
Well,
cool,
that's
Junie.
cool.
Yeah,
And probably have a beer ready for you too, you know.
Okay, well already top notch friendship. I'm into this.
And then she's already. I mean, it's a barbecue too, so like, you know.
Yeah, I'm
It'll
just
be-
saying stringing lights is a lot of work.
It'll be nice and chill in the beginning, and then afterwards, once all the kids go to bed and everything, that's when the barbecue gets a little litty ditty, you know.
Fucking. Yeah.
What is your fucking problem?
Susan, I already gave you love, and you just went outside. I'll do this for a minute. We'll see what happens.
Jesus Christ. Yo, Cody's in here. What up?
Cody.
Lady Titty. Yee.
What's up, buddy?
Sam's sister was like, "Oh, we're going to Disneyland. I'm not gonna be able to watch the podcast." And I was like, "I don't feel like that's a valid excuse, but
No.
okay."
No.
You
Like-
think Disneyland's better than this podcast?
Bro,
Get the
that's
fuck outta here.
dude. That is exactly what I said. I swear to God.
Fuck Disney.
And Sam was telling me this, and I was like, "You can tell her that I said that too." By the way, I was like, "She's watched the show. She gets like that. I'm not being, completely serious. But there is a part of me that's like, you got to have a responsibility. Like, at like 9:30, go back to your hotel room so you can come watch the podcast. I mean, you've been at Disneyland all day. Like, what are you gonna be getting
Disneyland, come
at
on.
10 o'clock? I don't know.
Disneyland, it's funny that they bought Star Wars because they're like the fucking empire. Everything.
Jesus.
That was good.
Pew,
I liked
pew,
that.
pew. That was one of the shots that wasn't missed.
Happy late May.
Damn.
Happy late May the 4th.
Happy late May the 4th.
Yeah.
I love Star Wars too, man.
That's because you're a fucking nerd.
Yep.
I think Star Wars is okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, please, no.
I like the idea of Star Wars.
Yeah. Yeah. I heard somebody put it really good the other day where they're like, George Lucas was a fucking wild, bad idea person, but there was like, of the 50 ideas he would put out, there would be like 10 good ones, and then he had good writers when he made the first Star Wars movies and like editors that let him like do all of his crazy shit, but then they were like, here's the 10% that's fucking awesome, and then made that.
Nice.
And that's why the originals were so good. And then there was the prequels that were all kind of fucking, he just went wild. Because there was nobody, at that point, there was like nobody
holding
stopping him.
back.
Yeah.
He was like, I did it. I made the originals. I can do this again.
Yeah. And then Disney bought it, and the new ones are kind of like, okay.
I only watched one of them, and I don't even remember most of it, so obviously it wasn't that good.
Yeah. They're not bad. They're Star Wars.
Cody and Sam said that Lord of the Rings is better.
I've never watched any of them, so fuck that statement.
Whoa, I don't feel like you can necessarily say that if you've never seen it.
This is a free country.
I mean, true, but like, I don't know, man.
On that line as well, I've never been to Disney World, but I love Disneyland, so fuck Disney World.
Okay.
But also, Lord of the Rings is better. As somebody who's watched all the movies except for the Hobbit ones, the new ones.
I was actually kidding. I've actually seen the first. I forgot I watched it with Abby, and it was better than most of the Star Wars movies.
They're just long as shit, but I've seen all of them twice over in my life. So, what is that, 18 hours of movie? It's too much.
Cody said, "Fuck SeaWorld," and I agree.
Fuck
Fuck
SeaWorld.
SeaWorld.
I
Yeah.
agree.
And we can all get behind
We
that.
can stand by that on the podcast.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
fuck yeah, we can stand behind that. I just like, I've never been to Disneyland. I've been to Universal, but I've never been to Disneyland or Disney World. And I just do want to say, from what I've seen though, and this might be a hot take, and there might be some people that are upset about this, but Disney adults are fucking weird to me. I don't know, man.
Oh no, they're
the worst.
Yeah,
Dude, some of them people, like, I don't know. Like, it's cool if you like it, and I get it's like a childhood thing, and you're like, oh yeah, it's nostalgic for me, whatever. But the ones that are just like too much about it, like, I don't know if I want to be in a room alone with you.
I think they're the biggest threat since the Soviet Union.
What?
Agree. Yeah, no, they're literal
They're a threat
terrorists.
to the
Yeah.
fabric of society.
Yeah.
Universal is far better, and that's coming from a Disney person. Oh, really? I mean, they had like the Harry Potter world, which is super cool. What else? The Hulk ride is pretty fun.
Nerd.
Okay. I'm not even. Did you? What house do you think I would be a part of?
I mean,
Use
you want
Gryffindor.
Gryffindor. Yeah.
You think so?
I think you want Gryffindor.
You'd either be, it's funny. I think you'd either be Gryffindor or
Hufflepuff.
Slytherin.
Oh.
Ooh, really? Oh, okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Slytherin? Really? You
Why
think I'm
not?
what?
I mean, you like breaking the rules, don't you?
We were just
Oh.
talking about how you'd be the guy that's like, yes, Captain, I will down there.
That is true. But you were right, Wes. I'm Hufflepuff, actually.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Hufflepuff was my first guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I took a test.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You took one of the online. Are you what house are you?
I
in Harry
did.
Potter?
I
Yeah.
did, and I'm a Hufflepuff. That's what I am.
I'd probably be Hufflepuff too.
I'm actually I'm yes, you were completely right. Want to be Gryffindor,
Yeah.
but got put into Hufflepuff, and I
Well,
think it's because
I'm debatably the lamest one, Ravenclaw. It's like the one that everyone literally forgets it even exists most of the time.
Wasn't it like even in the game? Was it Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw that didn't like have any side quests or like anything like that too in the new game that just came out? Like
No,
haven't played 'em
one of
much.
those two actually got to go to Azkaban, and all the other ones didn't. There's
Oh.
like side quests for them. My wife's playing through it right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I know this. You took the See, now you know who I took it for. I wasn't just gonna go out there on my own and like do that because I don't give a shit.
I think Hufflepuff is respectable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but if
That's
you're not
like-
Gryffindor or Slytherin, I mean, you kind of just get pushed to the side. Let's be real here.
Well, yeah, they did focus on those two
But
way
I
too
mean,
much in the books.
but
and
it
the
was like
movies.
the good heroic, side of it, and then it was the bad kind of.
every fucking
It was,
story ever.
like, yeah, I mean, but then they had to put something else in there just to kind of mix it up a little bit. So
Yeah.
they got pushed to the side, which I can kind of see where I would be put into Hufflepuff. Where like, I'm one of the ones that's like friends with everybody, but I'm on that one team that they're just like, yeah, they're over there. I don't stand out too much.
No, they're the underrated heroes of the story. Hufflepuff.
Oh,
They're the
Krista's
ones
a
doing the
Ravenclaw.
background work. Team Slytherin.
It sucks that Ravenclaw is like so lame because it's like, what isn't their whole thing like wit and intelligence? Like that should be a really powerful thing. You would
Yeah,
think.
and they got a cool fucking name.
Yeah,
Ravens
they
are
sound like
dope.
they would be sweet, and they
Yeah.
don't do shit.
Sounds
They
like
have a cool
metal.
color. They're blue.
Yeah, it sounds like a metal band.
I bet you Ravenclaw is probably the ones that squish the best.
Probably.
Yeah, I would squish Data Ravenclaw.
Yeah. Susan, lay down, dude. Lay the fuck down.
Chill out, dog.
Seriously.
Also, creativity. See, that's even more powerful.
Yeah,
It's
Mm.
way awesome.
Yeah, Hufflepuff's dope. Or Ravenclaw. they're both dope. They're both dope.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What is Hufflepuff? I figured they would be creativity. What is What is their?
I don't remember.
Hey, somebody in chat, answer that question for us, so I don't have to look it up. Even though
I'm just hyping it up.
even though me and Trey
Nothing
both
beats the
have
power of
computers
Christ.
sitting in front of
Right.
us that could, definitely look up what all of them are. Although we are sitting here talking about Harry Potter.
I figured you guys would have a answer.
I do not have an answer.
Okay, so nobody knows because Hufflepuff.
Nothing beats the power of
gets
Christ.
pushed- You were exactly right.
Krista, this is you. No one else speaks this. All right, Krista, it's your time to shine. Can you answer it before Trey does? I think we should change.
Strong sense of justice, loyalty, patience, and propensity for hard work. Damn. Oh, well, no wonder they did the most. I mean, that's awesome.
I mean, I don't know if I have a lot of patience.
No.
No.
I am not a very
I was
patient
gonna say it
person.
sounds like what a cop should be.
But justice, loyalty, and hard work, I mean, 3 to 4, man.
I mean, yeah,
but you'd be the
that's true.
cop that like cops are now. Like that sounds like what cops.
Wait a
should
minute.
be.
Wait a minute. Hold the fuck up right now. Like, because
Okay, but not racist.
Okay, thank you.
You'd be a
Alright,
bad
let's
cop,
just-
but you'd be like, but not that bad.
People also ask what are the qualities of each Hogwarts house. Hogwarts house values Gryffindor, bravery, helping.
Ravenclaw possessed the traits of cleverness, wisdom, wit, intellectual ability, and creativity. It's like, that sounds like a powerhouse fucking set
Fuck
right
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And they don't do shit as far as I know.
Yeah. Well, the writer.
Then
didn't
again, I don't
give
know
them much
anything
to do
about
in the
Harry
story.
Potter. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like not very much in the movies, except for like when fucking Dumbledore is handing out house points and he like mentions Ravenclaw and that's about it.
10 points to Ravenclaw.
It's crazy that Gryffindor is the most popular one. Their thing is just courage. That's it. Strong in the face of adversity and show bravery in everything they do.
Yeah, the heroes.
That's pretty simple. What if they're not good?
You don't have to look up Slytherin. Slytherin is ambition, cunningness, heritage, and resourcefulness.
Oh, so I thought they were just straight evil. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that also sounds cool, but also like
Well,
sneaky little bitches.
Ambition and cunningness. That
I was gonna say that the antagonist of the movies was Slytherin, and so you kind of like base all of Slytherin off of this one character
Well, it's
that they
because they
follow
all
throughout
help
it.
him too. Like it's
Yeah.
not just him. Like they're all automatically like, fuck it, let's follow him.
Luna is one of the most popular Ravenclaws.
Oh, Luna's a Ravenclaw. Okay.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
I don't know shit about
Luna
Harry Potter.
Lovegood is fucking dope.
I don't know who that is. I don't think I've
She's
seen.
a witch that is really goofy.
I don't think
but
I've seen
knows
any of
everything.
the newer ones
She's
that she's
what
in.
are the fucking the dead horse things that she can see? Man, see, I'm not that big of a Harry Potter nerd,
Oh, there's a kitty cat.
but the
Ooh, a black cat.
astrals, I think is what they're
Otep,
called.
what are
Or
you doing?
Mistral, fucking, what the fuck are they called?
What are you doing?
Anyway, they're cool as shit. I like that about the movies. Those are cool.
Yeah, there's a cat. Her name is Otep.
I saw all of them and I read all of the books because, like, as a kid, I was really into the books because my grandma was really into them and she would just, like, keep giving them to me. And I used to read a lot more than I do now. So, like, I just fucking tore through those books. And every time a new one would come out, she'd, like, write a long note on the first page about how much she loved the book and then how much she loves me. And then here you go.
Thestrals?
Thestrals, thank you. Thank you. I said astrals.
I remember, like, my brother read the 5th book of Harry Potter in, like, 2 days, and I told somebody that, and they were like, those books are pretty easy to read. And I was like, well, I'm fucking dumb and don't read, so, like, it's still impressive to me, whether it's not impressive to you. Like, it was impressive to me.
They
okay?
are pretty easy to read. It's a pretty easy story to follow. There's not a lot of huge words in there. There's a lot of made-up words.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, it's a fantasy.
But, I mean, he's pretty book smart, too, so I give him props on that. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it was
mean,
like
Goblet of-
500-something pages
Yeah.
or some shit. You read it in 2 days?
Goblet
First of all,
Fire is huge.
go fucking touch grass.
My
And-
problem is I read a paragraph and then I realize I didn't read any of it, and I don't know how that happens.
That is a form of ADHD there, bud.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I do the same exact thing.
I'll read the whole thing and I'll
Yeah.
be like, I didn't actually read that. It's
And
weird.
Okay, so here's what I've noticed with my brain is, like, I have, like, multiple things going on at one time.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I'll be reading this paragraph while also thinking about something else, and then realize that I didn't
Right.
retain any of the information from reading the paragraph, and so I'll have to go back and read it again. That's why I like listening to audiobooks.
I too
Categories.
love audiobooks.
Yes.
Okay.
I
yeah.
just started. I just listened to 2 books. That's how I listen.
That's like After the Revolution.
Yeah,
If I would have read that, I would have never fucking gotten through it. But hearing him read it out, I have listened to it. Shit, couldn't even tell you how many times. Like,
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
listened to the whole entire thing. Yeah, and then, because then they finally came out with the entire book in one thing, and I would work like 10-hour shifts, and it was like 12 hours long, so I'd be able to get through, a good portion of it, and then finish the rest of it the next day.
Yeah.
And I just did that over and over and over again for like a couple weeks, maybe even longer than that. Or I would stop and then go back to it, and then after we talked about it, I just restarted it again. When I was mowing the lawn, I put it on and was listening to it.
It is very, very good.
I would absolutely love to see that in a movie.
Yeah.
If they did it like,
He's working on the new one.
yeah,
Yeah.
if they did it in a good way, I would love to see that in a movie. Like, to see Roland, like, just like what I'm picturing with him, like, to see him and to put a face to it would be fucking amazing, I think. Like, and then the Rolling
Much
City.
agree.
The-
Oh, yeah. Rolling fuck.
Oh yeah, Rolling Fuck.
The city of rolling fuck.
The city of Rolling Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Just like, and how they would like
The drug trip that
Oh,
the
yeah.
fucking reporter or the journalist goes through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you just took a lot. He's like, I think I'm gonna go to bed. He's like, you don't want to do that.
Skullfucker Mike is like, you need to go lay down.
I love. She calls him Mike, and he's like, Skullfucker Mike.
My name is Skullfucker Mike.
My name is Skullfucker Mike. Like, he specifically wants you to put Skullfucker in front of the mic. Yeah, no, the anybody that likes that type of shit, go listen to After the Revolution on Spotify. It's great. I forget who the author is.
Oh, you can do it.
No, I'm not going to. I can tell you right now, I can't.
You know, it's funny. I pressured you on to do it because I can't think of the name right now. But I listen to the guy all the fucking time. After the Revolution with, Behind the Bastards with, He does so much stuff that I love and listen to. Why can't I think of his name? Robert? Something. Evans. Robert Evans.
Oh, Robert Evans.
God, why did that take me so... I listen to this dude, like, almost daily. Brain broken.
Yep.
Yeah, he does a bunch of podcasts that I really enjoy, too, if you're into podcasts.
A fiction podcast based on the new novel After the Revolution by Robert Evans. After the Revolution is set 50 years in the future in a Texas racked by civil war. We follow 3 characters, a fixer named Manny who leads reporters through the war zone, a young extremist named Sasha determined to join a militia called the Heavenly Kingdom, and an old veteran named Roland with a body full of U.S. Army cyberware and a bunch of missing memories. And it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I really wonder how they would do the cyberware and stuff if they made it into a movie.
I almost feel like it'd be better as an animated thing.
Oh, I think I would watch that too.
Yeah.
Almost like, but what style of art would they do though? Would be my thing. I would, because I could see how it could be shitty in some styles of art. I would want it to be probably a little bit more realistic than anything.
Yeah, yeah.
What's up,
Yeah.
Toxic Father?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What up? Do you want me to say hi real fast, fool? Hi.
Dude's doing a 12-hour stream right now.
Oh, no shit.
I
Hell
think
yeah.
Almost done, too. Or it's almost 12 hours.
Hell yeah. Keep pushing, bro.
Because when I hopped in there, it was like 8 hours almost. That was a couple hours ago.
Oh, well,
So
let's
it's
go
got to be at
check.
like 10 hours.
Let's go check. Let's go see where he's at.
Yeah.
When I read Golden Compass, I read it along with audiobooks in like 4th grade because I would say you would zone out while reading. Yeah, that's a sign of ADHD. I do that all the time. Oh, read aloud? Okay, so if I could read aloud, then yes, that would help me.
Yeah, that does help.
Yeah.
I used to read a shit ton. I was a really avid reader, and I could like just blaze through shit. But
Is it the
I
same?
haven't read an actual physical book in a long time because audiobooks and jobs and kids.
Oh yeah, especially like working your job, like
Yeah, I mean, I could read on my breaks, but instead I sit in the car and listen to music or podcasts. Like, I should read.
yeah,
It's good for you.
he's at like 10 hours and 22 minutes.
Oh yeah, see,
Drop,
fucking
drop a follow. Wait. Oh, okay, he is.
yeah. Anyway, what's up, buddy? We're streaming, watching another stream. Hi.
What kind of stream? We're crossing streams.
We're crossing streams.
I heard you're not supposed to do that. But
Well, why not?
I've heard you never cross streams.
Why not?
Because it could cause a rip in the time space.
It could rip a tear in the space-time continuum.
Thank you. Yes.
You're welcome. Why am I?
I don't know why I'm so brain broken tonight. Like,
I don't know, dude.
I have like kind of a harder topic to talk about later on, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it.
Okay, so I feel like you like went off. So you were talking about the one thing, and then
I kind of bounced around a little bit.
yeah, they promote or no you were the thousands of dollars in payment and billing damages caused by illegal events that anywhere from one.
Oh, yeah. That's a.
How did you? Where did you go from the Satan thing to that?
Well, because that was I was talking about the sheet story from my real life. Oh, God, I gotta stop fucking saying the actual name. The fucking there's this gang of like street racers. I feel weird using the term gang, but that's what the news and like police and shit have been calling it. But yeah, there's like a group of fucking people with a bunch of cars that like to fuck around. They keep showing up to my job and other places like nearby, like other gas stations shit, or like they'll go to like hotel parking lots and just fucking like do burnouts in the parking lot, and they'll jump on cars like parked at the fucking gas pumps. One of my coworkers has a video of them fucking doing that, just bouncing on this one car. And they've been like kicking...
one of their cars?
No.
Somebody
else's
some
car
random
that was,
person
like,
that's
inside
there
paying for gas.
What the fuck?
They've been kicking people's lights in and shit.
Wow.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, that was me. I was moving my thing. That's a quick way to get shot.
Oh yeah. Well, they've already been like in a shootout with the police. They like shot at cops.
Yeah, but oh yeah, like if I was carrying and I came out and you were fucking on my car like that, yeah, I'm just gonna pop two in your kneecaps, Jump now, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm shooting straight for your knee. I'm not gonna shoot you in the chest or in the head or anything. I'm gonna shoot you straight in the kneecaps, and then I'll see how much you can jump after that.
Not a bad cop, but a bad cop.
Like I'm the cop that if you're running away, I'm gonna aim for your legs. You know, I'm not gonna just straight drop you.
Yeah, you still have your morals.
Fuck. I hate that you just justified that too. Like
you just fuck around a little bit.
God damn it.
No, anyway. So these people have been showing up, and I don't work Saturdays, so like they could be there right now because they usually come on Saturdays. But I was there Friday, and they came Friday, so we shut down the store. Which, if you know the store, we're open 24/7. We fucking serve food all day, all night.
Right.
We have a drive-through with that one. So we shut it down and just left the drive-through open. The second, like, just tens and tens of cars just start showing up all of a sudden. And we've got a security guard at the store, and they were just like, yeah, lock the fucking doors, get people out this one exit. Like, we escorted customers out. I was like, you can wait till your food's done, but you have to leave.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's fucking wild.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so from, it was like midnight to 3 a.m., or maybe it was a little earlier than that. It was like 11 to 3 a.m. We just had the store closed, and then, like, had to turn off all the lights outside and shit.
So did they leave after that, or did they stick around?
I mean, they hung out for like 10, 20 minutes and left once they realized we weren't fucking around. But what was funny is, like, my coworkers were joking about it as it was happening. They're like, what if they, like, drive through the front? Like, and they, like, what if they really want in? I was like, shut the fuck up.
Looks like I'm going home. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think I'm going to do? Fix the fucking front door right now?
No,
Like, no.
We can leave. Store's broken.
Right. Like,
Store broken. We can go home.
well, I don't have any just plywood lying around to board it up either. Like,
I think at that
sounds
point
like a management problem.
No, we forfeit the store to them, and it's theirs now. Quit fucking around over there.
I have to move it. Like, I mean, I can. It's just.
I'm telling a story, damn it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
There's
so-
always robberies and shit. Like, where do you work? Shit's crazy.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's a kind of a sketchy location.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, did you just ask him where he worked?
Yeah. He doesn't have to answer.
Oh, I
Well,
mean,
we've said it multiple times.
we have said it a bunch of times now, but Sheets. I'll just fucking. I work at Sheets. Anyway, over by the airport too, so it's like you get all sorts of fucking people, and it's also right next to a fucking strip club. So you also get like at 2 a.m. and then 4 a.m. that crowd of people.
You're getting the motherfuckers that are also like, because it's kind of close to the freeway too, and so like you're getting motherfuckers that are like they just get off this one exit and it's like right down the road.
Yeah.
So they're hopping off of like fucking the what is that called? I know what it's called, but I'm not trying to say the numbers. I don't remember exactly what that's called though, because it's like
The ramp?
no it's the freeway, but it's the outer belt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're getting off the outer belt, and then because they've been street racing down the fucking freeway around the outer belt, and so they stop off there to stop at the gas station. That's a nice one because they want to be fucking terrorists.
Yeah.
Or they want to terrorize people.
Well,
Basically.
what's fun about it is that they have like a social media presence and like merch and shit, and they still haven't been fucking caught. And I mean, I've only been working there for a few weeks, but like this keeps happening. I was like, well, how long has this been going on? That like now the protocol is to shut down the store.
I mean, if they had like a shootout with the cops and shit, that's when.
Oh no, they're real fucking hooligans.
Which there's a.
But it's mostly just a bunch of teen. Like some of them come into the store too, and they're like, what was funny is clearly like what they were with the group. They came and got food and then sat down and then like cleaned up after themselves and were like super polite and went back out with like their group of buddies that are causing fucking havoc outside. I was like, oh, that's weird that they're the cleanest of all of our customers.
Well, I mean, okay, all
They
right,
had manners
okay,
when they got food.
okay, all right. Now think about us at the skate park. We would be fucking crazy and wild and everything else, but we were also some of the nicest people
We
that you
weren't
could.
damaging other people's property.
Oh, I
though.
mean that's true.
Although, not that I necessarily care that much about property. But,
Well, yeah.
as
I
long
mean-
as they're not hurting people, it's like, okay.
Right.
Yeah, I don't mind causing a little fucking havoc, but, like, customers get pissed off about it and scared about it, and you get some Karens and...
Well, I mean, we had that every now and again too. With like
that's absolutely true.
parents and little
Yeah.
kids and shit. Although
There
the
were
little
some parents
kids,
that were like, "My God, what is going on down here?
we're all drinking and smoking and shit, and just being wild and
It
like
smells like weed.
and smacking our skateboards and shit. And,
Kids play
yeah.
over there."
Yeah. and then you would have this some parents would be like, which was really cool to see, and I would always acknowledge it too when they'd be like, "Hey, you have to watch out. Like, you have to pay attention to what's going on, because like, there's people going back and forth. You can't just mindlessly go around the park on your little bike. You're gonna get hit by somebody. You got to pay attention to what's going on. Like the flow of the park, basically, is what they're trying to explain to like a little kid."
Oh my fucking God!
Oh, the cop that asked you if you were smoking bong water in your vapes.
What the fuck? No way.
I would have 100% said yes.
He like believed that was a real thing that people did to get high. I was
would've
like,
100%.
first of all, I didn't
But
say this to the cop.
okay, but can you explain that though? Like, can you like? Because then if you're like, okay, well, you can't do that, and here's why, and then be like, well, because a vape is cotton and it's actually like a vape liquid, but bong water is just water that's had weed through it, and so that doesn't necessarily work out.
It wouldn't get you high even if there was a way to smoke it.
Right, and then he'd be like, "You know too much about this. You're going downtown." That was like the one.
What was really funny about that interaction though was I had weed and it was out on the table and he just didn't see it, and I scooped it up in the backpack like while he wasn't looking and just kind of like rolled it into the fucking bag and then whoop,
Yeah.
and like nope.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was like the one time that, because I work construction, and we found when they were cleaning the porta johns, like on the ground, found one of those like glass jars that had dabs in it, and like it still had dabs in it, but it was like covered in that blue fucking shit that they put in porta johns,
Yeah.
and so it was gross. And so they had an accident earlier that day where somebody dropped a piece of wood off the roof and it landed like right where the buck hoists were and everything. And so like we had the regional safety manager there, and then like one of my senior superintendents, and so I like handed it to him, was like, "Hey, found this." And he was like, "What the fuck is it?" I was like, "Oh, well, it's dabs." And he was like, "What's dabs?" And so I proceeded to go into the
Explain to a fucking normie what dabs are.
explaining it, and then the regional safety manager was like, "You seem to know a lot about this." And like looked at me all weird.
Yes, I do.
And I like straight up told him, I was like, "Yeah, I smoked weed for like 10 years, and then I had a kid and needed to get a better job, and because I only have a GED, it was like the easiest thing for me to do was to like get a construction job. My uncle worked there, and he said that if I could pass a drug test, I could get." And I was like, "You can drug test me right now, but I'll tell you everything you need to know about weed, though." I know a shit ton about it, so if you want to know anything, I can explain it to you, but you can piss test me right now. Like, I'll piss in your hand if you want me to, and then you can fucking take that and get it tested. I don't give a shit.
You always have to make it sexual somehow.
Maybe a little bit, you know.
Would you like me to piss in your hands though?
He just slurps it up.
Oh, that reminds me. Crystal encouraged me to ask because I told her that we
Nope, doesn't taste like weed.
Gross. Tasting it to see if it tastes like weed. I don't think that's how that works. I'm actually sure that's not how that works. No, last time we talked about ball play and whether or not we liked it.
Uh-huh.
Trey and I kind of landed on the side of we don't
No.
like it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no. Crystal encouraged me to ask because I told her that we had talked about that.
Okay, all right.
How do I work up to liking? Is there like, how do I enjoy ball play more? Is there a process to get into that? 'Cause she wants that for me.
Well,
she
I
wants
guess-
me to enjoy ball
She
play.
wants you to enjoy ball play.
I guess it kind of depends on like what do you mean by ball play? Like just like fondling your balls, because like that
All of it.
there's a wide range of things that you can do like when it comes to ball play. Like when she's sucking you off, just like take her hand and just like cuff your balls. Like don't move your hand at all. Just like cuff them. Like just hold on to them while she's like giving you a blowjob. And then eventually, like once you're kind of comfortable
You
with
gotta warm
that,
up your hands though.
not necessarily. Sometimes the coldness like can kind of feel good too. Like, but just like holding it, you know. And then eventually you would get into kind of like moving your fingers around a little bit, you
Yeah.
know, and just kind of doing that. Like I'm at the point where like you could like kind of hold them and like squeeze them and then kind of pull just a little bit. Like I don't like I was talking to one of my friends about this. It's funny that you bring that up. I was talking to another one of my friends at work.
We talk about ball play a lot.
And he was talking
Trying to
about
get the formula down.
he was talking about how he was like with this girl one time. And he was like right about to come, and then she just fucking punched him in the balls.
No. What?
And I was like, "What the fuck is going on, dude? Like,
that's
why the fuck did she do that?"
That's in
I
the
was like-
Geneva Convention. That's insane.
I was like, "Why did it feel good?" You know? And he was like, "No, it didn't at all."
Did you come though?
I mean, and he was like, "Yeah," because I asked that question. I did.
You have to ask.
but
Did
he was like,
come
but it-
further. Like, did
Did
it
it-
launch
Oh,
it?
yes, that's exactly what he said too. Is that
No
that's the
way.
farthest he's ever like it's gone, like distance wise, that's the farthest it's ever gone.
Blast
And
off.
I will be completely honest that like if I'm about to ejaculate and then you just like get down and like suck on my balls or something like that, I'm gonna come super fucking hard, like and a lot. Like it's just a thing. I don't know. It's a
See,
thing I like.
I
don't
like
know.
pressure on the taint, or maybe slip a finger in.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that,
Bruh.
especially if I'm about to come. That's cool.
Bruh.
But the ball thing, maybe Chad is right with it. It's a trust thing where it tickles because of the anxiety. I liked that line.
I mean, I like at this point because I want to get a vasectomy anyways. I'm like, if you fuck up my balls, I don't really give a shit because I'm already gonna basically cut them off anyway. So like,
I don't think it. Yeah, I don't think it's that I'm scared that she's gonna fucking. Although my wife can be a bit wild. But I'm not scared that she's gonna yank my balls so hard they come off, or she's gonna crush them or something. That's fucking awesome. That's very cool.
So, okay. So what I'm showing Wes is a butt plug that I'll show you too, Trey. But it's a butt plug that thrusts. So like you would
Jesus Christ.
So because it's got like the little like rounded part right here, and then it thins out, like
Yeah.
that kind of helps like just keep it up in there.
Right, Twitch.
And then it'll
YouTube.
oh shit.
No, it's good. Keep going.
Yeah. Fuck it. So
Which is also what I say when I have the toy in me. This is good. Keep going.
it'll thrust up and down, and then it also vibrates, and then it goes around like your like cock and balls too. Like that's what this is. Is that like you would put your cock into the top part and then your balls to the bottom, and then you feel the vibration also from the whole thing on your cock and your balls. And you can download an app
Of course.
that like you can change the vibration and like what it does and everything. And then if like let's say your partner lives like an hour away and like you want to have some fun at home, like they can download the app, and then also they can control it from
It's 2-player.
basically
Multiplayer.
yeah but you know, and
We've talked about some of those
they can
before.
control it. I think that's fucking awesome. And it was like that thing's like
That's
$27.
That is some sci-fi. That's some cyberpunk sex toy shit. Like,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
And it's only $27 on Amazon.
The
I'm
sex
like,
industry
yes,
is always at the cutting edge of
Yes.
technology.
yes, bro. It's not even like a couple $100. I'm like, sign me up, bro.
Dude.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. But okay, so going back to the main point, I think that like the ball thing is definitely something that if you're not quite comfortable with it, that it'd be something that you work yourself up to, and just like taking your time with it. I mean, same thing with like anal play. Like you don't just stick a fucking 10-inch cock in your ass.
That's
like
different though, because you got to train the hole.
Well, yeah.
Are you saying I got to train my balls?
I mean, not in the sense of like training the hole where it's like stretching it out, but in the sense of the comfortability of it for you when it's something that you're not used to, and then it happens and it makes you uncomfortable. But after a while of it happening, then eventually you kind of get comfortable with it, and then you can move on to different things, like, and you know, maybe more sensitive things like vibrators, or you know, getting your balls licked or something like that. Like somebody said I should be a sex therapist when we were talking about it at work the other day.
You're too horny.
I am a little bit experienced, okay, just a smidge experienced. Because yeah, we were talking about polyamory and all that other shit, and then like we got into that whole conversation and everything, and the dude was like, "You should be like a sex therapist. I think you'd be really good at it." And I was like, "I would, but my fear is that I'd end up having sex with some of my clients, and then that's not what you're supposed to do."
Right.
So I don't think that I should do that.
Yeah, there's some issues there.
Yeah.
Although
I might be a little bit of a sex addict, not gonna lie. There might be something there.
You should replace it with tennis.
yeah.
Okay, okay. Listen. I get it. I'm white, but I ain't that white.
Whoa.
Okay,
No,
like,
you're smacking balls around still with a partner.
You, dude.
Sometimes you can do doubles. And it's called when you like. What's the fucking scoring? It's love. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I ain't loving nobody.
Tennis is
else. Fuck
exactly
that
like
shit.
sex. Tennis is just like ball play. Literally. What are you doing?
I'm texting.
You son of a bitch.
No, Sam was asking me I probably shouldn't take headache medicine since I had whiskey, or is it okay? And I'm like, you'll be fine.
Oh, I mean, it's not cool for your liver, technically, but
Yeah,
you'll
but
be aight.
doing it like once is fine, but if you do it all the time, that's when it'll really start fucking up your liver, so you don't want to do that.
Yeah. Nobody wants cirrhosis.
And then she said, did you buy the damn butt plug? No, I didn't. I'm just talking about it.
It looks cool, though.
Yeah. It looks like a lot of fun.
I mean, yeah. It does.
Someone airdrops you the ability to control their cock and balls. Oh my god! I couldn't. Wait a minute.
I can't believe I didn't
Wait a
read
minute,
that.
because like you're on a bus or you're on a plane or something, and you're just on your iPhone, you know, and then somebody airdrops you something. You're like, what the fuck is this? And it was like, wait, you play with my cock and balls? And then you're like,
You look around and there's some
To
guy
try and-
looking at you.
no, because I feel like that guy doesn't want you to know who it is.
No,
And so
I know.
you do kind of look around, but nobody's really paying attention. And so
God.
then you start to kind of wonder who it is. Well, then that's when you start, like, you ramp it up.
Don't
Like
give him what he wants.
No, you accept it and then see if he can hold it back. Because you'll see the guy.
What if he can?
You'll see the guy that starts, like, moving around and shit, you know, and then you know who it is. But if he
What
can,
if he's not even in sight?
well, I mean, like I said, on a bus or on a plane where you're like
Okay,
constantly moving,
okay.
so it'd be something.
Okay.
Yeah. But I guess like with the app though, you could be like somebody could be in California, I could be at the tip of fucking Florida, and because of the app, you could still control it.
Yeah,
I'd
but
be
that's
like, all
not
right,
how
I need
airdrop
all the
works.
men to stand up right now and show me your phone.
I need all the
We have
men
a
to stand up right
problem,
now,
boys.
drop your trousers, and show me your asshole. Which one of you wants me to play with it right now? I need to know, okay?
You can, I mean, one way to find out is just keep pressing buttons until somebody's in the back, like,
That's what I'm saying, dude.
you'll know eventually.
It's my remote, Daddy. Oh God, what the fuck?
Have you guys ever thought about, like, or
Yes.
purchased? Oh, well, okay.
I'm just gonna say yes. I don't even know what it is, but I'm just gonna say yes.
All right, don't need to ask the question.
No,
Gotta
ask the question. I just feel like that's gonna be my answer.
Have you thought about like a big purchase for a sex toy like that? Like maybe something like the cock ring butt plug vibrate penetrator 3000, or like a sex swing, like a big purchase. Like have you ever?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Or wait, have I ever bought something, or have I thought about it? 'Cause you
I've
said-
definitely thought about it. I've never purchased.
Oh, yeah, I've
something
definitely thought
more
about
than
it.
$100.
No, I don't think I've ever bought anything that's over $100. No, I don't think so. Have I thought about it? Multiple things, yes. Because you know, like those like realistic, like
Sex dolls?
yeah.
I was thinking about dropping 40K on one, but
We're-
that's a lot.
What? Is there really one that's like 40K?
Oh yeah, because it does stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I meant like the ones that are just like the torso and then like the
Oh yeah, those
ass.
are cool. The Tantaley ones.
Yeah.
Why do I
yeah.
know the name?
No. I do too. Was just not in my head.
Yeah.
But yes, those.
Those are cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I've thought about buying one of those. I mean, shit, why
How
not?
expensive are those?
I don't know. Hey, Trey, look that up real quick.
What?
How much is it for like a Tantaley medium-sized sex doll? Or fuck it, we'll go. What's the biggest one they make? I'm wondering if like maybe because the table's moving, it's this cable.
I
Keeps doing it.
I do hear it just a smidge. Annie's Dollhouse. Ooh. Products.
Yeah, let's figure this out.
Yeah, yeah.
How much is a Tantley sex?
I just think that like
Oh, they have like full.
$1,600. That's a discount. It's actually $2,000.
wow.
That's.
But you
a
can get
lot
like
of money.
specific like.
Is that when pregnant? Or no,
Uh,
that's just giant tits all the way down to the.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can get like specific, like, what do you call them?
There's ones where it's just like.
Actresses.
Oh well, yeah, that for sure. But the ones that you see in the ads all the time are just like the legs are cut off, the fucking arms are cut off.
Yeah.
It's just the torso.
That's what I
Oh.
saw at like waterbeds and stuff.
Yeah.
I was like, that's kind of.
Which I'm fine with that. I'm not worried about the arms or the legs. I just want.
I feel like it's weird to commit to one of these. Like you're like, I like that one.
I mean, I don't know, man.
It's fucking-
We've talked about Riley Reid before.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, you can buy a fucking pocket pussy that's got like her exact fucking pussy, dude.
Why is it that I'm okay with that? Where I'm like, that's okay, but when you're like, I want a replica of Riley Reid that I can fuck, like,
I mean,
suddenly that becomes stranger to me.
I don't think so, because you're like, I would never be able to fuck Riley Reid, but I really want to, and this is as close as I'm gonna get to it. So like, why the fuck not?
Yeah, I mean, as long as she endorses it and is cool with it.
Well,
and
that's what I'm
sure,
saying
like,
too.
They are
Like
too,
she had
yeah.
to get a mold of that shit.
Well, yeah, that's
and
that's
then
why I
do
said
that,
the pocket
so,
pussy
like-
thing makes sense. 'Cause,
Right.
Like she's part of the fucking. She gets paid for that.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Wow, it's got a little tiny bush.
Does it
Oh,
really?
that's adorable.
Yeah, cool. Is that the actual actress or is that the whole thing?
This is the whole thing.
Wait, what?
Yeah. No, these are like the super realistic ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's insane.
Can you
I mean, it's a lot of
can
money.
you like
so.
move
Yeah,
the
you can
limbs
pose
and
them, yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't know about all that.
You didn't know?
Nah, I ain't know
Oh,
about
see,
all
that's why I
that.
was like,
The
I'm
question
gonna
is-
drop 40K on one of these.
Do you think it's worth 2,000?
How do you clean it?
The vagina is removable.
It's removable.
Yeah, you can take it out and clean it.
That might fuck me up a little bit.
Ruin your life, maybe.
You gotta take it up. You gotta take it apart and wash it out.
A more interesting question is, what would you pick from Bad Dragon? Nothing, because I have a tight little butthole, and there's only so much that can fit in there. So Bad
Those-
Dragon is
yeah,
out of my
those are-
fucking
Those are
wheelhouse there.
intense. I've
Yeah,
seen a
oh,
couple
yeah.
videos, and I'm like, God damn.
I don't know if I
How do
want.
you get all that in
listen,
there?
Listen, I've been into enough fucked shit on like porn websites, and I don't know if I want to go down the Bad Dragon like route, because I feel like I would get really into it, and then like that's just another thing that's in my list, I guess, of weird things that I enjoy on porn websites. But I
Yeah.
have seen like people like on TikTok that'll like show off their collections and shit, and I'm like, holy fuck. Like, god damn, some of them shits are fucking crazy. Cody asked if there was anything on sale. Yeah, there was something.
All of them are on sale. Because,
Lido
like, who
or
the fuck
Duke's
has the money
muzzle?
for this?
Hold on. Lido or Duke's muzzle?
A lot of people have the money for this. There was like,
A lot of people make their money off of like doing shit like this, and then they pay for more shit with the money that they made from doing this.
there's also people who buy those just to like take care of them. There's like a whole fetish culture.
Oh
like,
yeah, that is a
Yeah.
thing too.
Wow.
Then there's people who would dress up like their dolls. Like they'll go out as their dolls and pretend to be them. There's a whole bunch of weird.
I
subcultures
know
in
that
there.
my
There's,
safe
like, just
search is
people
off.
who have too much money and too much time.
Okay, you said the Lido or Duke's muzzle.
Go back.
It's like, no, you're gonna
Can I
get Mia.
search for things?
Yeah. What the fuck?
It's in the inventory.
I'm
Oh.
just window shopping. Don't mind me here.
I
These are just. It's just blowing my mind how I've never seen these. I didn't know they got this real.
Oh yeah, it's fucking ridiculous now.
This.
They didn't used to be this good.
Several people are like, "Hey man,
I guess I could just specifically
I don't
search
need
for
people
it.
anymore."
Yeah.
I feel like you're showing me like the craziest ones. Bad Dragon, Lido. Leto? Is it Lido or Leto?
I'm gonna go with Leto.
Oh.
Jesus. Is that a fucking trimmer? From
It-
the movie Tremors?
Is it?
It's terrifying, but also looks like it would probably feel alright.
I don't know if I could fuck that though.
I don't want to fuck that.
No.
For the people who are like, man, will fuck anything. I don't want to fuck
no.
that. I'm okay with
No.
not fucking that.
I think I'm okay on the
it looks
Lido,
like a
Leto.
fucking. alien piece of raw meat. Like,
yeah, no, it looks like the fucking plants, like alien
Yeah.
plants, whatever, and like like
The-
their mouth opens up like this and then goes like, like I don't.
yeah.
I'm okay on that.
Why
I'm
is
good.
it like fleshy and bloody looking?
I mean, again, like that doesn't help. The green and black one though doesn't really help me out either.
I wanna-
Dukes.
Yeah, I
Mausoleum.
definitely want to know the type of person that's into that for sure.
Not me.
Again,
I'm into a lot of shit, but not that one.
too many people with too much time and money.
Or
Or not even that. There's people who don't have any money and they're like, I need this in my life.
I don't think I could do that either.
That kind of looks, that cross section where you see like what you would be penetrating. That's interesting. I bet that would feel interesting.
I don't think I could do this either.
It looks like the alien from the movie Alien.
It
the,
look
the little mouth
yes,
that comes out.
That's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. I mean, it's only $100 bucks, but like, I'm not gonna get off.
You're gonna get sucked off by a xenomorph.
I'm not gonna like that doesn't interest me. Like, I would much rather see a fake pussy than I would to see the little.
I don't know. I'm kind of
alien
interested now.
I
I want to fuck movie monsters.
wanna fuck movie monsters.
Is there a Freddy Krueger fucking? Can I fuck Freddy Krueger's ass?
Jesus fucking Christ! How could you tell the difference of whether it's Freddy Krueger's ass or
Because
not?
it's all burnt up.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Okay, but would that also be Deadpool?
Sure, I could play.
Because
I could imagine either.
I could definitely fuck Deadpool's ass for sure.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Because even if I rip it, it'll just grow right back.
Is there a swamp monster torso? I want that.
I wonder if Deadpool's into ass play.
The Thing from Fantastic Four.
Probably. The
The
thing.
thing from Fantastic Four. Oh my
Just a
fucking
couple
God.
of boulders.
Just rocks.
Weird ass Demogorgon King.
Damn,
yeah.
he's all rocked up.
He's Oh God, puts a way new definition on. I am rock hard right now.
Them cheeks are rocked.
Them cheeks are rocked. I am rock hard right now.
Yeah. What else? What other movie monster?
I mean, I'm trying to think because I don't watch a lot of movies, but like, what would be
The Thing.
The Thing?
Oh my
From
god.
The Thing.
What are we
From
trying
The
to find the
Thing.
worst thing you could fuck?
Oh,
it could be anything.
what was that?
But then
What
it
was
also
that?
turns into a weird double-headed tentacle monster.
I think it'd be a lot of fun to like fuck a giant spider.
It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, because I'm terrified of spiders, and so it'd be like getting over
Oh.
my fear of
A
spiders.
Power fantasy.
Yeah.
The ultimate.
And then maybe I won't be afraid of spiders anymore if I just fucked a giant spider.
Why do I feel like that?
Yeah, maybe I should fuck while skydiving so I can get over heights.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
No, it's the worst idea.
I don't think so.
I bet it's illegal.
I feel like people have absolutely done it.
No, for sure.
Oh, I'm sure
Yeah.
it's been done.
I mean, Steve-O jerked off out of a plane, like skydiving.
No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, Steve's done just about everything though.
That's
just
true.
about.
That's very true.
He's done it all, man.
I mean, he went on hot ones and then poured hot sauce in his eye. Like, just for shits and giggles. Like, I feel like anybody that does something like that, like, I wouldn't put it past him that, you know.
I can't even imagine what it's like to be him. He's got to be so bored now.
I don't think so.
He's on tour having a fun time right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's bored at all right now. I think he's actually, like, happy now. And because he's not doing drugs, he's got his dog, he's got his wife, he's doing the podcast, he's doing comedy now, like
He's doing stage shows where he like plays videos and tells stories from stuff that was like cut out of
Yeah.
stuff or like
Yeah.
road stuff that he's done, like unseen footage from the Jackass days.
I don't think he's I think he's happy that he's not fucking his body up as much anymore though, like, and doing this for like money. He's like,
Well, for a while on tour, he was smashing cans into his head and bottles into his head, and he had to stop doing that. 'Cause he was like, I'm starting to I'm clearly getting concussed like 200 times a night. Like,
fucking while skydiving has to be the driest sex of all time. I mean, not if she's into it.
You'd be chafing after the first 200 feet.
I mean, not if she's into it.
well, okay, so you've rode the Top Thrill Dragster, where like,
Yeah.
so like you open your mouth
R.I.P.,
and it's
by the way.
immediately dry. Like all the wind rushing in shoves the air back down your fucking throat when you try to scream. So like I imagine when
You
you're
need to be
skydiving
sharing pants.
at a certain velocity, if you're like if you're completely naked, I feel like the wind would get up in there and dry everything out.
Yeah.
I feel like you're fucking before you jump out.
Well, that's cheating.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
You gotta begin fucking. You gotta put
you,
it in.
oh, you gotta
in the
jump
air.
out, reach each other, and then start fucking.
Yeah, or be like strapped together, and then you have to insert.
Well, I would
don't know why I'm
assume that
putting
you
so
would.
many rules on
Well,
this.
see, this is what I'm saying. Like you're already strapped together, and so like you can stick it in like right before you jump out. Maybe get a few thrusts in there just to get it like nice and comfortable, and then you jump out. Yeah, and because you're still fucking while skydiving, what's the difference? Like
You should be a sex therapist. You know so much about this.
I hate to say this, but I'm really starting to think that I should. Like, I think
I'm like
I
trying
think-
to figure out skydive fucking. You're like, here's the process.
here's how you could do it. I don't know. Like,
You got loose
Well,
like
there's sex, like,
Velcro.
no, I'm
Theorist.
I mean, maybe,
Sex
or
theorist.
or let's hear me out. Maybe I should just be a porn director. That's
Ah.
maybe what I should be. Because I also care about, the people, and I want everybody to be as
The
comfortable.
people. It's for the people.
I want no. I mean, like the actors.
We do this because people want us to do this.
Yeah, and I care about the actors in the scene, and I want each of them to be as comfortable as possible. But also, let's do some crazy shit. Like, let's have some fun. And then, like, hey, would you be cool if while the scene's going on, I jack off in the corner? Like, I mean, I feel like most people would be okay with that. Voyeurism is kind of a, that is a thing. So
Yeah.
maybe only work with people that are cool with voyeurism. And then who knows? They'd be like, well, I know that you're producing this, but, like, do you want to join? I'd be like, hell yeah. I got a small dick, but, like,
So
hey,
you
it's
want
cool.
to be the porn director that also fucks sometimes.
I mean, why not, dude? Why not? You get to see what their potential is, so, like, why not?
I feel like when I watch porn videos, every guy behind the camera is just jerking it while filming.
Oh,
also.
yeah.
Although a lot of them are female, and I feel like they're also masturbating while they're doing it.
I feel like, yeah. Or, I mean, at least you're getting turned on. Like, you're fucking after that. Like, if that was my job, and it was like, oh, I gotta be professional, and I can't, like, do anything while it's going on. I need to focus on making the scene as best as possible. So, like, keep both hands on the camera, whatever. But the moment that that's done with, I'm like, I'm gonna rush home and, like, go fuck somebody. Like,
I didn't
for
think
sure.
of this premise, but because I saw it on American Dad. But think of the fucking bang bus driver that like you just drive the bus and then the people fuck in the back and like you're seeing it in the rear view while you're driving around.
I
and
mean,
you're like,
but you're telling me
and I
that
take a left here.
you're telling me that dude doesn't get sucked off every now and again.
Well, that's what I was
Like,
gonna say. Like
for sure,
that
gets
dude's
sucked
for
off
sure
every now
gotta
and
be
again.
like, I've been driving this bus for 30 years. I want somebody suck me off,
Like,
please.
at least somebody suck me off. Come on, dude. He's probably got a woman up there sucking him off. I mean, I feel
I
like,
feel yeah. I mean, a lot of those productions are probably a little sketchy.
yeah, some of those are.
Yeah.
I have seen some videos though of like pre-production where all the actors are like sitting around in a circle and they're like, hi, my name is this, and then like here's what I'm comfortable with. Here's like my safe word and stuff like that, like all this thing, like, and that's how I would be.
Yeah,
I'd
I
be
feel like
we
most
would,
of them do it that way
Right.
these days, and it was probably like before it was worse.
yeah.
It's gotten better.
Oh yeah. Because
I wish I had telekinesis.
I don't think so.
What?
Like where you can read people's minds?
No.
Oh, that
Move
no.
stuff with your mind.
Oh, move stuff with your mind.
That's telepathy.
Telepathy. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want anybody to hear some of the fucked up thoughts I have in my head throughout the day. Like I've thought about that too. Like, what if there is somebody out there that can, and I like.
Have you checked before? Have you been like, I know you're reading my mind? Have you ever had that thought?
I have that paranoid suspicion about some people sometimes, where I'm like, I can't think certain things around you because you'll know.
There has been times where I've said some fucked up shit in my head that I feel like if you could read my mind, you would turn to me and be like, "What the fuck, dude?" Like somebody would say something if they could, like. But then again, maybe not because they've been hearing it for so long. They hear all the fucked up shit that by now me saying whatever the fuck I've said isn't really going to affect them, and they're like, I know that everybody's fucked up in
Or
some
they think
sort of
they're
way.
God and they go crazy.
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe
I feel like telepathy would be bad. Telekinesis, though,
that would
I'm
be cool.
down with that.
I wonder, like, how far does that go? Like, can I, like, so I'm able to move objects, right? That's what it
Are
is.
you
with
asking
my-
what your range would be?
I mean, I guess yes. And then also, how far does that go? You know, like, can I move your arm?
Oh, do you want to control people?
I mean, maybe, maybe. a
Already
little bit.
abusing your power.
Oh, okay.
Already abusing your power, dude.
Listen. I didn't say. I'm just asking. All right.
You haven't even gotten it yet, and you're already like, can I manipulate people?
Hey. Maybe. Yes. Okay. Yes. Can I move people? Like, I don't know. If I could move objects, I could just like sit back and then like, let's say my partner wants to do some shit, and I'm like, I don't really feel like it right now, which would never happen. Like, that's definitely not me. I would definitely be down. But let's say that, you know, in some alternate universe, I'm like, nah, I don't really feel like it. But, like, you know, if you want to take care of yourself, I know you got a dildo, and then I could just be like, and I could fuck you with the dildo with my mind.
Babe, I love when you do that thing.
Maybe she does. Maybe she does.
That, I mean, immediately she'd be like, what the fuck? How are you doing that? This is the real world, motherfucker.
Telekinesis, baby.
Then immediately you'd be on the news.
Oh, yeah.
Man fucks woman with his mind. Mind fucked. That would be all the headlines.
Do you think you could like climax without touching it and like just using your mind?
No, just thinking about.
Yeah. Like some people say that they do,
I don't even want to.
or like those
Yeah, what the fuck?
or those one
Freak
people
me
who
out.
like come from just hugging each other.
Oh yeah, the cum huggers.
Yeah, they come
I don't
huggers.
even, they're faking. They're like,
they are for real.
We went through that whole conversation. Actually, we had a pretty in-depth conversation about how I think that they're fucking lying, for sure.
shit.
That's a performance.
Oh, dude! So I've been seeing this show on TikTok, and I don't know exactly what it is, but like everybody has like powers, and it's like this one dude can't touch people because like just touching somebody like this makes them orgasm.
Oh my god.
And how he found out was like, I guess like when you turn a certain age you get your power or whatever, and like how he found out what his power was that he like gave his dad like a present or something like that, and ended up like touching him and made his dad like jizz in the middle of his birthday party, and like you could tell and everything. Yeah, and so like that's how he found out. And then he's like talking
Fucking
about this
Christ.
on this date with this chick, and then of course she's like, well, I want to fucking orgasm just from a touch. I don't even have to do anything, and then I can just fucking orgasm. And he's like, so they go back to her place, and he pulls out like a white glove and like puts it on. He's like, I want to like make sure that I can do it without like just touching you. I like to make sure that like I can do it on my own and not just with my powers. And so he's like doing it or whatever, and it's like not happening for her at all, because she's not thinking about that. She's thinking about, bro, just fucking touch me.
Yeah.
And so she's like, oh yeah, that was it. Yep, you did it. Yep. And then he's like, okay, and then he like rolls over and goes to sleep, and she's like about to like try and touch him or whatever, like while he's asleep, and like he ends up finding out and is like, nah, this ain't cool. I'm not cool with this. Like, and she's like, oh, just fucking touch me. Like, and I'm like, man, that's gotta be a fucking blessing and a curse. Like, because I mean, come on, like you could get into the porn industry. Like, let's say, you know,
I feel like
some girl's kind of doing something that she's not necessarily
What
like
are the
liking the
parameters
dude.
on that? Where
do you mean?
Okay, so you go into the porn industry and you have cum touch powers. Fucking. Yeah, what's the parameters on the power? Like, is it every time you touch them, they're just like?
I would
or-
assume so. That's kind of how they made it seem.
Okay, so then you're fucking somebody, and it's literally just like,
Yeah.
and then you die.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
You know?
But I mean, like, if let's say the producer wants it to happen at a certain moment, but she's like not quite there, or he's not quite there. You know, like I'm saying that he's
literally
just on the outside. Yeah.
He's
I'm
like
saying
a
he's on
support.
standby, and so like during whatever scene, you know, all he has to do is walk up and like kind
Steve,
of out
you're
of,
in.
kind of out of frame, he just like touches both of them, and they both fucking explode at the same time. I mean, come on, you can't tell me. I mean, come on, you can't tell me that wouldn't be cool.
That would make porn cooler. If everybody came at the same time intensely.
I don't know why, but the way you were telling the story for a second, it felt like an ancient Chinese proverb. Like, I don't know why. It felt like you were teaching me a lesson.
There was
He
no
put on the
lesson in there,
glove and he
No.
was trying. He was like, "I want to do it myself." Wow.
We gained some wisdom from that.
dude.
He had all the power in the world and he chose not to use it.
Oh my god. But I mean, you got to think like TV shows and movies, like at this point, are just getting like, what else can you do? And so now they're coming up with like crazy shit. You know?
Well, yeah. Well, we talked about that a little last time, where I was like, stop, just make new shit. Stop making the same shit. And you're like, well, what else is there to make? And well, yeah, you have a superpower where every time you touch somebody, they come.
You said, "Find the clit. I'm the clit."
I'm the clit.
I'm the clit.
What was it? What was that we said instead of give your balls a tug? It was give your clit a twist.
And give your labia a twist.
Nah, I think give your clit a twist sounds better.
Okay.
Sorry.
That sounds
Oh.
horrifying.
We finally went to Pins at Easton, and I went down the slide. It was fun.
Hell yeah, buddy. Proud of you.
Thanks.
We went to Pins and we went down the slide.
I did. It was a
Yeah.
lot of fun.
Give your tits a tug.
Give your tits a tug. That's a good one. I like
That
that.
is good. It's got the alliteration, the titeration.
Okay, I got some TikToks.
You have
I-
TikToks?
Yeah, I just sent them.
It does feel like TikTok time.
It's
talk-
yeah,
TikTok
yeah.
time,
We're
baby.
about an hour into it.
we talked about the sex industry for a little
I would always say, turn your tits down. Like a volume. I'd be like,
Oh, that's kind
Turn
of like
your
or
tits
calm your
down.
tits.
calm your tits.
Calm your tits.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Cool your tits off.
Calm your tits. I feel like one of these I don't remember. I don't know. Desktop audio isn't on.
Motherfuck.
Your face is on.
Let me turn it down a little bit, maybe.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me fucking. It's on now.
You're the best fucking guy in my life! You deserve to be happy every fucking day! You are not alone. I will never not be your friend. Stop being sad! You're a good guy! You're the strongest guy I know. Stronger than any guy! Stronger than a strong man! Shut the fuck up and let me tell you how nice you are. Great news! I love being your
What the
friend.
hell?
I hate
What the
that it
fuck?
does
You could murder my whole fucking family. I'd still have your back. Actually, I want you to do it. Let me prove my love.
this. Do you feel like sometimes I might be like that?
Whoops.
Not as
Show's over.
aggressive. Not as aggressive, but do you feel like sometimes I might be a little too much?
No, but I do sometimes get a little frustrated with like, where you're like, just be better, and I'm like, well, that's not quite how it works. It's not. It doesn't always come across like that, but sometimes
Right.
it does. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was showing that. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
sometimes I'm just like, well, you're a fucking great guy. Like I don't understand why you feel this way. I don't get it. Like you're fucking amazing.
Yeah. 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 No, we've said
It made me
similar
laugh.
things about other people, but sometimes it does feel that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, fucking TikTok, Discord, work.
Heavy music listeners live in a backwards universe where angry music makes us happy and happy music makes us angry. For example, if you play me something like this, turn it off. No, thank you. Go away. But if you play me something like this, I am as happy as a clam.
Yes, that is me.
Yeah, also feel that. Although I listen to a wide variety of music.
I
Like,
mean,
I like
yeah.
Pharrell.
Yeah, there are some times where I listen to that and be like, "Cause I'm happy."
How happy are clams?
That is a good question. They're bivalves. I don't know if they can feel anything. That's kind of why people who like don't eat meat or like I eat clams and oysters and shit because they don't have a nervous system. They don't feel things.
I love it because there's like the people who don't eat meat, and then there's me that's like, can I just go on the carnivore diet?
I eat a person.
Huh?
Carnivore diet's like
Huh?
bad for you, buddy.
No, hold on. No, shut the fuck up. What?
I said I'll eat a person, which was an obvious joke.
Okay.
No, he wants to dive deep and explore
Oh.
exactly what you meant by that joke.
Okay. Well,
You know exactly what I
I
meant.
thought that that's what I heard, and so I just had to make sure that I'm never alone in a room with you again. That's
All right.
Oh, yeah. That's
Now I'm picturing like
I
a
fire
fire.
people are around. I'll fucking
Oh
eat
shit!
You.
Oh god damn it! And hey, if anybody out there would like to help produce the show, we're searching for a new producer.
I was imagining Trey just like unhinging jaw and swallowing you in one bite.
I think at this point though, like if you did kill me and eat my body, I would be happy because like my life is not my problem anymore, and like shit's a little fucked up at the moment. So I'm just like, hey, you know, like
I made you happy.
great, yeah, like kinda. I mean, I don't know what the afterlife's gonna be like, but I assume that it's probably gonna be a little bit better than what I'm going through right now. So
We've talked about this before, where there was that one guy that was like, "Yeah, I want to die. It's cool if you eat me." And the guy, he,
Yeah.
Like that's a
Yeah.
real thing.
the guy
Yeah.
answered a Craigslist ad, and the guy was like, "I just kind of want to eat your dick, and then kill you."
And he did.
Yeah, he did.
and they got arrested
Yeah.
for it, right?
Most people that are into that don't even ask first, so that was nice at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, ready for this?
Michael's calling me. Hey, what's up, bub?
You wanna go fishing? Fucker?
You know I do, bitch.
You low down, worthless, slimy piece of shit.
Are you gonna be picking me up, or am I driving you good for nothing, low down scum of the earth piece of shit?
I don't know. I guess I could pick you up then, you good for nothing, freeloading coward.
Are we taking both of our boats, or am I gonna have to share one with you and you're a booga booga looking ass?
I gotta sit around smelling your fat ass mullet all day.
Make sure you bring plenty of beer if you can afford it with that dead end job you're working. Ass.
Well, I was gonna ask you if you could fish all day, but I know you can since your wife left your good for nothing ass.
15 minutes.
All right, bub, sounds good.
Drive safe. There's cops everywhere.
I have a friend that I work with. This is literally me and his relationship. Like
It's a fun relationship.
I walk in, he goes, "What's up, dickweed?" I'll be like, "What's up, shit dick?"
That's how me and my best friend have talked to each other all my fucking life.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
I would. It's evolved. Like it just started out simple like that. Like you're a piece of shit, you know. Like, I fucking hate you. And then we just started saying absurd shit like, dude, you look like fucking Jimmy Neutron, bro. Like you are like this. You're the weirdest dude I've ever seen.
I would say like you look like the mentally handicapped version of Jimmy Neutron. Like you gotta add, like. Well, because he was super smart.
fucking
He was super
Jimmy
smart.
Neutron already looks fucked up, though.
But he was super smart, so go the exact opposite of that. And then, yeah.
What was the fucking other kid? Carl.
Oh, Carl.
Carl.
Carl Weezer.
Carl Weezer. You fucking Carl looking.
You
Carl
Carl
Weezer
Weezer
looking
looking
head ass.
motherfucker. You head ass. I feel like I've not heard that. Oh, I was talking about this one chick, and I was like, yeah, she's for the streets to my dad. And he was like, what? I was like, she's for the streets. He's like, what the fuck does that mean? I was like, she's a hoe, Dad. He was like, oh, okay. Oh, another thing. Completely off topic, but I just wanted to think about this for a second. So I pay rent, and I pay my dad's like his mortgage
Yeah.
for us to live here.
Is
So,
the
like,
rent too damn high?
No, not at all. Rent's actually pretty fucking cheap.
I don't know why it inserted
Um,
early 2000s meme into that.
But he like thanked me twice, like in different moments. And was like, "Hey, thanks for paying the rent." I was like, "Yeah, sure. I mean, I want to fucking live here, so yeah, of course." And then he did it again. And was like, "Hey, thanks for paying the rent." And I was like, "You already like said that. Like, yeah, I it's kind of my responsibility." He was like, "Yeah, well, I did it for fucking, in all the years that I've ever done it, nobody's ever been like, hey, thanks for keeping a roof over my head or something like that, and like, or thanks for paying the rent, thanks for." And it kind of made me think about that for a second, where it was like,
landlords aren't nice like that. Most of them.
well, okay, not landlord. I'm talking about like people in your house.
Well,
like,
I'm
not
just
really
saying,
getting, like,
any
the-
other time you're paying rent, you're not getting thanked at all.
No,
and
it's-
you're usually getting shit on.
it's just a like regular thing, but it kind of made me think, like, as like, you know, fathers and shit, and like people who take care of a household, like, you know, you don't really get like thanked as much for like doing kind of that, something that's like constantly expected of you to do, you know, or like to pay for things. Like I feel like, I guess in my personal life, I don't necessarily had really gotten that either, and so it just made me think for a second. I was like, man, that does actually kind of mean a lot. These like, hey, thanks for paying the rent for me to also live here. Like,
Oh yeah, no, appreciation feels good.
Yeah.
Fucking, part of what roped me into fucking working at Sheets is that everybody there's like super nice, and they're like always saying thank. I got a bunch of free food and drinks for just like doing my job, because they keep being like, "You're doing great, good job, thank you." I'm like, okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
it's what I'm supposed to do, but
it feels good.
But that's the thing, as a man, does not necessarily happen to us all the time. Like, it's just like shit that's like expected from us, and so we like just fucking do it, and then
Amazon is the most bullshit place ever. You know what we get? We get little shout outs on our app. You know, little shout outs. Sometimes they'll give us like a little Colum buck. Which is something that you can use to buy, you know, Amazon, the merch.
Fuck?
Their merch.
A Columbuck?
Columbuck.
Columbuck.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, no,
I hate it.
It's a terrible thing.
Hey, Trey.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for helping to produce the podcast. I really appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
I do a lot.
Yeah,
seriously.
for real.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm not kidding. I'm being completely genuine right now.
Okay.
No, seriously.
So
Thank
you're just
you.
like making fun of me. I was like, what?
No.
Feels good.
I'm being 100% like serious right now. Thank you for helping with the show and producing it and everything. Like,
Participating in what
yeah.
we do, yeah.
Oh yeah, because you could definitely sit back there and like we give you a mic too, so like you can talk as much as you want to, and you decide to, you know, be a part of the show also, and while also producing it. Like, it definitely makes like our jobs a lot easier, not having to worry about like switching the scenes and everything. I fucked it up all the time back in the day, like, because I'm trying to like make jokes and everything else, and then yeah, so it definitely, yeah, seriously, dude, thank you.
No problem, man.
Yeah.
It's fun to be on here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We ready for this last TikTok?
Mm-hmm.
My girlfriend gets very easily confused.
Oh my god.
Mwah. Love you more. Bye. I just know this is gonna work. Delicious. Come on, check it. Oh, I do love you. Very excited for her to walk through that door.
Baby?
Hey.
I can't believe I did that.
Oh, what do you mean?
What?
What are you on about?
I left my phone in.
What?
You sent me a text saying I left my phone.
Try again.
What?
Think about it again.
What are you mad?
Say the sentence again.
That's all I was trying to do to me. It's behind you.
What's behind me?
Where have you put it?
I haven't put anything anywhere.
I'm in a rush. Seriously, I am in a rush. I've got to go. You just sent me a message.
Yeah.
Oh, can you just give me my phone?
I don't have your phone.
Yes, you do. It was by this.
Are you crazy? How did you receive that text?
What do you mean? You sent it to me.
Yeah. What did you read it from?
What? How did you do that? You sent me a message
Yeah.
of my phone
Yeah.
when I have my phone.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I can't even.
You are the most precious thing this earth has ever seen. I hope you know that.
You've done it.
It's okay. Toodles.
She thinks it was a fucking magic trick.
She's like, I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, this absolute jackass for filming her and putting it online also. But fucking, that's hilarious.
That was awesome.
Could not be with somebody like that. I could not. There's no fucking way. I don't think I could do it. I don't think no. If you're that easily and then she's like, I don't know how you did that. Like you like no. I got like.
You got mad during that?
I'm frustrated, dude.
Oh, I loved it.
I am so
awesome.
frustrated right now. Like,
It was adorable.
Girlfriend gets very easily
how
confused.
can like how are you that like
Adorable?
no,
Right.
I don't know if I find that adorable. I don't know.
That's cute.
This is just like, how did you do that? He took a fucking picture of your phone sitting there before you picked it up. Like, you can't even think back that far that your phone was sitting there before you left, and you picked it up from there. Like, she couldn't even figure that. She's like, yeah, it's like a magic trick.
I like goldfish.
Oh my god.
I like the short-term memory loss chick. And no, I would very easily get frustrated too. I'd be like, God damn it! Like,
I mean, I have a terrible memory from doing drugs and shit when I was younger and not letting my brain fully develop. I have a terrible fucking memory. I mean, we just experienced this where I told you something that I had already fucking told you.
we did do that.
I get that, but I can at least logically figure something out to where, like, if that happened to me, I would be reading it on my phone and be like, well, obviously I didn't forget my phone. I have it in my hand. Like, I don't know.
You've never done the thing like, where are my sunglasses? And they're on your fucking head, or like.
I mean, yeah, because they're sitting on there for a while and you kind of forget, like, the feeling goes away, and so you kind of forget. Like, I can get some of that stuff, but then you'd be like, oh, I don't know how they got there.
Who put these on my head?
That is the problem. That is where I have a problem. I get that, like, I can, or like,
have you ever walked into a sliding glass door?
Yes. I set my beer down here, and then, like, we're doing shit or whatever, and you just happen to move my beer over to here, and then I'm like, man, where the fuck is my beer? Like, I do that shit sometimes
do
too.
the ghost grab,
and it's not there. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Like, if it's not exactly where I put it, but it's like 2 feet to the right from where I did put it, my brain just, like, I can't see it. But then when I find it, I can logically figure out how it got there. I'm not just like, oh my god, how did that happen? Like, I can retrace my steps and be like, oh yeah, while I was rushing around, I moved them over here, and I just forgot that I had taken that step. This is just where I initially set them down, so that's where I remembered where I put them.
That's a real thing that people have, like, as a fucking diagnosis, though, where it's like they have no object permanence, or like they don't remember where things are, or sometimes like what things even are. Like, you'll see a can and you'll be like, my brain can't make sense of that. It's just gobbledygook. Like, I mean, that's a different thing than that chick, though.
Just ditzy, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. There was a girl that was like that in one of my classes in school, and I enjoyed having her around. We were like learning the map, and you know, you learn all the state names and where they are and all that shit, and you get tested at the end. But as we like had the map out, and they were like quizzing us in class about like, all right, where's this state? And then we were doing Montana, and she was like, wait, Montana's a state? And everybody in the class just fucking burst out laughing. It was very fun having her around. Forget her name.
Montana's a state?
Montana's a state? It was awesome.
Oh, did you see? I don't know if you've ever seen this, but there's a Simpsons episode. We've talked about Missouri.
Yeah.
Before.
Missouri. And
how there's a certain person that lives in Missouri now. And you were like, damn, I feel bad for Missouri.
Yeah.
And I saw a Simpsons episode where the grandpa is putting up a flag, and Marge is like, there's only 49 stars up there. And he's like, I'll be dead and cold before I acknowledge Missouri. And this is well before this person lived there, or lives there now. But it made me laugh because I was like, yeah, that's... yeah, kind of where I'm at this point. Like,
you've written off an entire state because of one person that sucks really bad.
Yeah, I'll never go there. Just on the off chance that I would run into that person, yeah, no, I would never go there.
I've never been. Trey, have you been to Missouri before?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know. What I'm sure there's like redeeming qualities about Missouri.
Oh wait,
doubt it.
I've been to St. Louis.
Yeah, was it cool?
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I didn't see it. I was working, so I didn't really get to see much of it. But it seemed kind of cool. Honestly, it seemed the part I seemed ghetto as fuck. I didn't get to see any good parts of it.
All right, fuck Missouri.
Cheers, mates. Fuck Missouri.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Sure.
All right. So we're getting close. It reminded me of Cleveland. What's St. Louis?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's actually a good comparison. That's a good comparison. It's like the Cleveland of Missouri.
I like the name Cleveland. It's like it fits what it is. Cleveland. It Feels right.
Yeah.
Cleveland.
Like Columbus doesn't really make sense. It's like he didn't land here.
It sucks Columbus who he is because I like the name Columbus. It sounds cool. It sounds like magnanimous.
Yeah, it is a cool name.
Columbus. It sounds like a Greek god.
Yeah, kind of. Although it makes me think of like colanders, like where you drain your noodles.
Oh, see, that's not cool.
Yeah, the god of draining noodles.
The god of ramen.
All right, you were transitioning.
While you were having that off conversation, I just thought
Oh.
about something. So you know how like in the intro that we had,
Yeah.
or that we have, where it's like
Yeah.
us opening a door, like coming up from the basement.
Yeah.
Do you think we should like change it to the beer cracking sound that I just did at the beginning of the show?
I'm cool with that.
That's
fine.
Like,
That means I don't have to go like dig through a sound library to like find Foley sounds to make the intro.
you can just go back to this and
Yeah.
then just find that cracking open. I just thought about that. I was like, and then we're both like, "Whoa, dude!"
To the sound of a beer opening. Yes, let's reinforce our alcoholism. We're gonna both quit, and that's gonna be the sound still. It's like, yeah, that's a Pepsi.
Oh God! Hi, my name is Austin Caldwell, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, my name is Wes, and I am also an alcoholic.
I was talking to somebody else, and they were talking about how like they go to the bar all the time and everything, and I was like, okay, but hold on. Have you ever like cracked open a beer before work and like fully expecting them to be like, no, I like wait till after work, and they were like, yeah, I've done that a few times, and I was like, oh shit.
Oh, well,
I was
no.
gonna be like, oh, you don't have it as bad as me, but then like I've been like, oh,
I feel like
fuck.
people lie about it when they get asked for like surveys and shit. Or like, is your doctor how much do you drink? And then they're like, I'd have a few every weekend. But it's like, no, they have 6 every fucking day.
Oh no, I fully am honest about it because the last person I want to lie to is my doctor.
Yeah,
Because
I
like,
just feel like most people though, and then like that data comes out and it's like, well, here's how many people in America are drinking and have a drinking problem. And I feel like it's way fucking because
oh
a lot
yeah,
of
for
people
sure.
I talk to are like, yeah, I drink all the fucking time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, same.
Yeah. I feel like it's a bigger problem than people let on. Sip, 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 sip. All right, again.
Oh, what I was gonna get into is that you had some things that you wanted to talk about.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, we normally save the slightly more serious stuff for the end of the show. This is a tougher topic to talk about, but also I wanted to kind of make it funny because some of the characters are involved are just shitheads that I like making fun of.
So what are we talking about here, bud? What's on
Rwandan
your mind?
genocide.
Yeah. We're talking about Hotel Rwanda.
Yeah.
You remember that from school?
We're taking it back.
Oh, wait, you got your GED. Never mind. You don't remember Hotel Rwanda. Do you remember Hotel Rwanda?
I don't, and that's why it hurts so much.
Yes. Points.
Like I was like, fuck, he's right.
Yeah, that was like mandatory in school, dude.
God damn it. Wait, when did you learn about that?
High school at some point?
I mean, because I didn't drop out till my senior year.
I mean, maybe you just missed that day. Maybe you missed that day in history class.
Social studies was at the end of my class, or my like schedule for the most part, like
Yeah.
every single year, and I definitely like skipped out after like 4th or 5th period.
Oh yeah, so if you were skipping social studies, you didn't watch Hotel Rwanda.
Oh yeah, no.
No, it's a good movie / faux documentary type thing about like what happened in Rwanda that like most high schoolers were made to watch in class.
So what happened in
The Rwandan genocide, motherfucker.
I don't know what that is.
The Hutus and the Tutsis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tootsies.
Oh, this is starting to sound more familiar.
Yeah. They were like conflicting tribes, or not tribes, but like fuck. How do I describe this?
That was in a hotel?
To like,
It was
guess
not
they're
in a
different.
hotel,
yeah. It was not in a hotel.
Wait,
but a
so-
massacre did happen at a hotel.
Yeah, one particular, but it was like a whole, like I don't know which one was the aggressor, but one of these groups massacred. It was a
I think it was
genocide.
the Hutus towards the Tutsis, but I could be wrong.
This sounds the names
Yeah.
is what
Where
like
did this
clicks
happen?
something in my
The
head.
Congo?
That sounds right. We should look this
Yeah.
up instead of just fucking being like, I
Guessing,
don't
like,
know.
we don't have the
This is
internet.
like a serious
It's
thing that
pathetic.
happened.
Alright, so
Yeah.
maybe I was in class for that one.
Yeah, anyway. That's what we're talking about. The Rwandan genocide.
Now we are. I joked about it. Now it's serious. God damn it.
No, we'll figure this out, and then we'll get to what I was actually going to talk about. Not quite as serious as that.
Ooh. Mm.
What are you ooming and
I can't say it on the show. I can't say it on the
Alright,
show.
okay.
I'll tell you later.
All right. We had Bad Dragon up on screen for almost an hour, and you can't tell me this.
Well,
Yeah, it was the Hutu-led government that were the perpetrators.
Okay, yeah.
It's the Tutsis.
Hutus against the Tutsis.
Yeah. I mean,
And the-
half
yeah.
a million to almost a million.
It was
people
like
died.
brutal, like machete massacres. Like they,
Yeah.
yeah, they were cutting people down.
Yeah, I can't believe you've never heard of that. That's insane.
no,
was
like I said,
recent.
it's like it's giving me like I remember it.
Yeah, the movie though focuses on like one specific like set of people that were like at this one specific hotel, but it was like across the fucking region. They just wiped out like most of the fucking population. Anyway,
The real thing you wanted to talk about.
a lighter, less serious topic. If you could scroll back up in the Discord chat for me, just so I have my notes. The Satanic Convention happened recently, like in a
Yay!
bunch of states,
Hell
like,
yeah.
nationwide, and like it's been in the news and online and in the usual like shithead circles that like talking about Satan and satanic people as if like they're the thing that people should be the most scared about. So like Steven Crowder, who we talked about last time, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, who's that guy that put out the documentary on YouTube where it was like, it's called What is a Woman? And he just goes around like being a shithead to people, like asking them what gender is. Like he's just kind of a
He like asked tribal people.
yeah, and then also like university professors, and he just kind of like smirks at them the entire time. It's,
Wait, was that the dude that did like the Ask Me Any Question, like had the table out?
That's Steven Crowder.
Oh, that's Steven. Okay, yeah.
Matt Walsh is the guy who went on Joe Rogan and then lied about how many teenagers were getting mastectomies.
Asking the tribal people is really stupid and childish of them, because that's like asking them like, what's better, iPhone or Android?
When they
But,
like are
Yeah.
not.
but their reaction to it is hilarious. Even posing the question, they're like, what?
yeah.
Because they're not in the
Right.
society
Right,
where
they have
that's
a different way
thing,
of life
yeah.
entirely. Like, why? That's totally proving his point by confusing tribal people.
Right, yeah. I saw a meme recently on the tribal people point that it was like we should do a drone show over like an uncontacted tribe, and it was just like a
Just
face.
watch him.
It was like a face made out of drones in the sky with like lights, and like just have it talk to people from the sky.
That would be nuts.
Anyway.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
They would think it was God.
Yes.
right, exactly.
Yes.
The
yes,
meme was
they
like,
would.
"Let's be their gods."
That'd be a neat little experiment. That couldn't go wrong.
That one fucking tribe that's on the island that like the one Christian dude tried to go to,
And
and,
then
they
immediately got murdered.
immediately got bow and arrow to the
Yeah.
chest.
They've
and
killed a couple
murdered.
people. They were like
Yeah.
escapees that just wound up there, like escapees from prison.
It's like
they
even
wound up
it-
on that island.
It's like even
Fuck, imagine you escape prison and then you land on an island that's like uncontacted. Wow, why can't I talk? Uncontacted people that want to kill you.
I mean,
Damn, Landon.
It's-
Talk
it's-
about out of the frying pan. Like,
it's like even a
Dude.
fine with it if you get within a few miles of that island. Like like
that's
you.
funny.
yeah.
They're gonna fine you. Like, going there isn't punishment.
Yeah. Oh, like the Coast Guard or whatever that like watches over that. Like, yeah, they'll come and like basically arrest you if you get within a few miles of that because they're like seriously trying to preserve like this tribe that.
And they're trying to preserve you.
I mean, yeah.
I hate that that's always money based though, where they're like, you clearly had a death wish, and also now you owe us $1,000.
Right.
Like,
I mean, I guess if there was a way to go out, like they might eat me too. So like, I mean, I guess I would be helping out, and then also like
Might as
again,
well
like I
aid-
said before, it would be taking care of my problem of like
you don't gotta
wanting
swim to
be
an
here.
island. Fucking trail eat you.
Well, yeah, as we
We're
found
talking
out,
about.
yeah. All right, I mean, hey, Like that bomb diffuser said, it's my problem until it's not. You know, either I defuse the bomb or it explodes, and then it's not my problem anymore.
Either you defuse the bomb or I eat you.
One of the two.
All right, Satan convention. Let's get it.
Okay, yeah, so this, Satan convention. So that happened, and then a bunch of the news was very funny to me. And all the usuals like Matt Walsh and Jordan Peterson and all the people who talk about, like, these Satan... What do you guys think about Satan before I get into this? And Satanism.
So, I've read Anton LaVey's book.
Okay.
So, I know a decent amount about it. And I've actually had this conversation just recently where we got into, like, religion and stuff. And kind of educated some of the guys that I work with, where I was like, a lot of Satanists don't necessarily worship Satan. It's because it's not what Satanism is about. Satanism is more about worshiping yourself as a god and doing better for yourself and living the type of life and morals of kind of like being a god and treating people like well and living like a good life, which is what like Christians who are like, when they hear Satanism and have no fucking idea, don't think about. Like, they don't do any research on, like...
It's actually like a non-religious thing.
Right, exactly, yeah. And that's where the difference comes in. And people hear, like, Christians hear Satanism, and they're like, oh, they worship the devil, and they do sacrifices, and, like, all this other shit, and that's not even the case. Like, that for... the majority, I would say, of Satanists, that's not the case. You do have your extremists, just like the same side of Christianity. You have your extremists, and then you have people that are like, no, I just believe that there's a God, but I'm not like, you know, you have extreme, and same thing with politics. You've got your extremists on the left and extremists on the right, and then like the majority of people, though, are like, hey, we can agree to kind of disagree on some of these things, but I don't feel like it's affecting my life in any way that we, you know, disagree on some of these certain things. Like, it's okay. Like, you're allowed to have your perspective on life and what you agree with, but I can still be friends with you. Like, just because you don't feel this certain way and I do doesn't mean that I have to fucking hate you. But you have the extremists on both sides, and with religion and Satanism and Christianity and Catholicism and all that other shit.
I'll get to the difference between that and what I think Christianity does. Like, because there's the extremists on both sides, but also there's like a difference in how that gets played out. And then also I'll get to chat in a second, because chat's absolutely right.
Yeah, that's Cody too. I love that too.
Chat's absolutely correct.
There is like a religious version of it where they actually worship Satan.
Yeah.
Trey, your take on it from like your life experience and hearing about Satanism before I get into this.
I only know basically what you just explained. The only other guy I knew that was a Satanist was a weirdo. And so for me, it's like either you're cool about it or you're just a weirdo that's just trying to sound cool. You're going to be one of those two.
Okay, so to Cody's point, Anton LaVey is the Church of Satan. That's the guy who wrote, or maybe he did. There's like the Satanic Bible. That's what you read at one point and got into for a little bit.
Yeah.
And
I still have,
that's
actually.
a specific version of Satanism that like the people at the Satanic convention that happened would probably cringe at that version of Satanism.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that like that, because that's the weirdos that like that's the guys you meet who are like way too into the darker sides of it that are fucking weird. So like the Church of Satan is like the religious aspect of it. The convention that happened was the Satanic Temple. And those are the people who are more like activists, and they're definitely non-religious. They don't worship Satan. Or again, there's definitely like people in that crowd who do worship Satan, but they are the vast minority. Most of the people there are just like political activists, kind of, or people who are like standing for just people's individual rights. So like the separation of church and state doesn't stop Christians from having their views, obviously.
Right.
And there's a bunch of Christians and Catholics and conservatives that are all religious that are in politics, and then they use that to influence politics.
Don't separate church from state.
But there's nothing really stopping them from doing that, because that's not really what separation of church and state
and
means.
That's what the majority of us on that other side have a problem with. Is
So
that like it's just your personal views, and you don't decide to have like any perspective on the other side to see like people, like letting people have their own personal morals and like perspectives on life. Like you want it to be exactly what you see it as, And
I believe that itself is evil. I believe control other human beings is just in itself evil. Like it's just never good because people, as similar as we are, being a part of the same species, like there's the subtle differences between us matter like a lot.
And I feel like this goes a lot into like what we're especially getting into now with like the drag shows, and then like
Yeah, the book bannings, the don't say gay bills. There's a bunch of anti-trans bills, and some of them aren't going to stand legally, and some of them haven't passed. But a lot of like scary ones have passed. Like,
I don't know if I hate to say this, but I'm kind of like, I guess I'm kind of glad too, but that I've sucked a few dicks in my life, so I can say like, "Hey, bud, you're gay," or "That's gay." Like, you can't. What are you gonna do? Like,
yeah,
are you really gonna come at me because I'm a cis white man, but I'm a cis bisexual white man? Like, and you're still like, "Oh no, you can't say that." Like, no, I've sucked a few dicks in my life. Like, fuck you, dude. That shit's gay. Because I don't mean it like that. Like, not.
Right.
Dude, I'm. There's a part of me that's happy that I am who I am because I still have a right to be like, oh yeah, that shit's gay.
beyond that point.
You ever
though,
sucked a dick, Wes?
No.
Yeah, you can't say that anything's gay.
I've had gay thoughts. I'm allowed to say it.
No. I've had a few gay thoughts.
Had a few gay thoughts. I'm allowed to say it.
But I got the
Totally
proof.
fine with me.
I got the proof. I could call somebody up right now and be like,
Wow.
I think the impasse is superior to all.
oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
I don't even use it, just like having it.
Did you see that? Hold on, wait a minute. Did you see that there's a company out there that makes white privilege cards? The owner,
hilarious.
the fucking owner is black.
That's awesome.
And I
That's
think
fucking
that
awesome,
that is
yeah.
fucking amazing. That is absolutely. And it was Matt Rife. He was doing a comedy show,
Yeah.
and somebody talked about having a fucking a white privilege like card, and he was like, "What the fuck?" And so he like
That's
wanted
very
to
funny.
see it and everything, and then they told him, he was like, "Yeah, but the like owner of it is black," and he was like, "Talk about reparations." I was
It's
like,
very
"Dude,
funny.
that's fucking hilarious." I'm sorry, I don't mean to go off back
No,
to.
you're good. So, so there's a difference between the two, and then the Satanic Temple has like a pretty large reach and like a bunch of people in it, and then the Church of Satan is like a bit of a smaller thing and with less convicted members and like.
Which one is that? Is that the religious one?
That's the religious one.
I figured.
Yeah,
People wouldn't be too big on be like, I love the devil.
Yeah, it's a much smaller thing, and then the Satanic Temple is like a giant movement of people of like a bunch of different ideologies and come from like a bunch of different viewpoints, but they all believe like don't fuck with other people's rights, and like you are, in a sense, like they stole a little bit from the Church of Satan, where it's like you are your own holy temple, and like nobody can violate the rights of that. Everybody's their own holy temple, and you can't violate their rights of that. Like that's how we should see the world. That's all they're trying to say.
As long as you're not hurting yourself or others.
Yeah, and they
Like,
really
I want that to be a kind of point too.
and that you're not being forced. And so I have a point in here.
Should I go down?
Yeah, go down a bit because I jumped around like an idiot.
That looks like it's about a different.
It is. That's what we talked about earlier.
Okay. I remember the point that I was gonna say, but go down to the very bottom for me. Not the
Oops.
very bottom, but yeah, right there. Yeah. So like a lot of people say that like Satanism is about destroying traditional values. Like that was what all the media. Why I thought this was funny and why I'm bringing it up is because like I've railed about this for the last couple of months on the podcast. Is like what we get told about people in the media is the most like circus version of it, where they're literally identifying all these people who are just like political activists basically as like they actually worship the devil. So there's like all these Christian conservatives and like political pundits from that side that went to the fucking rally as well, or the convention, in all these different states, and were like taking pictures of like Satanists with their back turned and being like, we converted this guy to a Christian, and then posting it on social media without their fucking permission, or being like, there's castrations happening here. There's fucking religious ceremony happening where they're sacrificing animals. It's like, no, people who win are like, no, that's not what happened at
not what
all.
happened.
They're just lying about it and being like, these are literal people who worship Satan. which was fucking crazy to me, but also made sense because, like, again, circus. But they've been saying this shit since the fucking satanic panic of the 80s, which last week I talked about moral panics. That's, like, the moral panic. Like, when you talk about those, that's the one. So it's just the same fucking thing that we've been doing since then.
Doesn't it seem like people that claim the one they would do good do the most evil?
Well, yeah,
Like,
so
get the fuck out of the way.
the point about, like, Satanists want to destroy traditional values and, like, they want to ruin the family structure and they don't want to do things that, like, they're socialists who want to uproot society and change everything. It's like, well, because Satan wants us to do? No. It's because that would be better for people. We don't want to, like, I'm saying we. I'm not necessarily a Satanist, but, like, the people who think this way, we're not trying to remove traditional values. We're just trying to make sure that, like, if you want to participate in tradition, you can. You're not forcing it on other fucking people.
And that's, like, a huge thing, too, that I feel like gets lost in the sauce of everything, where because of the satanic panic and that's still, like, a thing that's going on. And, you know, and even now, like, and I feel like it's even more of a thing now than it was before, where we're, like, the separation of church and state, and then bringing something up like this, and why, like, the Satanic Temple is, like, such a problem for, like, Christians, because they are a legitimate, like, kind of thing, and they're so scared. Like, everybody's so terrified that are, like, full-on Christians of shit. And I've, like, had conversations with people who, like the one guy that I worked with, absolutely love him. Such a great fucking guy. Has a great attitude, great work ethic, like, is a fucking amazing guy. Was in and out of prison, like, 4 different times for doing meth. And, like, getting in trouble for, like, having meth on him and shit like that. And then finally, the 4th time, was bunked with a dude that was, like, a Christian. And got him into the Bible and got him reading the Bible and everything. And so, like, he, like, was a born-again Christian, basically.
Yeah.
Like, because of that. And I sat down with him for hours on end and having conversations with him about, like, just everything that he believed in and why he believed in that, and then, like, my side of it and everything else. And still super cool with him. Like, he would send me, like, Bible verses, and I was like, look, I view it as, like when it says God, I think universe, you know, sort of thing. Like, I don't think of it, you know, but I'm taking away what you're sending me. And a lot of times it would, you know, have, like, kind of some reference to what I'm going through in my life at that time.
There is
you know?
good messages in the Bible.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not
There's
saying
also
that
some
there's
fucking
not
weird ones, but there's great
right,
ones in
yeah.
there.
I never understand any of the messages in the Bible.
Well, it was like he would send me some things, and it, like, kind of seemed like pertinent to what was going on in my life at the time. And so, like, that, you know, kind of spoke to me, that he would send me stuff like this. Even, well, I was talking to him about my life too, so he knew what was going on, so he'd send me these little messages, you know. And, like, I could see what he was trying to tell me or, like, show me, like, through, you know, these Bible verses. And I was like, that is meaningful to me because he's thinking about me, and so he's going to send me these things. And that, you know, and he knows that I'm not, you know, religious at all. But, like, that still has meaning to me, and I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. I don't, you know, I see the reason why he's doing it. It doesn't bother me. The people that are like, I can't be friends with you because you don't fucking believe in God. Yeah, no, I'm going to have a fucking problem with that, because I'm not going to not be friends with you because you believe in God. Like, there's the difference. And you have your, like, non-religious, or I wouldn't even necessarily say that, like, non-religious to, like, religious people. It's more like, do you, like, can you be okay with people having different views and different perspectives of life? Like, you're basically shutting yourself off to the rest of the world because you're like, you don't exactly agree with what I believe in, and so I don't want anything to do with you. And that's, like, the extremist side of it. And when you talk to most people, like, they're okay. Like,
so the difference between the difference between the satanic extremists and then, like, the Christian extremists is that one group has a shitload more power. Like, satanic extremists are just fucking assholes that you have to deal with sometimes.
Right.
Fucking Christian extremists are, like, when you take into account how many atheists or like Satanists are in the country, I mean, there's a lot less Satanists than there are atheists. There's about half of the country is atheist. I mean,
Really?
it's probably lower than that. It's
Maybe
less than half, but it's more than you would think.
Yeah.
But when you look at Congress and the percentage of people who are Catholic or Christian or otherwise, or religious in any way, it's way more than it's in balance to what the country is.
Does the atheist side of that go also into like agnostic?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
That's
okay.
definitely included.
I feel like that comes
That's
from
included
like,
in like atheism, I guess, when they come to those like numbers. Do you think?
Depends on the poll, but sometimes yes.
Okay.
I feel like more narcissistic and like psychopathic people are drawn to religions and things like that because that's a place where they can manipulate people and really take power. And like so I feel like that's why so many congressmen or whatever are religious because
And
that's where all the
but you-
fucking sociopaths are too. Also,
Bunch of fucking Slytherins.
But you
Yeah.
see that even in like with like cults and shit too. Like they've done research on like cults and stuff where like they would have like the speaker or whatever have like his wife would go into the crowd and then like kind of just like listen to what was going on or whatever and then have like an earpiece or something and then would convey what was going on to like this specific person and they would know their names and shit like that. And so like
love you. Good night.
love you too, Cody.
Love you, buddy.
But they would convey, what was going on with this like specific person, and then the preacher or whatever for this cult would call them out and act like he had no idea about them at all, about like, oh, they have cancer or some shit like that, and then would be like, oh, your name just kind of came into my head, like, God gave it to me, like your name came to me from God, and
We got
I
people out
know
there
I know
listening.
that you got this thing and like all that, but really what it was is that they would have people that were out in the crowd that would listen to what was going on and be able to like pull people out and then give information and shit.
That's a classic move for
Yeah.
churches, cults, fucking mind reader. The fucking
Yeah.
famous national, like back in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, there's that famous mind reader on TV. That was his move. Or like even the fucking Southern Baptist giant church that I went to, they would have you fill out like, here's what's going on in my life, confessional cards if you wanted to. And then the dude has an earpiece in while he's reading the sermon, and then he'll call out like certain ones. He wouldn't do it by
Right.
name, but he'd be like, I know this person is suffering from this. God will heal you. Like that type of shit.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, that ups the fucking believability.
Gives you
It's
faith.
That's a classic snake fucking oil con artist
Mm-hmm.
move. The fact that like a lot of it relies on those tactics, and not all of it. Like you're talking about religious people that are cool, like individually, sure. What the Satanic Temple about though is like the larger picture of like that shit, where it's like manipulative.
Right.
People are scared and like are using that to change how other people live, and that's what I'm against and what Satanists are against.
Right. Yeah.
And watching the media be like, these people are castrating children, like Michael Knowles, who's on the Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro and all the other shitheads that are on that terrible fucking network. He was talking about how like
Susan.
he said he went to the fucking convention and that he heard them promoting the castration of children.
Bright side. It's been forever, buddy. What's up?
God, bright side. What up, bud?
So he was saying like there was a speech about castrating children there during like the Sins of the Flesh speech or whatever. The people who attended that speech were like, no, not at all. And then also he brought up the castrating children in like reference to trans people and like they're chopping their dicks off. And it's like, no, that's not at all what is happening. Gender affirming care is not chopping people's dicks off who don't want it. Like it's saving lives.
I mean, I even saw like a fucking
The cognitive dissonance and like what the lies about what's actually happening is what I thought was funny in a dark way as I was seeing all this happen.
I saw a TikTok today where it was like some like 7th grader or something that like made a whole rap about how, like literally a rap, and had like his classmates like do like a.
Where was you at in Ohio? He was in Ohio.
Oh, he was in. Oh yeah, he for the some festival or something like that. But
Y'all know what time it is? I gotta piss.
but they were like this little fucking 7th grader made a whole rap and like had his friends like do like a clap and like smack their knees and shit to like a beat. And then he was rapping about how like he was a girl and then felt like a boy, and he like went to his parents and told him that, like everything, like a 7th grader, like, and then he created a whole rap about it. Like, do you think that this little fucking kid is really like being manipulated in some way? You know,
Right.
like that. There's a part of me that's like, this kid actually feels this way, you know, and is happier being this way. So like, what is that doing to you? How is that affecting you in your life to where you're like, I fucking hate this and I don't think it's right, or like, drag shows are such a problem where they're, you know, manipulating kids and making them feel this certain way and all. But it's also like, why do you fucking care so much? Like, whether somebody else that's like not in your immediate family, I guess. And then if somebody is in your immediate family, then I feel bad for them because they have to deal with your fucking shitty ass, that like you're not even going to be supportive of them if they really come to you and they're like, hey, I feel this way. And you're just like, well, you shouldn't feel that way, so fuck you. I'm not going to talk to you anymore because you don't feel, or because you feel this way and I don't agree with it. But like, hey, it's cool that, you know, Christians are still molesting young boys and everything else. Like, that's totally fine. But like, hey, it would suck if, like, you know, some little kid feels some certain type of way and you're just going to completely shut that down, and then they spend the rest of their lives, like, hating their lives because they feel like they can't do that because you as a family member or as a parent, like, immediately shut them down and told them that they shouldn't feel that way. So they live the rest of their lives in resentment and hate who they are as a person. Like, what the fuck?
And then constantly the message from society is like, you're evil for feeling that way. You're wrong. What you want is gonna make you sadder. You're not gonna be accepted. You're gonna want to commit suicide if you do that to your body. You're mutilating yourself.
And then they hate themselves already because they're not doing it, and then they end up killing themselves anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, so.
And it's such a, when you run the numbers, like, why I'm calling it a moral panic, because it's in the fucking news all the time. All these fucking pundits who get paid millions of dollars are talking about it all the time. It's all over YouTube and fucking TikTok and Twitter and all that shit. The only reason I'm talking about it is because fucking a huge portion of people who I don't understand are, like, the stuff that we talk about is not this. The things that we all agree on is not this shit. Like, what's being talked about in the media and the news, and like, what's the moral panic is, you're talking about a tiny fraction of the fucking population to begin with. When you talk about drag or trans people or the LGBT community, it's all a much smaller portion of the community.
Now it is like in like Columbus, like for us, like it is kind of a more, I would say, more prominent.
When you talk
thing,
about
like,
LGBTQ,
you know,
for sure, but if you're talking about just trans or just drag, it's a tiny fraction of the population.
But okay.
And then you talk about the ones that are actually doing things that these people are so scared of and talking about and like making laws on.
Yeah,
that's even like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction.
Even like the drag shit, like they're not. The drag thing is just they like to dress a certain way. Like they
that's
like
not
to
the same thing as
going through like surgery and actually like being a trans person. Like that's not even this. Dressing in drag is completely different from trans, and they're like, oh, well, dressing in drag is not okay. Yeah. They just like to dress a certain way and wear makeup and what. Like,
I'm completely straight and I like dressing up in drag.
I mean, you wore fishnets one day, okay?
Because I like it.
Okay, yeah, you're banned. You are banned from this podcast, okay?
It makes me
I'm
feel
not
good.
okay with that. Not happening. Hell no.
Because it's not the direction you want the country to go.
Like, I don't
I like how they feel like it's the direction of the country. As soon everybody's gonna be aware. Everyone's gonna be the opposite. We're all gonna switch. Everybody, why not?
No, because this goes into
the agenda.
This
Soon people are gonna be fucking horses.
I promise you, this goes into like the racism in America also, where like the guy that I was talking to that I work with, and he's like been all around the world and has traveled and stuff, and he was talking about how like the first time that he went to Mexico, and he was talking to like, you know, one of his Latino friends. He was like, am I gonna be okay over there? And they were like, what the fuck do you mean? He was like, am I gonna like be all right as like an African American, and they were like, oh no, America is the only fucking like place that's like racist. Like,
Well, that's not true.
Not true, but also fair point.
Hilarious.
It's like when I went to Chicago.
well, like it's less of a thing. Like, like they care more about religion. Like it's
Yeah.
more about religion than it is with like the color of your skin. And
They'll find
then
a different reason to fuck you up.
yeah, but then he got on a plane, ended up sitting next to somebody, and like ended up talking about it, and that person was like, said the same exact thing. Was like, oh no, America is the only like is one of the like very few places that only cares about skin color. Like you're gonna go to Mexico as long as you're like a good person, like. Even if you don't have the same religion as them, like, as long as you're, like, a decent person, like, they don't fucking give a shit about the color of your skin. And then got to Mexico and, like, had something happen or whatever, and then, like, they ended up talking to somebody and was like, am I going to be okay, like, going here? And they were, because he ended up meeting some people, and they were like, oh, no, come to this party. And he was like, am I going to be okay? Because he was like, I'm an African-American. And they were like, what? And he was like, well, I'm, an African American. Am I gonna be okay? And they were like, yeah, you'll be fine. The fuck do you mean? Like, cause you're a different skin color? Like, is there supposed to be a problem? Like, no. Like, so what he was telling me basically was that 3 people within like a week of him going to Mexico told him that like America is kind of one of the few places where like we're the most racist. Like, yeah. Where you have to be afraid, but when you go to different countries and shit like that, as long as because it's the same thing with like let's say Ohio, like we have like our slums, we have the fucking like the hilltop and shit where there's a bunch of drugs, you've got like gang territory where like you just don't fucking go there if you're not necessarily a part of that. Yeah. We all have that. Same thing with Mexico, like you don't go into fucking cartel shit, but that's why you get a guide when you go to somewhere, that you don't live and don't know the area and know where and where not to go to. So you get a guide, and as long as you go to like the normal places, everybody's fucking nice. And he was even talking about like in Mexico, like when you walk around, like everybody will say hi to you or acknowledge you in some sort of way. When you walk by them, they'll be like, hey, how you doing? Yeah. Keep walking, whatever. But then like I noticed this too, like here, like you just fucking walk past people. You don't fucking say hello to people. You're not like super friendly, like for the most part, at least from what I know. Well, it's but then again, with me and you, when we go skating and shit like that, we're constantly like
people enjoy it.
Yeah, most of them. We fucking chirp at people and like say some shit and like have some fun. I'll be like, God damn, bro, you look cool as fuck, or like.
Oh, we're always handing out compliments and saying what's up.
Oh yeah, 100%. And we've had some great fucking conversations with people just randomly on the street, like. Yeah. But I feel like that's not as generic.
Well, it's
or common.
It's inbuilt into the culture of where you are, and every little section has its culture. And like the reason Columbus is like that is because like we're business focused in fucking town. Like people are like doing their shit, or like people are on their grind. That's kind of like the culture here, where everybody's on their fucking grind set. Yeah, that's why it's like that. And the flip side
isn't fun.
No. Columbus is weird when you get into like the business aspect of it and like the industrialization of the area. Like they care more about like commerce than actually like the city being nice.
That's insane.
Fucking anyway, the flip side of what you're talking about though, we're like, yeah, African American going down to Mexico, totally fine. Jeez. The opposite end of that power structure though, and like what Trey said, they'll find a different reason to.
Yeah.
So we'll move away from the trans thing and talk about abortion in the Supreme Court when that all fucking happened, when they overturned
Roe v. Wade.
Well, yeah, but it was a different bill that I forget the name of it that in turn turned over Roe v. Wade.
Wow. Precursor to it.
Yeah, I forget what the bill's name. Anyway, point being, a lot of people when that happened, they were like, "Well, I'll go down to Mexico and get an abortion." And then these places down there that are like, "Yeah, we offer abortions," and then it turns out it's ran by Catholics that are like, "Actually, how about we convert you to Catholicism and you don't get that abortion and you learn that God wanted you to have that baby."
That's so fucked.
So you travel to another country with the expectations that you're gonna get medical care that you need and want.
And it's a cult.
And then, yeah, they try to indoctrinate you instead.
I'm sorry, but it fucks me up so much. Like, a 14-year-old that gets raped and then obviously does not want this fucking kid, but yet a Christian is still like, no, God wanted you to have this kid. This is a blessing. How the fuck is that a fucking blessing? So it's that type of shit. I'm gonna get real here. Like, how the fuck is that a blessing? Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my face. No, there's no fucking way that that's a blessing to somebody. Every single time you would see that kid, and you're 14, how the fuck are you supposed to live the rest of your life? What are you supposed to do with your life? You can't even have a fucking job yet. Like, are you... I mean, I guess you can. Some places hire kids at 14 as like a bagger or some shit. Sure, okay, fine. Fuck you.
Hold on.
Fuck that.
Very recently in the media, there was a story that came out about McDonald's having like 10-year-olds working, like fryers and shit. Like,
Oh shit.
it's a big thing that just came out recently. But that's besides the point.
Hey, you got raped, and then now don't have a fucking childhood at all because now you have a child to take care of.
And there's people who have like gone through that, and they're like, yeah, I love my kid, and then the kid grows up to be a good working part of society. But that's like rare. That's not usually what fucking happens. That's if we want like a good working society with all sorts of different types of varying ideas and people, then you don't let that happen to somebody. You give them the medical care they need.
But let's be real here. You can't. Like, the world is a fucking shitty place, and there's a lot of shitty things that happen. But now you're literally being like, you don't have a choice now. You have to do this. Like, you have to have this kid.
Yeah.
If you are somebody that like doesn't want to have this kid, they don't give a shit.
Imagine
they don't care.
your mom takes you down to Mexico. Your mom's with you. Like, this needs to happen. You can't have this child. Or the medical extreme where it's like, this will kill this child if they give birth, and they go down because like they lived in a state where they made that illegal.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get there, and it turns out it's like a Catholic priest who's being kind of a dick about his views and is like trying to gaslight you into being like, actually, no, you want this kid.
I would end up killing myself.
There's stories of people.
I'm not a woman, and I don't have any of that. Like, I'm like, this is the whole like with the trans thing or the they them thing. Like, I'm a he him. That's exactly what I am. I don't have any of, I have some feminine qualities, but my first thought, if I was forced into something like that, like, I would just fucking kill myself. Like, that's where...
I don't remember who it was. I want to say Louis Theroux, but I feel it's wrong. But there's a series on YouTube you can watch where it's exactly what I'm explaining, and it's like they go undercover and like go into these places that advertise themselves as abortion clinics, and it turns out they're actually conversion places. And he like corners a guy on it, and he just like threatens him with the cartel, and like tells him he needs to get the fuck out, and like becomes very not priest like. Once he realizes that they're recording and that like they're doing an inside job type of thing, he's like, no, get the fuck out. Like, they know that they're running a very shitty thing.
Yeah.
But they think they're doing it for the greater good.
Right.
No, but if I'm some little fucking girl, like I said, that like got raped and then tried to go down, and then somebody tried to do that, I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, no, yeah, sure, I'll do it, and then would probably end up,
There's the whole spectrum of stories out of that, where like there's
Right.
the people who ended up like getting converted, and then they get interviewed after by the guy who's doing the series on you. I wish I could remember the name of it. It'd be great if I could. I'll find it later and fucking put it in. I'll link it. But there's the people who are like, I had the kid and I'm so happy and my life couldn't be better and I believe in God now, and you're watching it like, holy shit, I can't believe that worked. And then there's the people who absolutely did commit suicide, and then there's the people who are like, no, I figured out a way to get the fuck out of there, and I went and got the abortion that I needed. It's crazy that
I'm just
they
talking
were
about
even
my personal perspective too.
Yeah, for
also,
sure, though.
just for people listening, like, I'm just talking about my personal perspective and like how I feel what I would feel like in that type of situation, even though like I can't have a kid. I don't know what that would feel like at all. But just like from my personal experience and from what I've heard from a lot of people, like my personal perspective, that's how I would feel. I would just be like, well, I'm not going to have this kid. And then like basically like I can't not think that I wouldn't think about the same exact thing happening to me every single time I looked at that kid too.
Yeah.
Like if it was in that type of situation, like I can't. I don't know. I feel like I would. And I don't know. Maybe
I mean, yeah,
maybe it would be
everybody's
different.
Everybody's different, and different life experiences give you different views on different things. So, like, you might come out of it feeling a different way, or you might even have a religious experience from it and believe some crazy shit. Like, people are different. To put a bow tie on my point, though, I do think that, like, it's very funny to me that in the media they're like, spooky Satan, ooh.
We're still doing this.
Yeah.
Like, this shit feels outdated as fuck.
When the people who are actually, like, quote-unquote Satanists are like, we just want people to not have their rights violated. And then currently, like, all the people are like, yeah, we're Christians. We believe everybody should be treated as equal in the way we want to be treated. Are doing the shit that's, like, we're forcing you to... Our tradition is the right way. You're
like
gonna
I
do this.
Said, like, authority and control over other human beings to me is some of the most evil shit, but, like... It just happens all the time. It's always people trying to do the right thing for the greater good. Like, it's so crazy how they get that so twisted.
Well,
It's
I
so
also
crazy
like
how they
disagree
get
with
so
the people who like
connected from their own humanity. It's so weird.
Yeah.
I disagree with a little bit that like we kind of went down that road too, like that we went straight into Satanism. Like, you took the Christianity side of, like, they believe in this all higher being of God and everything, and then we have Satan, who's, like, sin. And so people were like, oh, how do we combat, you know, Christianity and believing in this God? Oh, we believe in Satan.
Right.
And that just automatically is gonna rile up them,
Right.
you know, and that causes problems. Like, I feel like if they would have done it in something that was not that,
right,
not Satanism, I guess,
right,
I would
to
argue,
where it was the exact opposite.
I would argue that's kind of the point, though.
I mean, I get that it's the point,
but like,
I
just
love,
to rile people up doesn't help.
That's what I'm saying. Because it does completely combat like exactly the complete opposite ideology of what like a Christian would believe in.
That's the thing, though, is it's when you get into it, it's not the exact opposite of what a Christian believes
When
in.
you get into it, but these people don't fucking get into it
They
because
hear
they
Satan
hear
and they cry.
Exactly, because in their religion, then that's the worst fucking thing that you could ever believe in.
Don't you think though that like saying you would fuck a giant spider to get over your fears of spiders is like? Don't you think that triggering them that way is like the best way to introduce them to the better way to see things?
I mean,
like...
no, because most people are like, I feel like the majority of like Christians that have that ideology are not gonna listen to that.
How do you get them to listen though?
You don't. Sadly, that's the part of it.
So that's what they've resorted to, though, is using symbology to be like, well, I don't actually believe in Satan. I use the symbol to make a point.
I see what you're saying.
And yeah, obviously it causes bad discourse, but it also causes like good discourse a lot of the time. It's just that, again, bow tie, what we get presented as what happened. Like, even when I'm telling the story about like the car gang at Sheetz, and I haven't personally seen much of it. I saw them pull up and then the doors got locked. Saturdays, apparently shit pops off and there's people jumping on cars. That's just what I've been told, though. And that's what we get told about what's going on is just what we get told. And then everybody has their opinions and their fucking thing that they yell about online and do a podcast about later. Like, I don't think that all the yelling and the anger and like the using the symbol of Satan to combat Christians is as bad as it gets made out to be. That's just what we get fed. I think people are a lot more reasonable when you talk to them one-on-one. Even people who are like fucking KK members are like, you can go talk to them one-on-one, be a black person, talk to a KKK guy, and he's like, oh, actually, you're kind of one of the good ones. And you're like, God damn, why did you say that? Like,
well, maybe also, if you talk to more fucking black people, you would realize that we're the majority, you fucking idiot.
But also, they're kind of a rational person. They don't... Like, one-on-one, people aren't the entire scope of the belief system that the group
But
is.
social media makes it seem that way, especially nowadays, where, like, because that's how they get... I'm
not trying to say Nazis aren't Nazis. I'm just trying to say, like, there's a...
Okay, now, hold on. You can't fucking throw Nazis in there, because that's That's a whole ideology.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. Is like when you get down to like the individual person, maybe you can have a conversation with them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say that like any label that you throw on somebody is you're talking about a collective. You're not talking about a single person. And when there's news stories like Satan Convention, it's all these types of people. They're fucking sacrificing babies. That's just what we get told. That's what people believe. And if you're Catholic or Christian and you hear that on the news, you're like, oh my God, they are.
But you never talked to somebody that actually went to that.
Yeah.
You know, went to that convention.
Which is why I wanted to talk about it.
And then was like, oh yeah, no, that wasn't true. Like, here's what we did. Here's what we talked about. Here's what I believe in. Like, here's, you know, and that's where, like, I'm glad that I can at least have that. Like, that we are those types of people that will be like, no, I want to talk to somebody that, you know, actually is a part of that. And you don't mind having those conversations where, like, you can maybe necessarily agree to disagree. Like, with the one dude where I'm like, I don't believe in God at all. And he's like, well, I fully believe in God. Okay, well, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, like, what makes you feel that way? And he's like, well, God's all fucking around you. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. But, like, do you think there's aliens? He's like, nah. And I'm like, you're telling me in the fucking vast, ever-expanding universe that we know about that there's no other life forms out there on any other planets? And he's like, no.
Not at all.
Nope, it's just us. And I'm like, you got me fucked up there, son. But I can agree to disagree on that. And that's fine. Because guess what? If I needed something, or when we were working together, like, he would always be there. He was a hard worker. You know, if I needed something in my own personal life, let's say I needed like $10 to get some food or something, he would go and pay for my food. Like, he would do that. He would take care of me, and I would do the same for him. Like,
yeah,
even though we disagree on that type of shit, for sure. Do I think that, like,
there's different ways to believe in things.
There's that part of me, like, with the whole alien thing and believing that we're the only life forms out there and, like, only God put us here. Like, that just, there's a certain part of me that I'm like, God damn it, dude. Like, how do you not see the bigger picture? You are only focusing on this tiny, 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 tiny little speck of the fucking universe and acting like we are the fucking entire universe. That we're the center of the entire fucking universe. There could be an asteroid that could come and hit Earth tomorrow and completely destroy. It would blow the whole fucking Earth to pieces. And guess what? No other life form that's out there in the universe would ever even fucking know that we existed.
Although maybe someday.
There would be no history of us.
Maybe someday.
I mean, maybe someday, but right now, if we're talking about right now, there would be no fucking history of us unless the moon survived in some sort of way, and then they'd be like, oh, well, there's this some sort of thing.
There's a chance that one of our satellites would run into another planet that had life on it.
Did you know the flag on the moon has been radiated and it's white now?
Really? No, I didn't know that.
Oh.
I didn't know that. No, I didn't. Yeah. Do we have photos of it?
I don't think so.
I don't know if we've been back to that part of the moon.
No, the moon landing was fake.
We never went in the first place.
What the fuck? That shit was fake.
I mean, but there's shit still up there from the moon landing. And
well, that was like even the Big Bang Theory. They did an episode on how, like, we had put like metal plates up there, and so they shot a laser up at the moon at a specific time and date. And then it hits these like metal plates, and then it bounces back.
And you can measure
as I'm in the midst of a.
You can measure how long it takes for the laser to come back. And you can tell that that's the distance the moon is.
But we put that there. That's how you know that man has been on the moon. That you can do a
no, that was planted
experiment. Like, oh, by who?
The lasers have software inside of them that lie to you.
The Russians.
The Russians.
The Chinese.
But yeah, I guess these two are pictures.
It's white now.
It's just white.
I mean, that's what happens when you put it up there with no atmosphere. There's no atmosphere on the moon, so it's just the sun's ray. Like, what happens when you sun bleaches something?
Oh, yeah.
It loses its American freedom over time.
I mean, fair enough. I think we lost our American freedom over a period of time. But, you know, whatever.
Damn
Is
right,
that
brother.
symbolism
Damn.
right there or what? I don't know, man. God
Holy
damn.
shit.
Yeah, I hate social media nowadays, and that's why I
don't hate it.
I know, and I'm gonna get into this.
We hate that side of it.
This is why I love you, because you look at every other side, and so like I can bring something up, and then you're like, well, here's this side, and then also here's this side, and this is why This is why you think what you think about it is wrong, and this is why what you think about it is right. Like you will be up my ass about shit when I'm like, oh, I heard something. This is how I think about it, and you're like, well, this is why.
It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have no problem, and I love that about you. Like because I just don't want to be in that. Like
Lighter topic, same fucking thing though. I'm gonna keep harping on moral panics and people freaking about wrong beliefs that they're convicted in forever. I ran into somebody who online is like milk religious.
Milk
Huh?
religious.
You guys like milk?
huh?
Yeah, sure.
Milk's fine, right?
Milk's fine.
Yeah.
Just put in my cereal.
How often do you drink milk?
Do you drink milk by itself?
Occasionally, if there's nothing else, but that's rare. That's a rarity.
I couldn't
Yeah.
tell you the last time I drank milk by itself.
It's good.
This is
I'm good.
This is one of those
Okay.
people that like believes that soy is bad for you and will give you tits and turn you into a bitch. One of the people who are like, "You're a soy boy." It's one of those.
That's a real thing. Like, I mean, I knew that was a real thing. I didn't know it came from actual, like, oh, you drink soy, you little bitch?
You little bitch. Milk is superior. You need to drink nothing but that cow
Why don't you
milk.
just push your penis in? bro?
America! Almond milk? Nah. Soy milk? Nah. Peanut milk? Nah.
Oat milk?
It's nothing but that cow milk. That's all we drink around here, brother.
Okay.
Please don't make that a you're fucking.
I will.
That was too good. I hate that I did that so much.
You got that brother spot on.
I didn't know I could do it.
So, yeah, it's a real thing. I'm gonna do my both sides thing real quick that you were just talking about.
Which I love about you.
I'm gonna get through this as quick as possible. So the whole soy gives you tits and turns you into a lib thing comes from there was studies done on
Turns you into a lib.
No, because lavender also does the same thing, right?
Lavender?
Yeah, it does.
All right, so here's the thing: beans, legumes, they have a thing in them
Legumes.
called isoflavins.
Isoflavins?
Isoflavins.
I'm not gonna remember any of this. I'm so happy.
Yeah. So isoflavins are like they're a thing that plants produce that are like phyto something. when it's a plant, it's phyto.
Okay.
That's all I remember. PHYTO. They affect hormone production and also like slowing down hormone production. So like you can either get more or less from them. It affects plants a lot more than it does humans. So they did studies on like soy. Like, all right, it has isoflavins in it. What does it do to humans? And they were like, well, it affects hormones. And then that got out into the media, and they were like, men will become women if they have these hormone-inducing beans.
That's all it took?
That's all it took.
This is literally what somebody at my job said about lavender. Is that like, if you
Lavender also has isoflavins in it because it's a plant.
So it heightens your estrogen.
Yeah,
and so like you'll get bigger titties.
Oh, man.
Because of lavender.
So in a very similar way that you would have to smoke more weed than you could ever smoke to die from it, you would have to eat more soy than you could ever possibly eat.
You'd have to eat more soy than there is.
To have it turn your dick into a vagina. Like, men getting tits from soy and becoming soft
Soy boy?
is not a fucking thing. The reason people think it is, though, is
I
because
highly disagree. It's a thing.
well, the reason people think it is, though, is because people who eat soy and are vegetarian tend to be left politically and maybe aren't the hardest America type people out there. They're people who aren't necessarily patriot first. They're people first.
No,
and
they're just little bitches.
soft.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
just little
exactly,
bitches.
exactly.
That's what they is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
no.
the-
Drink milk from a cow like a fucking real American. What the fuck are you doing?
I ran into somebody who was like, I don't know why someone would stop drinking milk. It's really stupid, in my opinion. Raw milk is good. Boiled first, of course.
Wait, what?
Straight from the cow milk. Raw milk.
Oh.
Like, you drink it from the udder.
Oh, and then
Like,
you, wait, and then
bucket
you
to mouth.
Then you had to boil it?
Well, so that, yeah, boil it. Okay, so...
I didn't know that.
Again, with the all the sides.
Again, I don't know fucking shit.
So milk that you buy here is pasteurized, which means it goes through like an intense heat process that gets rid of all the bacteria and viruses and shit that comes from a cow's fucking teat and
Why?
its stomach. Well, so you don't get sick. So they were like,
oh, wait, hold on. Wait, so I don't get sick. So, like, we shouldn't actually be drinking that milk in the first place, or?
well, no, it's pasteurized, so it's safe.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, so now it's safe after, but, like, I couldn't just drink it right out the tea.
Right out the tea, baby.
Well, so this person is saying that you should because it's good for you. This is a milk purist. This is somebody that's like, milk is the best thing in the world, and you should drink it straight from that fucking cow.
Oh.
Like, just...
What are the odds of that the best thing in the world for humans would be from cows?
Do you think that guy's gay, though? Because you
Right.
have to kind of, like, stroke the teat to get the milk out, and then he's like, I just want
Do
it
you?
straight from the...
I
So,
don't know.
so you're doing this motion.
He
You think
he
that
just likes
guy's a little gay?
He likes the warmth and the squirt.
That seems a little gay to me, bro. I'm just gonna say that seems a little gay. Would you
Yeah.
do that, Trey?
Frothy.
Would I do that?
Yeah.
Would I run up,
To a cow and
wrap
just
my
like...
lips around another?
Yeah.
No. Nah,
Well, you know, I
I'm
think
good.
that speaks volumes, you know? You know what I'm saying? That dude's a little gay.
I think that says a lot about someone's character.
I wouldn't do that either.
I feel
like,
insecure that I
I'm
would.
half gay, dude. And I wouldn't do that either.
Honestly, respect to this fucking milk cultist.
The milkman.
Oh, God.
Milkman. All right, so I got into a little bit of an argument with this person.
An argument with the milkman.
I got into an argument with the milkman. Cause you know me, I start like spitting facts and stats at you,
Yeah.
and he's like, "No, but milk is good for you."
He's like, I swear to God, dude, milk.
So I was like, okay. About like half the population is lactose intolerant, and then when you talk about like African American or Native American people, it's like 80% of them are lactose. Why would
Damn.
that be? Because they didn't have cows and they didn't drink milk historically.
They didn't have cows at all.
No, and they didn't drink animal milk historically, so they don't.
Why would they? It's
They don't
fucking
have
weird.
the genes to process lactase, which is what would process lactose and convert it into something your body can use, and instead it just makes them sick. Lactose is a complex sugar, so when you're drinking milk, you're drinking a bunch of sugar, but also protein and calcium and other shit. So yeah, you get that from it. Most adults don't need fucking milk. It's like
Yeah.
for kids,
Yeah.
and it's because it's a cheap and easy source of protein and calcium, or at least it used to be, like vitamin D as well too. Back when like America was going through World War One, the Civil War, and World War Two, milk was like a giant thing for us because
There
that's
weren't
where
enough
you got.
titties to go around.
Well, and that's why there's a milk and dairy lobby these days, and that's why it's one of the most powerful lobbies, and that's why there's people who are like convinced that
Okay,
milk is their fucking religion.
Okay, but was this also like a thing where they like the carrots, where they said that carrots would increase or like
they
made your
made up the
eyesight?
lie about carrots.
Yeah,
and it
that
just,
made your eyesight
It
better.
is very much like that. You remember
Yeah.
Got Milk?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was paid for by the
Got
dairy
Milk.
lobby.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, but it's people who want
they
to sell
nailed
milk.
that one.
They did. They did. And part of that is also subsidized by the government. So they're getting free money to make milk and then also advertising milk and like convincing people that it's good for them. This person is like the most convinced. I found like my first milk pilled person. Like you can be types of pilled online. This is a very specific.
Do you take the red pill, the blue pill? Or the milk bill.
So soy milk doesn't give men tits, sadly. It'd be cool if it did.
I mean, I wouldn't mind to have a rocking set of tits, you know? I'd play
Right.
with it all the time, dude.
I'd
Are
love
you
me some
fucking
rockin'
kidding me?
tits. It's a
Yeah.
weirdly pervasive myth that people keep
Do
repeating.
you guys think that
because
babies...
of the isoflavin thing?
How do you guys think if babies were born with rocking tits?
Stop it.
That's a callback to a later episode, so if y'all know about that, you're welcome.
My point being though is that all there's again bow tie. There's all these fucking, there's these weird fucking bubbles again of like people who
Bubbles?
believe very specifically in these very weird things that are trying to push that on other people, and I just run into them. Like I ran into a milk pilled person online.
Milk pill.
Like
I think that's hilarious.
it's so you know me and how I need to know why, and I'm trying to figure out like all the different sides of where the
You want to know why? Then you also want to educate.
it's very fucking frustrating for me though that it goes all the way down to milk. Like
Yeah, no, it's like everyone is like characters in a show now, and people just pick their thing. Like he's like, I'm gonna be the milk guy.
Suddenly
I really
I'm-
like milk.
Suddenly I'm googling like shit I never thought I would because there's some random person online that's like I am the milk guy. Like
Wait,
I'm
are
telling
you
you,
on the
bro,
Truman
milk.
Show?
it feels that way
I,
sometimes.
I'm starting to believe that you are, and I have no idea about it either. Like I am a character on that show also that doesn't have any idea about it.
He
But the
watches
Truman
a
Show-
video where someone gets like knocked out, and he hears like he needs some milk, and he's like, no, they're right. He like he really needs some milk.
I was joking earlier. I was like, I bet you smell a little bit like milk.
Oh man.
If you're this into it, how much are you drinking?
You're done.
You smell a little bit like milk, and you're always a little bit sweaty.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Bro sweats milk.
Yeah. dude.
This is why I don't want to be an extremist on any side of anything.
Right. If you're
Like,
extreme about anything, you're probably wrong.
yeah.
Like-
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, because you're cutting yourself off to different perspectives, and
Yeah.
like you're like, no, this is wholeheartedly exactly what you need to do. It's not the case.
I should have asked him
Like-
how he likes his cheese.
Oh.
I didn't think to ask that, but now that I'm thinking about it,
Ooh.
what kind of
and-
what cheeses are you into, buddy?
And like that's a
Don't
I feel
cheese
like that's
and
a
butter
seriously-
come from milk? Both of those things?
Yeah, all dairy products. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like how what are the different process? How do you get cheese or milk? You know what's crazy? Butter has been around for like 9,000 years.
well,
is fucking nuts.
Butter, if you think about like the Amish, is like putting milk in like one of those things, and then you like jack off the
Churn.
fucking. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Pee again.
You,
Sorry.
You churn
you
it.
beat the
you
shit out of the milk, and it's like, all right, I'm butter.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
think about it like eggs, like
Yeah.
like when they want like the egg whites or whatever,
Yeah.
and so like you separate the egg, like or
Yeah.
you separate the yolk
Yeah.
from the egg white, and then you take like something to like whisk it with, and then after a while it becomes like the egg whites, like
Yeah.
kind of the same thing with milk, where like if you just sit there and jack off, and
That's
churn,
insane. They don't put anything in there.
That's all it is. That's how you get. That's how you can get butter. Is you sitting there fucking.
Huh.
Because it aerates it too. So there's air that's getting into there,
Right.
and I'm sure that there's some process that I don't necessarily
Something's
can't
happening.
explain to you because I'm dumb. But yeah, that's it. That's how you make butter, man.
All right. What, you made butter before?
No, I just kind of know about it, I guess. A little bit. I can't tell you the exact science behind it. Like, oh, this chemical changes to this. And, I don't know that.
Butter's amazing.
But that's basically what they do. Like the Amish, when they make butter, dude, they put it in that churner. And it's basically like a wooden cylinder that has a kind of like a circular...
Hole.
I'm
hole.
actually really into this because I'm like really into like medieval cooking for some reason.
But I'm
really
pretty sure-
weird, ultra specific interest I have.
The,
I have
when
a
the-
channel
hold
I'm
on.
gonna send you in the podcast grew.
John
later.
Townsend.
Hey, when
Oh, dude, yes.
Dude.
That's
awesome.
The Townsend channel is awesome.
with the churning thing, it has holes in the.
Yeah, so you're aerating it, basically.
Okay, so I was right.
Yeah.
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 You weren't here. I couldn't. I was
He
saying
was
that
explaining
it's
butter.
it's aerating it as you're churning it.
Yeah, it's a whipping process.
Yeah, basically a whipping. I'd be great at making butter, that's for sure. Oh, buddy, I bet
Honestly,
you would be.
Yeah,
I know Brett side would be fucking amazing at that.
I could make some butter.
He could definitely churn something for me.
Make some butter. Butter's fire. Oh, but I brought up that guy or not that guy specifically, but medieval cooking for a reason because like I watched him make some scrambled eggs one time, and it's like half eggs, half butter, but it looked like the most fucking amazing shit.
Those
in
eggs
the
came
world.
out fire, yeah.
Looks amazing.
My Aunt Susie makes fucking eggs like that. Like it's like she
Really?
puts heavy whipping cream in it
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
butter, and it's less eggs than it is like fat and cream.
Right.
But it's fucking amazing.
That sounds incredible.
The best scrambled egg you could ever eat.
You just quit the podcast, brother?
What, me?
Yeah.
No, I was just sending a text real quick. Because I got to pee myself.
Pee yourself.
I really want to right now,
Tried.
It's hard to do.
but I don't.
It's only when you don't want to is when it happens.
Mm-hmm.
When you really gotta.
I feel like I could right now if I wanted to.
One time, me and my friend was at my grandma's house, and she lived in these apartments, and it had a pool, and we're out there swimming, and he's like, I gotta pee really bad, and I'm like, alright, let's go up to my grandma's house. We get halfway there, and he's like, I'm peeing now, and I'm like, he's like about to pee by the dumpster, and for some reason, I freaked out and was like, no, we're almost there, literally just hold it, and he starts peeing, and I pushed him, and he just pees all over himself. And we wait on my dad to get back, and he's like, don't tell your dad, or we're not friends anymore.
Oh my god.
It's a way bigger thing than it needs to be. And I'm like, all right, God. And my dad, he gets home, and then he tells my dad immediately. He just tells him himself. He's just like, I wanted to be the one to tell him. And my dad goes, just jump in the fucking pool. So, side story there.
That's awesome that he was so worried about the group dynamics and the repercussions and the like how it's gonna affect his clout and standing. Don't tell your dad. And he's immediately just like confesses.
It was like super. I was like, damn, you're like Machiavellian, dude. You're thinking deep about this.
Yeah. It's funny how kids do that.
Yeah.
I peed myself once on a Christian missionary trip because we were riding in a white van down to Mississippi. Sketch already, 2 adult men and then like a back full of kids.
Jeez.
They just wouldn't fucking pull over, and I was like, I have to pee. Like he's like, next stop, it's 60 miles away.
60
I
miles.
was like, yeah, he's the next rest area or whatever. And it was like halfway in between the last one and the next one. And at the last one, I was like, I think I'm good. And then the next one, I was like, halfway there, I'm not good. I need you to pull over at the next exit at a fucking gas station and let me go. And they just wouldn't. So, like, we kept passing exits, and I'm like, it's building up, y'all. Like, it's gonna happen.
Dude.
And then it got to the point where, like, yeah, eventually your bladder's so full and your body just gives out and lets that muscle relax. And it's like, let it out, brother. And I peed all over the back of this dude's van in my pants. And we're on a mission trip, like, going down to Mississippi from Ohio. So I've got all my shit packed in the back.
Oh, my God.
So we're just pulled over on the side of the fucking freeway. My pants are, like, I think I was wearing black jeans, actually. They were a darker black. They're fucking soaked. And then his seat. So it was so much piss. It was the most piss I've ever had inside of me.
Wait, Brightside, do you have a piss king?
The most piss. Soaked the fucking side of the back that I'm sitting on. This kid Joey next to me is like, I'm not sitting there anymore.
Of course,
I'm
reasonable.
super
Why not, you
embarrassed.
little bitch?
Right.
But obviously, it's like, I told you guys, like, we passed fucking 4 gas stations. You didn't pull over. I told you I had to piss. And they're like, we don't want to make any more stops. We're going to get there to fucking make more Christians on time.
Now you got him.
Make more Christians
Yeah.
on time for Jesus. Okay?
Because one day you'll totally get it done. Like, one day everyone will be a Christian.
Exactly. That's what a mission trip is. That's literally the definition of what that is. I'm pretty sure the ladies whose house we got down there and we like fixed up, we redid her roof and painted her walls and fixed her doors and shit, because there was like a storm that had happened recently. So we went down and like repaired houses and then also evangelized to people. I'm pretty sure the lady that we were there fixing her house was like into voodoo though, so like we didn't turn her into a Christian while we were there.
She was just like, thanks for the house.
My
but-
fucking white 14-year-old ass did nothing for that fucking voodoo lady in Mississippi. But we fixed her house, which was cool. That was the cool side of it. But pissed my pants. We're on the side of the fucking highway. My shit's in the back. So this fucking
Wait, you shit in the back?
my shit's in the back.
Oh, like your stuff is in the back.
Yeah, my change of clothes.
So
the
your
stuff I
piss
packed for
wasn't.
we were
like, you
there for a
didn't-
week.
Like you didn't shit in the back and then you
No,
pissed in your pants.
No, I pissed myself in the back seat
Okay.
next to a
I
bunch
wasn't
of
here
other
for this
kids.
conversation, and then you said my shit was in the back.
Yeah,
so
so
I thought that you would shit yourself.
They
in
make
the back,
me on the side
then
of
you
the
pit-
fucking highway.
Okay.
Go to the back, open the doors, get out my dig through all the other kids' fucking luggage. Of course, mine's like kind of in the back, so I have to get through everybody else's shit first. While I'm just in fucking wet jeans, warm, wet, pissed jeans, and I'm digging through all these fucking kids' shit. I'm embarrassed as hell. I'm on the side of the freeway. People are going by, and I'm like, what are they thinking? White van, bunch of Christians. And then I finally get my fucking bag, get my jeans out, and I strip down on the side of the fucking freeway. I climb into the back of the van when I'm like fully naked, obviously, but I'm still just van doors open on the back with a bunch of fucking Christian kids. And then I put on my new pants, wrap the other ones up in like a Kroger bag, throw those in my bag, pack everybody else's shit back in, get back in, and then I have to ride the next 6 hours. Like, we're halfway. The next 6 hours next to these kids, like, this kid just pissed himself. We're a bunch of 14-year-olds. Like, they're making fun of me the entire time. Also, this trip is the first time I ever Frenched a girl who was from Florida on another mission trip. So, like, we all
Nice.
met at this place in Mississippi, another
After
church.
you pissed yourself, you pulled that off.
She didn't know about that.
Yeah, right.
Twist to the story, though. This is where it gets sad.
Oh my fucking god! What is this?
Joey
story?
and his friends who were next to me told the girl about it, and then she stopped talking to me. There was like this little there was this stand where you would put notes to like your friends from.
Assholes.
You would put notes from your
Oh
friends
fuck, dude! Oh fuck!
to your friends
First
from like.
of all, those people are assholes.
No, for real.
Why
Fuck
the
Joey. Fuck you, Joey.
Why the fuck would you tell her about that? I was getting some shit. You
What?
motherfucker.
Okay, so what had happened was
Why would you?
there was
What a cock block!
there was a message board where like you would leave notes for the people from the other churches.
And
who
they were
on
like,
the
"Hey,
same-
Wes pissed himself."
No. Hold on. Let me finish. On the message board where you like put notes for the people that you met from other churches and communicate with them, because you weren't allowed to sleep in like the classes. We were sleeping on like a school floor in the school in Mississippi in like classrooms, sleeping bags in classrooms.
This mission trip is blowing my mind right now.
It was
Right.
wild. So I met this girl. She's from Florida. She was fucking hot, and she was also fucking kinky as hell. She
Sounds
Frenched
like a
me.
hell of an experience, though.
It was amazing.
Right.
God is awesome. No. No.
That is good.
God is good. No, so I Frenched this girl like almost immediately after meeting her, and then I'm like leaving her
Nice.
notes and shit. So like the first 3 days we're there,
That's awesome.
everything's going great, and we would meet in like the gym after, where all the churches got together, and like at the end of the day we could all talk to each other and mingle. So I was leaving messages for this girl like every day, and she would read them and she'd leave me a note back. 3 days in, I Frenched this girl first day.
Nice.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing. First time I ever Frenched anybody.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So 4th day, no note back. And I'm like, what happened? We all meet in the gym at the end of the day, and Joey and his fucking buddy Brian, or whatever the fuck the guy's name was, I don't remember, are talking to the girl like over in the side of the gymnasium with all the other fucking people that are in their little clique. And I'm like with my weird group of dudes, like the dude with the black bandana that's like tied on his head. He's got the fucking baggy jeans all ripped up. Like,
Fuck yeah.
his name was Cole. Cole was the fucking shit. Anyway, so I'm like with my clique, they're over there, and I'm like, oh, it's weird that she's not coming over and talking to me, and then we're not gonna go like sneak over to the football field and make out. Fifth day, nothing. Sixth day, nothing. Seventh day, nothing. And then
How
finally,
long is this mission trip? Holy shit.
full week, 7 days.
Oh, wow.
I had to like raise money for it. I went around like my neighborhood back at the time, Park Place in Pickerington, and like knocked on doors to like raise money to go on this like go make more Christians trip.
That was when you lived in Park Place.
Yeah. That was like when I first moved there, pretty much almost.
East or west?
The good side of Tusing. The not Reynoldsburg side of Tusing.
Wait, what?
I don't remember if it was east or west. I don't know.
Well, because you got like Hines Road.
Yeah.
So
Hines and Tusing intersect. Park Place is right on that corner of Hines and Tusing, basically.
no, because I lived in Park Place also.
The apartment side or like the subdivision side?
You know where Havencroft is?
Yeah, so that was closer to the side where like it ran into Hines and Tusing.
No, it's not.
I
No, that's closer to where it runs into Hines and Refugee.
Oh, okay. No, you're right. Hines and Refugee are right there, but Tusing is on the opposite side. So I was Grand Haven. Grand Haven Road was where I was on.
So you were
3084 Grand Haven Road.
Hold on. Because I want to know exactly where this was. Because I lived on Havencroft.
Maybe it was 3065. I don't remember.
I lived on
He wasn't even home for this story.
No, but I want
supposed to be here today.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
It does for me because I want to know exactly how close I lived, like, to you.
I want to get to the end of this fucking mission
What
trip
was it
story,
again?
though. 3084, I think. Grand Haven. I could be wrong on the numbers. It's been fucking forever since I was a teen. Half my life ago. Anyway, so 7th day, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So we're sleeping in the classroom. I guess it would be the 6th day at night, leading into the 7th day. Joey is next to me in his sleeping bag. There's like cockroaches on the floor and shit, like all night.
Jesus.
We're like killing cockroaches. I've had like the best 3 days of my life and then the worst 4 days of my life after that because this girl just suddenly ghosts me. Joey rolls over to me and is like, we told her the story. Like while we're going to sleep on this fucking classroom floor. He's next to me in a sleeping bag and he's like, it's fucking lame. That was your first French kiss. You're old enough that you should have had more. We're 14. And he was like, yeah, I told her the whole fucking story, and I'm dating her now. This fucking Christian kid that rode in the van with me, and then I had to ride back with him, is like, yeah, I stole your chick, bro. And then also told her that you pissed your pants.
Okay. I hate to say this, but you should have beat the fuck out of that dude right then.
You know me, though.
I know you. I know. But that would have definitely.
It's like we're going to sleep, and he rolls over and goes, ha.
And I would have beat the fuck out of you right then and there. Like, that was, especially at 14, bro. I was like, that is at the height of my, like,
that
fighting.
was the height of my aggression, too.
Yeah.
I was such a little fucking bitch back then.
That would have been like, oh, really? So you want to die? Like, what?
That's exactly how. I would have been like, nah, bro, let's walk outside. Like, okay, so you.
I was a scared little boy.
So you lived here.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, I lived right here.
Oh, okay.
Like, my house was here.
So you're yeah.
Literally on the other side of Hines.
Yeah, okay. Closer to, like, the actual school, too. So.
Anyways, I started
So that was, like, 2012, I think? 2010.
Yeah. Earlier than that.
For you?
Yeah, so 2011 is when I graduated high school, so I would have been in junior high. So this is probably, like, 2006 or 7.
2006 or 7?
Yeah.
Damn, where was I at in the world?
We just, like, fucking
I
missed
was in, like,
each other.
Middletown.
Well, I was in Park Place until 2011.
I think 2010 is when we moved there. So you were probably still living there when
Overlapped by a year.
by a year, dude.
Yeah.
And then we still found each other.
Mm-hmm.
Still found each other. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm so
fuck
happy.
Joey, though.
Hey, I'll still beat your ass though. Just for my buddy
Also,
West.
that kid-
I'll still be if I ever find you, bro. I'm gonna still beat your ass.
I'm, like, having, like, flashbacks now. That fucking kid also, like, when I was learning to play
He's
guitar...
like, I'm
Same
bringing
guy?
this shit back.
Same guy. When I was learning to play guitar, he also played guitar and was better than me.
Of course he did. What a bastard.
He fucking asshole.
Literally your arch nemesis.
He lived in Pataskala, and like his parents were rich, and they had like Corvettes and nice cars and shit. And, like,
Yeah.
I went to his property one time, and he had like a huge plot of land. He was just a spoiled fucking white rich Christian kid. I was at the church, and there was like the church instruments. There was a guitar up on stage, and like we were just waiting for like the youth leader or something. I was sitting down on the stage, and I picked up a guitar, and I was playing a little bit. They're back at like the sound booth or whatever. I don't even have it plugged in. They just yell from the back, "You suck!"
Oh,
I never wanted to touch a fucking guitar again.
I'm glad you did.
Do you remember his last name?
No, I wish I did. He had like an Italian last name. It was like an Italian family.
Do you think you could look it up? You think you could
I could
figure it
probably
out?
find this fucking kid. I tried looking up my youth leader recently because he was also a pedophile.
I got some.
I couldn't remember his
I
name.
got some aggression I needed to take out. So like, let's find this kid's name. I'm gonna just go there and beat the fuck out of him. Oh, I can't say that. Oh shit. I should have talked about this. I'm not gonna do that. If he does get beat up, it is not me. I did not do that at all.
His name was Joey Baguette.
No.
Oh, that's French. Never mind.
It is.
Joey Ravioli. I don't remember. He was some fucking asshole. Some rich asshole from Pataskala.
Oh
Rich
God.
people, it's crazy. They are always stereotypically exactly what you think they would
Oh
be.
yeah, dude.
It's insane.
Have you seen that dude on TikTok that's like how rich people talk to like people and then how like really rich people talk to people and like
They're like really disconnected, you know? They don't
Um,
even see people. Like, it's weird.
I think it's something like King.
You're just there to like make their shit.
Right.
Like do their thing for their day.
Well, like the rich people are like constantly trying to prove themselves and the really rich people are like hey, can we like there's some business adventure that we could get on like and they're also like super nice to even like the janitors and shit like that, like that type of thing, which I don't necessarily think that that's the way that it goes.
Not
for
all
sure.
of them for sure.
But for him, like, or Mr. Crown.
I feel
It's
like,
like-
the very nature
I
of
think
being
that's-
ultra rich is kind of weird. Like, once you hit a certain point, it's like, okay, you
Let me see
have
if I
more
can
money than
find-
you could ever use. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
I feel like you, at a certain point, it's like, how much of a good person could you be when you're just hoarding cash?
Well, and some of those guys are like, I'm trying to make more of me and like pass down generational wealth, and that's why I'm hoarding it for like my empire and my beliefs.
That's also fucked up, yeah.
Yeah. That's like when we talk about Elon Musk and
Here
why
it
I
is.
think he's kind of a shitty person. He's like, I'm fucking all these people and having babies because I think I'm smart and there should be more smart babies.
He said that?
It-
What an insane thing
Nick-
to say.
In as many words. And
Nicholas Crown is his name.
okay, Nicholas Crown.
Nicholas Crown on
A-
on TikTok.
A good billionaire that I should watch.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, yes, because he is definitely the type of person that like he is going to be respectful to everybody. Like he understands like where he came from and how he got to where he was, and like he was at the bottom and then like worked himself up, and then
That's so rare,
like,
though.
yeah. Oh yeah, but like he's gonna be as respectful to the janitor as possible, you know, or like the maid, you know, like somebody that comes in and like cleans his house. Like he's gonna be super respectful to that person as he would.
Isn't it weird how
Like-
upside down that like work has made us view those types of things? Where like a maid or a janitor or like somebody who just cleans is like absolutely necessary for us to live healthy and normal lives. But then somebody who just like manages the money at the top is like the person who gets paid the most.
Yeah.
We have that completely backwards.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. It's absurd. The people who do all the most important things, teachers
A lot of
and
this
shit,
is
science.
his podcast. I'm trying to look for. Okay, I got one.
and watching streams on stream again.
I got one. I'll send it to the Discord.
All right, let's watch this billionaire and decide whether or not he's worth my time. It is crazy though. Where like, I feel weird almost saying that. We're like, we don't value the things that we're. It's such a cliche thing to say, almost like we realize that, but then people like, I'm making money though.
Like we realize it, but it's getting even more. I feel like it gets more and more ingrained over time. It's like that. I don't know. I feel like it gets worse. The problem does over time. It's like those jobs are
Toxic
so
Father is
valuable.
done with his stream though.
Hmm?
He's done.
Hell yeah. I've argued with people who are like, I get what you're saying. We're like, money's not the most important thing, but also that's what the world runs on, money, and I'm on my grind. Like,
No. Okay, so here's how I think about it though. Is that like, yes, you can be on your grind, but like there's a difference between you being like selfish about it and then you also like being kind of like a wholesome person about it. Like, I still want to make money, but hey, I'm gonna give an opportunity to everything, and then also like not just be like, or you're not trying to flaunt it, and then like, oh, I make a shit ton of money, and then I'm gonna flaunt about it while like I go to a certain place and I stayed at the most expensive hotel, because you don't have to. You're only staying at that expensive hotel because it's like a status for you.
The
and
Dan
you think
Bilzerian of it all, or like the fucking
Right.
Andrew Tate of it all, where like you
Right.
literally commit international crimes to flaunt your wealth,
Right.
and people follow you.
And
that's how they make more wealth.
But the
It's
really
like their
but the
game.
really rich people that like kind of know how to make money is like, oh, I'm gonna stay at like a decent hotel. I'm not gonna stay at like a Motel 6. I'm
Drive
not gonna
a decent car.
I'm not gonna do that because I have the money to pay for a decent hotel, but I'm also not gonna go and spend my money at a super extravagant hotel because I don't need that.
Yeah.
I can go stay at a hotel that's gonna give me the amenities that I need.
I don't even care about living extravagantly as long as you give back too. Like, I'm like, if you make enough money to live extravagantly and give back, do it, dude. But
Oh,
I'm just like, also, just don't forget to give back.
But that's where, like, I've lived. Here's how I feel about it: is that I've lived my life up to this point, not having anything fucking like extravagant, quote unquote.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I've been pretty.
The best
good.
thing I've ever had is a fancy meal.
Yeah, I've been pretty
Which
good.
is good enough for me. I love that.
The nicest things I.
I
This is my worth right here. Like.
I want more about the experiences with people. And when you meet people that don't have money, that work for their shit, and then like like me and you going out and skateboarding, and then like meeting these people on the street, just having conversations with them. We just like the one dude that was playing guitar on the fucking corner of the street.
Oh yeah, that was cool as hell.
And
Or
then,
the fucking,
like-
he's a Justin Bieber fucking roadie.
He literally, the only reason that he was in Columbus was because Justin Bieber was playing at the Shot and Scene Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
And he was a roadie for them, but he goes and stands on the fucking corner and plays guitar to make extra money on top of what he does for Justin Bieber. And like, it blew my fucking mind that.
Very cool dude too.
And he was such a cool fucking person. Like,
That sounds cool.
Good
But
guitarist.
You'd have to be cool to do that.
but I love that shit. Like, I absolutely love that shit because that's kind of the dream for me. Not necessarily like that specifically, but like wanting to have like a kind of niche thing that I do, but being like somewhat humble about it to where like I could still go out onto the streets and, you know, talk to people who don't.
Isn't it weird though that like I agree with you, but some people's dreams aren't that, like Jeff Bezos. I don't want to like use the cliche example. His dream is to own
The world.
Yeah, like he wants to put things on the moon and in space and like own property and control that property and make money off that property and sell things to be. His dream is to like own an empire and make a name for himself. Our dream is to have a lasting impact on the people that we love and the people who love us. And I'm sure there's a part of Jeff There's a part of Jeff Bezos that is probably like, I want that too, but
No,
Isn't it
I
weird?
don't think so. I don't think so.
Isn't
I
it
think,
weird though that there's like a
No, because I
there's a-
still want to make money.
no for
I
sure,
want
but
to-
there's
but I
there's
want-
that drive to where money is more important than
Jeff
the
Bezos.
humanity of it.
Jeff Bezos
Right.
has the money more than the humanity of it. Where I feel like we have more of the humanity side of it. Where like we have our lives now. We've made it to what we've made it into at this point. Okay.
I'm in
And-
in an amount of poverty that sucks and makes me depressed, but is wealthy compared to most of the world.
We
Right.
understand
Right.
understand that we can't save the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like even with like doing a podcast, like
I'm
we're not going to be
surviving.
able to save the world. The only thing that I can do right now in the situation that my life has brought me to is that I can maybe help people just feel a little bit better throughout their day-to-day lives and give them maybe a little bit of inspiration to feel a little bit better throughout their day-to-day. We're like, we do this shitty ass show where we have no fucking script. We just come in here and we talk shit, say exactly how we're feeling. Maybe they agree with it, maybe they don't. You know, maybe they relate to it, or maybe they don't. But like, we still just try to make it like lighthearted and enjoy our time that we do here. And that's kind of the same shit that I want to give out, in a sense. Like, even if I made a shit ton of money, I just want to give people maybe a little bit of that inspiration that like, yeah, the world fucking sucks, but there's some good times that you can have, because I've been through that. And if I made a shit ton of money, yeah, of course I'm not gonna fucking keep all that money. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Why? I'm
I
gonna
just
live.
don't want
I'm
to go
gonna
to work anymore.
Yeah, well,
I just want enough money to not have to
But
work.
do you? Okay, so
Kinda
hold
what
on.
that's
Hold on.
kind of what I was gonna say.
Hold on.
Though.
Hold on. Do you think that this is work? What you do right now?
No, this is fun.
This is fun. All right. Cool. So you would do this if you got paid to do it.
Yeah.
All right.
How does that banana poster and that banana light that gives us joy get made though? Like that. That's what I was gonna say.
I paid for that with my own fucking money
How
that
does
I
it-
worked for.
How does it get made though?
How does it get made? By somebody else that makes it. Which is,
In-
and they enjoy doing that,
In
and that's
what
great.
condition though? What do you?
What do you?
like?
What do you mean?
Okay, so that poster's mass produced,
Yeah.
and we bought it because it was easy to buy.
Right.
Like you would have got it if it took fucking 5 months to get here, right? If it was like specialty made from like an artisan. If it was some,
Oh no, I definitely would have.
well, if it was $600 from an artisan, would you?
If I really wanted it,
Do you get what I'm saying though?
I mean, I get what you're saying, but like, if I really wanted something and I had to wait to buy it, then yeah, I would save up for if that was such a special thing, or let's say what people can see right now.
I feel like you love those things too much for my example to work. Like the point I was making.
But
is
that's
that
not the no, because that's exactly what it. But if there's something that you would absolutely love to have and you really fucking want it, then you would make sure that you save the money because it's a certain niche.
But what if you can't though?
What do you mean if you can't?
What if something that gives you joy, or even something that gives you nutritional value, like you can't afford milk, like that's the
that's what you're getting
that's
into.
the point I'm making is that like it's top to bottom upside down of. Yeah, you're talking about you can share the wealth to make happiness, but the things that make people happy are the things that make them comfortable and the banana poster makes me happy when I come over here. This makes me happy, but I'm only able to do it because I have a car and I have a job and I'm participating in society and I'm making money and I'm making money for a corporation and all that shit leads to like there's systems in place where
Yeah, but how much money have we made off of this podcast?
I'll get to that in a second.
How much money have we profited off of this podcast?
Versus what we're paying to do it, none. We're in the
Or
negative.
the equipment that we paid for it. Have we paid back?
Massively in the negative.
Okay. Just making sure.
My point though is that like
do we still love to do it every goddamn weekend?
yeah, it's just that there's systems in place and there's like procedures in place and there's corporations and the way they handle money and the way they do things and banking systems that make it so that people can't do the things that they love for money because the priority isn't there to make money. Like it's not profitable, it's not marketable, it's not it in the world we live in now, which is extremely recent, the world where we can do podcasts and live streams on Twitch, extremely recent. This wasn't a thing when I was a fucking child.
Right. It was still starting to be a thing.
That's all new.
It was a very niche, like...
And even when you consider the time frame, like when people talk about like how fast the internet happens, we are late to this. Like,
oh, yeah, 100%. And then for us to even, like, get into it, like, when we were super late, like, the fact... Like, statistically speaking, we will never be, like, famous at this point.
based on how podcasts go, yeah, that's how it goes.
No, we missed that deadline to be able to, like, be famous at all. Unless we find some, like, I don't know, some super niche thing that gets us to fandom.
Not the point, though. So, Banana Poster, mass-produced. Somebody had to make that.
Yeah.
Somebody who maybe not living the best life is being underpaid in a factory in some place that we don't know the fucking name of. And I don't mean to...
we 100% don't fucking know.
We would hope not, but probably so, because that's...
100% so.
That's
dude.
why... That's the way the world fucking works. So when you're talking about, like, millionaires who give back, and... Sure. Or even,
I don't think about, like, millionaires who give back. It's more about, like, the respecting of how they go about things.
Sure, and the way they interact with people. But that's not... what I'm saying, though, is that's not the way that the world interfaces. That's not the way that people interface with the world.
Oh, no, I definitely think that even the way that, like... Let's go and watch this TikTok, because this is something that... it was not even, like, I didn't watch this at all. I don't know which one this is, but it's like how rich people versus really rich people take a joke. Okay. So, like...
Knock, knock. Yeah, who's there? Chicken. Chicken who? Your chicken account almost has a negative balance. You might want to skip that trip to Turks and Caicos. Listen up, you little twerp. If I wanted to hear bad jokes, I would have kept my account at Bank of America. Knock, knock. Okay, who's there? Chicken. If I ever have a positive cash balance, you could slap me. Did you guys get the new golf balls I sent over? Huh? Listen, patch me over to your boss and cut the corny jokes until you make VP. All right. Oh, Mr. Clown.
What? I didn't even
So,
understand
you don't understand it, but I've watched him enough that, like...
I hated that.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
I've been watching him enough that, like, it's kind of... So, the last part of it, where he was like, Mr. Crown is his another accountant in a different place that, like, he was happy to answer that call. Because he's not going to give him some fucking joke or anything like that. He's going to be completely honest with him and, like, do everything. Like, because there's other skits and everything else. Again, I didn't look at this TikTok. It's a bad example, actually.
That was a bad example.
It was a bad... But no, he has a lot of things where it's like... how... Like, the last one that I kind of saw that I can remember is, like, how rich people talk to, like, other rich people, how really rich people talk to other really rich people, and like the rich will be like, oh yeah, I stayed in this place and did this and did this and went to this restaurant and everything else, trying to show like their status, where like really rich people will be like talking about business, kind of like, oh hey, I heard you had these stocks kind of go down, you know, or something like that. Like, how was that going for you, or whatever?
Don't you think, though, that that's just playing the game smart versus playing the game for the looks?
I think that what he is doing is trying to show you, like, what he's doing is trying to show what you should do as a rich person, rather than what
in the system, though.
He is in the system, but he's trying to show you, like, instead of you trying to flaunt you being rich, you should worry about how you can make more business deals for you to be more rich.
I agree with that. That's the better. If we're gonna do it,
if you want to fucking make money, how the fuck are you gonna make money?
That's what I'm saying, though. If we're gonna do it this way, then there's people who are like, yeah, that's the grind set mentality of like, if you want to do it the right way.
I mean, he's also about like making relationships with people, and then
sure,
like,
though. But my point is like when it's that it's like I said earlier, upside down in the priorities of like, yeah, sure, you can do that from the top and have that amount of money and be nice to people and be a reasonable, moral person.
Oh, I mean, okay, so that was a bad example because he's definitely like there are videos where he's trying to show that like how you can talk to somebody to get a business relationship with somebody.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though, is that
No, even not being rich is what I'm saying. Not being rich, but
even still though, like indoctrinating people into this is how you make money within this system.
No. Having relationships with people is what I'm saying.
Still though, I feel like you're missing the point. I
feel like you're missing my point.
No, I'm not. I see exactly what you're saying. It's even if he's talking to a poor person, here's like how you get into this.
No,
to make
no,
money.
I'm talking about talking to a business person. Like
even that though.
If you're gonna buy fish from somebody, making sure that you have a good relationship with them because they're gonna want to they're gonna be able to want to help you out if you have a good relationship with them, rather than some fucking asshole that comes up to them and is like, I just want to fucking buy your shit. I don't give a fuck about like anything else. Like, but if you're like, oh hey, how's your kids, type of thing.
Yeah, sure. Building interpersonal relationships with business partners helps strengthen business. That's obvious. That TikTok feels obvious to me, despite like I don't know his TikTok and his page, so we didn't have context for it. That's if we were gonna run a business, that's how we would run a business. We would be nice about it and build interpersonal connections.
Right.
What I'm saying though is that the wealth distribution from the top to the bottom to the guy who's making those interpersonal relationships and like affecting those people's lives.
He can be as nice as he wants. He's not sharing a lot of money.
Exactly.
No,
you can be a good person within this system, and you can be successful, and success is viewed as a good thing, and you can be happy in life personally. Yeah. But there's a lot of suffering outside of those interactions that he's happening.
No, he's the person who does that though.
He's making those interpersonal relationships.
No. I'm saying he's a person who will like help even the lower class.
That's good. That's good. But
that's why I like him so much, because he'll be like that.
That's not the majority of them.
Calling the plumber, and then like he like calling the plumber, and one of his videos about like calling the plumber and how the rich would talk to the plumber, and then how the really rich would talk to the plumber, and then he's like, "Yo, I got $100 like sitting on the table for you, you know, just as a tip, on top of what he's already paying him." And then like the quote unquote rich, so that's him talking as the really rich, and then the quote unquote rich would be like, why the fuck are my pipes not, like, why does this shit keep happening? Like, you're not doing your job, and like getting an attitude with him or whatever.
Yeah.
But the really rich would be like, I got $100 tip on you on the counter, for you on the counter.
Yeah,
you know, how's your kids doing?
And that's nice. I'm not trying to be like the ultimate leftist here, or being anti-corporation.
I just think that
capitalist.
he goes like, and again,
all I'm
this
saying
is
that
the only context
doesn't fix anything.
No, that's $100 tip on top of what he's paying him already.
Sure. Again, though, when you're that wealthy, where you think that like I'm gonna give this guy some extra money and $100 doesn't mean anything, doesn't actually solve the systemic issues with the system.
Okay. Yes. Okay, yeah, you're 100% right on that.
If you're
100% right.
If you're gonna play the game, then play the game and be a good person about it. I agree with you.
I get that, but you necessarily can't fucking save everybody's life. But you can at least be a little generous and be kind with things, even though you are super rich. Like,
yeah, you just don't have to. You don't.
He's basically
We're doing YouTube and Twitch. We don't have to play by the system anymore. So when like you're talking about like you have to do it this way and you have to be a good person about it and you give the money out to the people and you're generous, sure, that's the way to do it. The whole way we're doing things, but we know that causes harm to a shitload of people over long periods of time. So when we're like talking about there's new ways to do things, why are we so stuck on just doing the old thing that hurts a shitload of people? That's the overall thing that I'm saying. Like, yeah, I agree with that guy. I'm sure he's like the best billionaire on TikTok from what I've seen and what you're telling me about him. But I'm trying to like outside of him specifically.
It's just
Oh,
weird that he is a
I guess-
billionaire, even has a TikTok to talk about how to be a cool rich guy. It's like, that's suspicious anyways. It's, you know, it's like,
Yeah.
he's like a pick-me rich guy. He's like,
We should
I'm
talk
totally
about-
one of the cool ones.
We
It's
should
like,
talk about
okay,
pick-me's
hold on,
at some
hold
point
on,
in the
hold on,
future.
hold on. I guess I'm trying to defend him because I know that he's a good guy.
Yeah.
And I've
Right.
done my research on him, so I'm just specifically trying to defend him.
yeah.
And you are trying to be like, but that's not how everybody else works,
Well,
or that's not the majority of how people work.
beyond
So,
that,
like,
that's
like,
just
that's
not how
what you're.
things should work. There should be a
Yes, like where he is the type of person that would be completely like cool with, and would be nice to like his janitor for like whatever company that he works with, and be like, yeah, I've been there before, and I know where you're coming from, and so like I would take care of you, and I'll make sure that you get paid what you deserve to get paid, and that you can live a comfortable life because you work for me.
There's also a problem with
Like-
that though, where it's like, how many people work for you? How good are you at arbitrating what's the best for the people who work for you? If you've got
Oh no, like he knows.
if you've
He
got
knows.
1,500 people working for you though, and like at a certain point, how are you the ultimate arbitrator of like what's best for their life and just solving it with money? And obviously, for a lot of people, that's a good thing.
No, but giving them a living wage.
Yeah, sure. And there's companies out there that
But even you were like, oh, I don't want to make more than this amount of money. Even though some people would be like, that's not a fucking living wage.
yeah, well, and it's the same reason like why I would, when a homeless person asks me for money, I'm like, well, what do you actually need? I'll go get it for you. Instead of like, there's a certain amount of the decision making process where I'm like, I'll make better decisions than you will because of your situation.
So do you think that
and then you're a
companies...
billionaire and you're like, these people need this to fix this.
So
That doesn't always go well.
So do you think that companies should decide on, or they should buy it for you, or like they should pay your rent for
that's
you?
the exact opposite of what I'm saying.
Well, then what the fuck are you saying then? Because you're like, how? Okay, so if I give you more money, then
More money, good for most people.
It's the system itself that's the problem, not more money.
Yeah, that. It's
The
not
system
What do you
that
mean
created
so
the
what-
poverty.
the system in place.
But
The
if you
reason that
work
that
for
guy
my-
the
but-
reason that that guy has that much money to like I get to dole it out to people based on my morals is because of what we live in. That's why he gets to be the guy that's like,
so how do we fix that then?
more people who talk and think about things like this and don't immediately say that's anti-American. That's kind of like, again, bow tie. What I've been saying the whole time about like the moral it goes all the way down to like the reason we work more than we spend time with our family. Like if you do the math on the amount
Oh,
of
yeah,
hours that I
100%.
work
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
the amount of hours that I sleep, which is not much, versus how much time I actually get to see the people in my life that I enjoy, and then I'm
Okay,
actually
but
like
we're talking
living my
about-
life
okay,
and not
but-
working.
I get that, but now let's go back to the money standpoint though.
Yeah.
Like, because you're saying like, oh, the problem is that me giving you more money doesn't fix the problem.
Because there's other systemic issues within the system that mean that money as like an expendable resource doesn't always go to where it needs to be based on how we treat and value money within society. So like the rent's too high for some people and a lot of their money goes to rent and not groceries and things that they need to sustain. Or there's mental health or like addiction problems in society, so it goes to drugs, and we're not properly addressing that with the vast amount of wealth that we have, where we could put in programs that
Yeah,
would,
but we're not talking about the vast majority of the society. We're talking about a specific one person owning a company, though. And so you're saying
that's
that, like,
in that system though.
but in what sense, though? Like, if,
So
if
instead
but,
of-
but if I'm actually like being, because what I'm talking about is him actually giving a shit about his employees that work for him,
I'm not saying
paying
that's not
him
good.
paying them a living wage that he thinks for them, even if they come and talk to him, it's like, I don't feel like I'm making enough, and he's like, well, okay, I can see how you don't think that you're making enough, and you're a very good worker. So, like, what do you think?
You once
And then-
argued that Mr. Beast could solve world hunger.
He fucking could.
So why can't this billionaire put his money towards social programs and politics that would lead to people
Because
thinking in
he's-
ways that don't
because
reinforce the system where he has to
Because-
give money to people who are underprivileged?
Because sadly, the world is selfish, and
That's
as much
not-
as much as he's gonna say that he's not, he has to continue what he's doing, right?
We don't have to do that.
Who's we?
All of us.
Who's we? We're talking about Mr. Beast right now. We're not talking about we. If you want to bring up Mr. Beast, we're talking about Mr. Beast.
And that other billionaire and everybody else who participates in that system. And
Yes,
we
but
don't
they're
have to
selfish
keep
because
fucking
they
doing that.
still want to live the lives that they have brought themselves up to. And so they're not just going to completely give all of their fucking money away. Nobody's
That's
going to
not
do
what
that.
I said.
But they didn't, and they also didn't, like a lot of the time, they didn't bring themselves up to that position. They had significant aid from the system that we're disagreeing with.
It's a matter of, like, I don't want to say fairness, because that's so fucking cliche and, like, a term that almost means nothing now.
Yeah.
It's unequal, and the fact that there's billionaires who are charitable and who do take care of their employees doesn't change the fact that the vast majority of people who are living on this system, like, it's so unequal, the amount of wealth distributed at the top to the bottom.
Okay, but do we want to talk about, like, the people that
You
live...
don't think that there's a better way to do it, though. That's what I'm saying, is, like...
Oh, no.
It doesn't have to be that this guy gives out money based on his own morals to his employees to help fix their lives. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's good that he does that.
Right.
It's just that...
Oh, do I think that... But that's not the system that
all
we
that
have.
fucking money...
Sadly, that's not the system that we have, and so I'm basing what I'm saying off of the system that is already in place. Do I think that there's a better system that we could have? Yes, 100%. I agree with you on that. Yes.
Is it feasible that we could do it?
In the way that our system is now, I don't think that it would ever become something like that because of how fucking selfish people are.
We've only been doing this specific version of capitalism for 400 years.
Oh!
It's a very short span of time. Before that, it was just imperialism.
Okay, but you have to think about it in the sense of, like...
I
haven't lived 400 years. Has there ever been anybody that has lived over the 400 years? No.
No,
You have people who live to, like, 90.
But we can
so you
work-
have generational... But they don't, because they don't live that long.
It's like
And
when you were telling me
it's-
that you should put veterans outside armed of schools that would, like, protect the schools. It's like that's a very short-term solution that in the long term is actually a bad thing.
I think that it would...
Well, hold on.
It would help stop
Let me
things,
relate
for
it back to
sure.
the cash point, though. We're like... It's such a short-term way of thinking to be like, we just have to live with what we have, and it's bad now, so this is the way that we handle it.
But do you think that you could take all the guns away from everybody?
That's not what anybody is saying.
So then what are you saying in that sense, though? Like, what is the ultimate solution to that?
It's not a Band-Aid fix where you give people who went through wars and have a higher mental illness rate than the most of the population.
No, we're not talking about doing that either.
Okay, so then what billionaire is going to fund the veterans that stand outside of schools with guns? Like, again, it's a money problem that you're talking about. That's to Band-Aid fix a problem that we have in society, when instead we could not focus so much on these structures that we already have and just fucking help people. Like,
oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I definitely agree. I definitely agree with that. And, like, fucking have things in place to help these people that have, because that's fucking us.
That's eventually where I was going to get. Is
That's
you've always
us.
talked about, like, if we were going to run a business, that's how we would do it.
Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah. Like, if you need a mental health day, yeah, sure. Now, why do you need a mental health day, though? And is there a way that I can help you find an outlet to help you out with your mental health day, too? To where, like, you can take a mental health day and just do whatever you need to do, but then, like, what's the underlying reason why you need to do this? Are you overworked? Are you depressed? Do you have too much anxiety? So, like, how can I help you reach out to maybe somebody else that's more experienced in this and that has a degree and everything else that could help you out with, like, your mental health day? What can I do to help with those types of days for you? Like, I want to look into the root problem of why you're having this mental health day, so that not for me. It's not for me in the company. I'm focusing on you, and you being the best that you can be, because I've been there. I know what it's like to be at basically rock bottom and having to go through therapy and taking anxiety medication and all this other shit. And so, like, what can I do to help you on your mental health day to really give you the best of your mental health day, and to help you in, later years? Because you being an employee for me, if you're at your best, then you give your best. And if you know that I actually give a shit about you and how you are in your day-to-day life, and that I want you to be as happy as you can be, then you will be happy to work for me. Not only because you're making money for yourself, but also you know that the people that you're making money for will put that money to help you also. Like, it's not just like, okay, yeah, I can see when people can, like, take advantage, and I can see how people are like, oh, well, people would take advantage of it, and they'll, like, say, I need a mental health day, and I'm having a depressive day, but they really don't.
The vast majority of people.
Fuck that. No, the vast majority of people don't fucking do that shit. Mm-hmm. Like, that's not the way that it goes. Like, and you can tell when people are, like, really having. Do you know how many times I've been at work and I hide me trying to cry?
I've cried at work so many times.
I hide it so much, dude. And I just the other day told my my foreman, I was like, I just want to let you know I'm struggling today. Like, with everything that's going on in my life right now, I'm struggling, and I'm trying my best not to cry. So if I do, just let me go. Like, just don't ask me if I'm okay, because I'm not. Just don't, like, act like it's not happening, and I'll just, like, I'll get through it.
Right.
Like, which I kind of hate. Like, I kind of wish that it wasn't like that in the industry that I work in. And I don't feel like some of the people that I do work with would still be like, hey, it's okay, and they would, like, come and, like, comfort me and everything. But I would break down even more even if somebody came and comforted me. And so that's where I'm like, I just need you to act like it's not happening so that I can kind of, like, push past that.
Right.
But I don't want, if I ever owned a company, I wouldn't want anybody to ever feel like that. I would want them to be like, hey, we can take a step back. It's okay. Like, I'm not worried about production. I'm worried about you.
I speed peed because I'm so fucking engaged in the conversation.
So what I was saying was that, like, I, like, being in the industry that I am, like, I told my foreman the other day that I can't, or that I was struggling, like, that day. And I was like, if you see me, like, starting to, like, tear up or cry, like, just don't say anything.
Hello, Loriander.
What's up?
Like, don't ask if I'm okay, because it's gonna, like, send me off even more. Just, like, act like it's not happening. And because that's just not the type of, like, work that I do.
Yeah. And
I can't do that. But I wouldn't, if I ever owned a business, I would never want somebody to feel that type of way. Like, if you're having a bad day and you need to take a second, like, let's walk away. I don't care about production at this point. I care about you. Let's walk away. If you need a second to cry and you need a second to, like, let it all out, I'm here for you. Like, let's do that. But I know that that's not the type of industry that I work in. But I at least was able to tell my foreman, like, if you see it, just let me go. Don't ask him if I'm okay, because I'm telling you right now that I'm not. Like, I'm going through a lot of shit at the moment, and it's kind of shitty. So, like, and he knows about it, and he was like, okay, yeah, all right. But I hate that for myself, and I hate that for this, like, industry. And they, like, talk about, being able to be there for people with, like, their mental health and everything else. And I'm like, but it's not the case. We work in construction. It's not the case. They say that shit, but, like, I promise you, anybody that I went to that Like, if I tried to go to one of my because they were talking about, like, the superintendents, and I'm like, I know a lot of the superintendents. None of them would know what the fuck to do. Like, they would just be like, damn, seems like you need to give your balls a tug. But, like, they do have, like, some people. There's 2 people, sometimes 1, but there's 2 people that work there that have a little bit of training in that sort of thing that I feel like I could go to if I really needed to. But, like, for the most part, like, I would just go to the people that I work with because I built that relationship with them.
Yeah.
And they would know that, like, I'm having a rough day, and they know what the fuck I'm going through because I've talked to them about it. And, like, I would feel way more comfortable going to those people that I work with every single day rather than, like, going to a superintendent. And they're like, oh, no, you can come to us for this. And I'm like, y'all have cursed at me before, like, and been like in a negative way. Like, I curse all the fucking time, but, like, you've, like, come at me in a negative way, like, multiple times, and, like, made me feel like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I just had to, like, be like, okay, and then walk away. Because if not, I was going to be like, you're fucking wrong. And then later on, it comes out that they were wrong. And then I still have to just be like, I can't even say that, like,
Thanks, Bright.
I told you so. You know?
I think to bring it down to like personal still, but like to the group, expand it to our experience and the things that we've talked about. We've all expressed the idea before that like we'd like to not work for somebody else's goals and to make money off the things that we love, or like be able to survive off of passions and things that we enjoy rather than like working for a corporation. And like I work for fucking Sheets and like I don't necessarily agree with all the things that systematically and worldwide that a gas station does. Like
I want to work for myself 100%.
Well, and friends that we have online, or like Cody or people in our Discord, like if you go to the emotional support channel, there's people who are like, yeah, I'm tired of working for somebody else's money, even if I'm making money off of it. You get paid like a percentage that's based on economics, that's based on somebody else's wealth and how productive the company is being at the end of the day. And it's like, it's not a very individual thing. Like I get a paycheck that's based on a number, that's based on taxes, that's based on what the company is making overall, right, and how much they're willing to pay me within the laws of our country. I just like to go back to the main point. I think there's a better way to handle, like, even when you get down to mental health and what people are making to live and support themselves, like people would be better off if it wasn't that way.
Oh, on a major scale, yes, but sadly that's not how it is at the moment.
But things change though,
right? And I would love to be.
That's why we're having this conversation.
We talked about how there was that one company, and that dude was like, we went to the 4 days a week sort of thing, and he took a pay cut so they could pay his employees more, and that company like
thrives,
fucking thrives,
yeah,
skyrocketed,
yeah.
You know, like he took that initiative, and then they even made fucking articles. He was on the news,
yeah, like
major news about that, and then still all these major corporations and everything else did not give a fuck about that.
That when we're talking about media, they'll spin it in a way where it's like, wow, it's weird that this guy's doing this thing. Like it's a,
oh my god, I can't believe that this fucking worked.
It's a spectacle instead of
wow.
It's a spectacle instead of a judgment on the way things are now, and that's the way that
because they didn't bring that up at all. Like
yeah.
why? Oh, or they didn't say like something like, maybe other major corporations should maybe take a look at this, and this should be implied.
Yeah, you'll never find New York Times or Forbes or like Business Insider talking about
CNN,
this type of stuff.
NBC. I mean, we can go into all of them.
Yeah, I was talking mostly about like stock market.
Oh, okay,
like
yeah,
business ones.
Yeah.
That will talk about this type of stuff in a positive light, in a way that's actually feasible, because they're also making money off of participating in what we currently have.
Right.
So like the paying attention to narrative, and
but that's kind of like with the Nicholas Crown, like where I was talking about, like I get where you're coming at as a generalized statement as to why you
Yeah.
know.
In our current system,
Yeah.
that guy's good.
Yeah.
That guy's cool. Sure.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess that's what I was trying to say, and it felt like you were on the opposite of it. Where I
Nah.
felt like you were like, no, like. But I see where you were coming from that stance at this point.
Yeah, well, it's like Dr. Fauci, where you have like a guy who's the face of the fucking COVID pandemic, and it's like the guy's done mostly good work in his life, but then you put him on a national spotlight and you make it about a national narrative where people's lives depend on it, and then he gets demonized. And then there's things that are like right about the demonization. There's like, yeah, of course, there's some shit that's bad about science and the medical field and the way that things run. Same thing with when you're talking about that billionaire. It's like there's a lot of bad shit that comes with having that much money and then being the guy who doles out the money. That's kind of all I was saying.
But I feel like he's doing it like in a right way. Like he's trying to.
The more people should be that way in the current system we have.
If we had more people that was like him in that billionaire standpoint, then
I don't think there should just be any billionaires.
I do necessarily agree with that too. Where like, how extravagant of a life do you need to live?
Yeah.
To where like you're hoarding money. I agree with that too. Like, I've said this before where I don't think that I want to be like a net worth like millionaire.
Do you feel bad when you don't have money?
Yeah.
We all do. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because you can't survive without the money.
I want to live like a comfortable life and like be able to do the things that I want to. Because at this point, let's be real here. Like, I've been at the point of living paycheck to paycheck.
It'd be a lot cooler.
I know
if we
what it's
didn't
like.
Base our worth on like your self-worth. Like, I feel like a bad husband, a bad father, a bad man within society when I'm not making money because I'm supposed to be making money.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
But I want to live like the life that I want to. And so if I work towards that, there are plenty of people out there that like don't do that. And there's a part of me that's like,
Don't you
okay.
people want to
So
survive?
let's put it into like layman's terms, I guess.
Okay.
I had a kid quit smoking weed to do what? To
Get
be
a
able
better
to
job,
to
to
get a
make
better.
money.
Okay, all right. So I had it. Like, you have these things that you decide to make decisions on.
Yeah, but don't you think there's a world in which where it'd be really easy for us to redistribute wealth in a way where like you didn't have to do that?
I mean, okay. Do I feel like it? Because if you want to talk about weed, like, yeah, I can smoke weed on a Saturday.
Not even quit smoking weed, but give up like the time in your life and family
I-
that you enjoy. Like,
But again, that's why I said layman's terms. I get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to give up my time either. That's why I also agree with like the 4-day week, and
Yeah.
like maybe working 10 hours, and you do the 4-day week shit, and then you have 3 days off, so you can spend more time with your family and everything else. But there's still like, you have to make sacrifices, no matter what, even if it's like unless everything is given to you.
we make giant fucking dragon dildos with vibrators in them that pump into your ass. I think we have enough fucking resources where like you don't have to. Of course, there's always going to be sacrifices, but
So find that. Find that.
The amount.
So find that.
No, I get that. The amount of sacrifice that we have to make right now, though, is
I don't
more
think so.
than we should have to.
I don't think so. At this point, like, I don't think so. I don't think it's that fucking hard.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's hard. I'm saying that there's a disproportionate amount of people who aren't just lazy and not participating. They're just getting fucked.
Yeah, they're in fucked up situations.
In what ways are they getting fucked?
I would have to re-explain the whole conversation we just had. There's the system set in place, the bureaucracy of it. the laws, the money, the way that the money works, the way that that gets spent. The Fed being a private organization, not part of the government.
I mean,
like,
well, because I definitely still feel like I'm getting fucked too.
well, that's
like,
what I was
like,
gonna
if
bring
I-
it back to.
If I work at because I make a
You
decent
don't
amount.
want to work construction, do you?
Fuck no.
No.
No,
you
that's
have
not what
to
I want to
because
do with
that
my
would
life.
support your current life.
But I had to, and see, this is what I'm kind of saying, where it's like you have to somewhat make a sacrifice to get to where you want to go.
There is very easily a world in which you didn't have to do that. That's what I'm saying. Is like, yeah, we do have to make those sacrifices.
Not now.
Not now, but there is very easily a world in which where we didn't have to do that, and we're being
But
told.
it's not this world, is what I'm telling you. Is that
No. I know that it's not, and I agree with you.
and it's not gonna change overnight.
But nothing changes overnight.
Yes.
My point being though is that we're being told that it's a lot harder to do that, or that it's evil to do socialism. I'm not
It's
even talking
evil.
about socialism. I'm talking about just making things easier for everybody with the amount of wealth that we fucking have.
Right. Yeah.
There's a belief that struggle is necessary. to
okay.
create.
And
Okay,
to
now,
a certain
hold on.
degree, I think that's partially true.
Right.
Yes, I was just about to say the same exact thing. I necessarily
I
agree
think
with
struggle
that.
is good for you.
Because I would not be the same fucking person that I am today if I didn't go through the shit that I went through.
And I'm not
Like-
saying hand everybody everything and give everybody a fucking $1 million.
Which is what I've been kind of getting like. But
that's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying
because that's where it's like, are they actually gonna want to do it?
Bright said he's trying to scan your wrist tattoo.
How many people do you think cheat off of the welfare system or the EBT or food stamp system?
A lot.
Percentagely?
Percentagely,
not
I would say-
incriminating anybody, but I'm just
percentagely,
saying
I would say
my house had a lot of food in it because I don't know, something was going on.
I would say 40%.
How much do you think that costs versus how much we spend on business or even the military or?
Okay, if you want to bring the military in it, it's like maybe 2%.
So of the national spending,
Because
and of what
the military spends like $870 billion a year or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's something stupid. My point being though is that like,
that's not real. I don't know if that's the real fucking number, by the way, everybody. I'm just being crazy.
rack up the ratios. Rack up the ratios of spending and what we spend on, and the vast, so the military and the benefit we get from that versus like other countries' military and the amount they spend on that, and what the benefit they get from that to their actual individual citizens is. We're not getting much benefit out of what we're spending to the individual person that's like just trying to fucking survive and is working within the economy.
No, there's so much like because the America wants to be the powerhouse.
We're wasting a lot for profit.
Yeah, no.
I'm hankering for some chicken
What profit?
rings.
Chicken rings sound good.
What profit?
White Castle?
What?
Yeah.
What profit?
Corporate profit.
What? Military wise? What
war,
profit?
War is
What
is
profit?
a money machine.
We're in debt.
Halliburton?
We're in debt.
Oh well,
We're in debt.
Let's not go into the debt thing again, because that'll take me 5 hours to explain why the debt that the United States is in is actually good for the economy.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want to go into. We talked about this a little bit last time.
That's
where,
complex.
The national debt is different than personal debt, and it's a number that's scary.
No, I don't want to talk about the debt. But you're spending this much amount of money on military, right?
To extract resources from other countries
and to police the world.
Yeah, you get global political benefits from doing that.
But is that necessary though?
That's my point.
That much money is what I'm saying.
That's my point.
That much money is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I was saying though.
So that like maybe you could spend maybe $2 trillion of the dollars of the $8 trillion that you spend, that like maybe that could be spent on like maybe helping out the economy.
Well, so the joke
But
we
no.
made earlier about the flag being bleached and losing American freedoms while the flag was being bleached on the moon, like it's the same thing. We've extracted and built wealth in the country, and yeah, sure, we're in a lot of national debt, but we're not. The wealth that's built at the top isn't affected by that debt. The people who are at the bottom are affected by that debt and the effects on the economy.
Because we pay taxes on it.
In a weird roundabout way. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write essays. That's my new job. I'm just gonna.
I just think that, like, I guess with the what got us on this whole conversation was the
That
Nicholas
TikTok.
Ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that, like, how he thinks about things, and
I
like how
appreciate
to how even though that you are maybe the super rich, but still how you go about things is you being decent to people. And realize and know you are not above somebody because you make a shit ton of money.
There's a
You
kernel of
will
truth
still
in there.
treat people the same exact way and with the same exact respect. And then also, like, because you do that you talk to people in a certain way. And then maybe, like, yeah, he might be a janitor, but, like, maybe that dude actually really knows a lot about cars if you actually get to know him. And then you're like, oh shit, well, like, I'm having a little bit of a problem with my car. Could you maybe, like, look at my car and maybe see, like, what's wrong with it? I know I can trust you, sort of thing.
Yeah,
you know what
it's
I mean?
just
Like,
why is that guy a janitor when his passion is cars?
because
Like,
and I get that because of the systematic thing, but you're somebody that has money to be able to help somebody else.
Isn't it?
And then, like, he would be like, oh, if you do this for me, I'll give you $1,000 on the side. That helps him out.
Yeah.
And then maybe helps him become a mechanic.
Isn't it
And
funny
helps
how
him get
rich
towards
people?
what he wants to go towards. Like, that's...
how many rich people do you think there are?
None!
Isn't it funny how
None.
rich people get elevated just for treating people like human beings? Like, that's how little expectations we have of them. He talks to people that work for him with dignity and respect. That's how he should talk to them.
Kind of
But
what I'm
that's
saying.
such a problem, though, is that, like, that is a problem. When people get money, they stop fucking caring about giving a shit about the empathy of other people.
Because your worth and your clout is your money and how able you are to fucking show off, peacock the wealth in society. Like, look how much bread I have. I've got all the loaves of bread. Like, and you don't, you peasant.
And
Like,
we've talked about this a lot, that, like, we would never ever want it to be that way. Like, I would want it to be like, if we were to really start a podcast that made a shit ton of money and had a whole production team and everything else, we all make the same amount of money. Like,
fuck that. We're sponsored by Halliburton and we make missiles.
like, just because, like, I'm the...
Give me them corporate dollars.
Like, we're the kind of faces of the podcast does not mean shit to me in the sense of, like, how everybody else should be paid.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Like, because everybody that helps produce the show and does the editing and everything else makes that show. Like, just because I sit here and I make the jokes and, you know, we have fun and everything else, but everybody else that's behind the cameras also makes that a fucking thing.
Junie makes the jokes.
Exactly. So everybody should get paid an equal amount in my mind. And I want to live a comfortable life. Don't get me fucking wrong. Like, I don't want to be, like, paycheck to paycheck for sure. Like, and maybe because, like, I started this podcast, maybe I get paid, like, a little bit more, but it's not going to be like
bad cop again.
Yeah. But listen to me. It's not like I'm going to be making $2 million and then, like, the person who edits my, you know, show gets paid $20,000 a year. You know what I mean? Like, I get paid $2 million a year, and he gets paid $20,000 a year. Like, no, fuck that. That's not going to be the case. I'm not going to make that, you know, substantial amount of money. It would be like I make $80,000 a year, and then the person who edits my podcast and does all the shorts and everything makes like $60,000. You know, like, that sort of thing. Like, I feel like that's somewhat fair. But also with that, I don't have to. We wouldn't have to worry about editing. We don't have to worry about that and everything else. So, like, we can solely focus on, like, what is kind of the script for the show. Like, that's solely what we focus on. We don't have to worry about the editing of it, you know, and we don't have to worry about, like, putting out, like, TikToks or the YouTube shorts or anything like that. Like, the Instagram posts, like, Facebook posts, nothing. There's somebody that we pay to do that. But now we are also still writing the content for it. and we are the people who started this and did this. So maybe, yeah, I might make a little bit more money than you do, but it's not like a substantial amount. Where like I'm making $2 million a year, and you're making $60,000 a year. Like,
Yeah.
that's how I feel about it. At least, like, I don't want it to be like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that speaks to the imbalance of, like, oftentimes the person who's at the top and making the most money didn't even come up with the actual idea and took it from somebody else, like, and they're just making the money, like PayPal. Elon, he bought that from somebody else, and then, like, that was the startup that got his name in the media, and we all know about him for, is PayPal.
It wasn't even his. He's
Not
like Thomas Edison.
He's not.
A lot of people call him like the modern day Thomas Edison, actually.
Yeah, and that's most CEOs. Like they didn't write the code that made the product that we all buy and use to make life go round. The guy who wrote like the banking routing system isn't the person who's making the money off of it. That's kind of like the thing that I'm pointing out is the problem is the people who are doing the work aren't. What's the concept that Jordan Peterson talks about?
Well, hold on. No,
Prater distribution, where like
because they're under
80% of the people do the work and 20% of the people.
Because they're under contracts, though. A lot of the people that do that type of work are also under contracts, and so they make royalties off of that also.
I'm talking about actual like the guy who invented PayPal isn't getting the money from PayPal.
If he decided to sell that company, that's on him, though. But he's probably still making royalties off of that also. If he was smart about it, he would have done that.
He's not making royalties. And again, we're going back to, like, if he was smart about it within the version of the way you make money now, that, again, it's built to fuck people over at every corner.
Oh, but if you know about it, then do what you need to do.
So you don't think like civil suits?
I
like
definitely think that there's a different
I'm owed
way.
This money, like.
I definitely think that there's a different way that we should go about it, but it's the way that it is now. So fucking be smart about it.
I agree with that, and then also
Do you wish that it was different? Yes.
That's not what I'm saying. Of course, I wish that it was different. It's just that it would very easily could be different, and people keep acting like it can't.
Oh, I don't think that. Oh, okay.
Because we're so indoctrinated into the way things are now. Like the constantly saying, this is the way things are now, it has to be this way, here's the Band-Aid, deal with it the way it is now, is the fucking wrong way to think about it.
No, because the people that are in power, it would not be an easy way. Because they would not want to change that.
So then we stop putting those people...
But they're already in power.
That's what drives me crazy about it, though.
How do we get them out? How do we get them out?
How do we saying, how do we get them out?
Guillotine.
You stop saying, how do we...
He said a guillotine!
True.
How do you
You stop saying that. If people have this conversation, the one we're having now, and just honestly, openly talk about the way that this is all fucked up, and
yeah, but no,
are willing to accept instead of saying, like, this is the way things are. Because so many people do that daily. Because that's the way they survive. That's how they get their milk and cereal for their fucking kids.
But we already have people that are in Congress and the Senate and everything else that control all of that shit.
It's so temporary. So temporary.
But for right now.
The way you fix things is to not continue to say, this is the way things are now, so here's the way we handle now. You look forward to the future. You want to plan a better future instead of thinking about the short term.
But sadly, that's not how...
But it very easily could be.
But no, because sadly, in America, the people do not fucking...
It's not even about America.
No, the people do not speak here. We don't.
They absolutely do, though.
No, we don't.
It's just then, like, when George Floyd happens and the media talks about it, they're like, look at all these people burning down stores instead of this human suffering that's happening in the background. It would be very easy to turn this conversation... What we're trying to do is turn the conversation from the fucking moral panic that I've been talking about for months now, instead of, like, worrying about property damage and fucking businesses and corporation. We worry about individual people.
But what
it's very easy to turn the conversation
what
to.
I'm saying though is that I don't think that with everything that's going on within the government, that even us as a people, even if we were to like kind of like rise up against it, that it wouldn't change.
Do you think there would need to be like a mass revolution with guns and shit to
Yeah.
make that?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that's what would happen.
I somewhat kind of do. I think that there's so much money and everything else that's in the government and within all of what's going on right now that it would have to take something like that for it to change into the way that you think that, or okay, not you specifically, but like the way that we think that it would like be better.
It's not even that radical what I'm saying.
No. I think that people are so fucking selfish. The higher people up and all that money that's up there, that it would have to be something like that. I hate to say it. I hate to say that. I don't
Feels like Hollywood to me.
I think that it would have to be like that.
Like, I'm sure there's going to be coffee riots in the near future where, like, because global warming and the way that coffee is grown, there's not going to be, like, you can't go get a cup of coffee at a gas station anymore, and somebody's going to get shot over that. Like, somebody's going to be mad in the morning because they have to go to work for some corporate job that they fucking hate, and they hate their wife, and they hate their kids, and they can't get a fucking cup of coffee, so they shoot somebody over it.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's going to happen in the near future.
We're running out of coffee?
Yeah, we are running out of coffee. We're running out of a lot of things.
Yeah. I heard we're running out of chocolate.
That, too.
But Hershey's in fucking Pennsylvania. How are we running out of running out of chocolate, dude?
You motherfucker.
You like that? Do you?
Yeah.
Do you? You like that?
That's exactly the point, though, is like, while all those things are happening.
Because we get it imported from other fucking countries. We don't even make that shit here.
Well, while all those things are happening, people are, like, worried about just continuing to keep the system going the way it is because it pays them. We're, like, locked into a thing.
Because
that we don't have to be locked into.
This is what I'm talking about, though, because people are selfish about how they live a life now. And
is it selfishness, though?
They live a life now, and they're used to it, and they don't want to stop living that life. And so they'll continue to do that. Now, yes, maybe in, like, the next couple decades, things will change, because we're growing up with, like, the generation of us.
We're having these types of conversations.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, yes. But right now, with the people that are in place and the people who make the fucking decisions, I don't necessarily think so. Right now. And you say, yes, I think that it can change. Don't get me wrong, I don't think that it can't change. But for right now, for how we're gonna be dead before it changes.
For sure.
Okay?
I'm not saying that that's
so
not the
do
case.
whatever this is what I'm saying, is do whatever the fuck you can to cheat the system, or do whatever you can to abide by the system that we've been, thrown into, which sucks for us. But
that's what I'm railing
I
against,
understand.
though.
I understand that, but you're
I mean, I work.
abiding by the system enough to be able to get into that person of power, and then doing the best that you can, that everybody else that's with you is knowing that you're doing this so that you can raise the next generation to do it a different way.
Yeah, it's just like you're making a peanut butter jelly, though, and you're like, we got peanut butter, all we got is ketchup. So we're going to make a peanut butter ketchup sandwich, and we're going to serve it to everybody. No. I'm agreeing with what you're saying. That analogy is, I'm yesing what you just said. It's just,
and I get that. It sucks, but we have to do something to be able. Like, you have to cheat the system that's here now in order to, like, better the system later on, because you want to teach whoever's coming up with you, like, this is wrong. But here's how I had to do it, and this is why it's wrong.
Yeah.
But I had to do this in order for me to, like, get you also, that's going to be here. Like, the younger generation is going to be here longer than I'm going to be here. And so, like, eventually these people are going to get out of power.
Yeah, I think you think that I'm saying that it needs to just snap happen, and that's not what I'm saying.
I'm hungry and tired, and that needs to change soon.
We're gonna end this.
All right.
I'm not saying that like it needs to fucking snap and then be different the next day. And I don't think that's possible. I'm not saying that either. It's more that just like instead of upholding.
I'm just gonna jump off a bridge. I'm tired of humans.
No, Bright.
Please don't do that.
We haven't hung out yet.
Instead of upholding, we don't do this. There's a lot of people who do just uphold the way things are though, and they're very patriotic about it.
Right.
So all I'm trying to say is like, there's people who don't agree with us, who think that I'm a fucking cuck, that like will watch the show and be like, I can't listen to this because of your ideology. There's ways that we can do the thing that eventually get us to the point that we're both talking about. It's not a snap change. It's just that there's a bunch of people who are convinced of doing it a way that is not towards that.
Oh,
and
I think it's the older
lot of society.
I think it's the older generation though, like older generations from us. I think a lot of people that are like our age, that aren't necessarily quite there yet, are 100% on our side of things, and that like eventually it'll get to a point where we have way more people that are in, but we're still dealing with like the 70-80-year-old people that are stuck in this old ideology.
I guess it's just we've been saying this for fucking centuries. Like we've been repeating the same cycle for a long time.
But that's what I'm saying though. I think that like there's a lot of people that are our generation that are finally getting tired of it, and you see it a lot nowadays where people are, and then you get people who speak out against like certain things, and then they get kicked out of politics. Like they literally they protest along with the protesters, and they just get fucking kicked out. We've seen that happen recently with like the school shootings and shit, where you had the kids that went there and they were peacefully protesting, and you had these like representatives that were with those kids and everything, and they let all of them go. Like, how is that benefiting anything? Where you just you don't even listen to them at all. You just let them go. I mean, they listened to them while they were talking, but then right after that, they let them go. Like what does that solve at all? No, you're just pushing out these things, but yet mass school shootings has been a problem for a grip now, bro. Like, how do you solve that? And then we haven't been talking about solving it at all. I brought up the putting veterans out there, and yeah, that might be a fucking problem too, but like, I'm at least talking about what could be the solution. But we're not talking about that at all. We're not talking about a solution at all. And it just keeps happening. All these kids keep fucking dying. You want to talk about a future, but
my issue is that we are talking about solutions, but they're all fucking politicized and dumb. Like arming teachers instead of veterans, or there should only be one door to exit a school or enter a school. It's like, well, that was Tucker.
So if there is a school shooter that goes in through the front door and then just stands at the front door.
Well, if he just stands at the front door, we can wait him out.
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz.
I mean, I guess, yeah. But, like, there's still going to be some kids who die.
Right.
Yeah.
Why are we letting kids die in the first place?
People with lots of money will propose in politics. So Ted Cruz was the guy. He's the Texas governor, or not governor, congressman, that said we should only have one exit into or out of a school to prevent school shootings. And it's like, well, you're the guy in power that like persuades votes and lobbies to get money for the votes and to stay in power. Of course your fucking solution is that dumb shit.
Maybe our school should just be outside.
I mean, Why are we not specifically talking about, like, what is the root problem, though?
Because we can't even agree if it's a mental health or a gun problem. And then we can't even agree on what to do if it's a gun problem or a mental health problem.
Well,
and then
obviously,
we can't fund the things that would solve either of those
I
problems.
feel like, obviously, it's a mental health problem.
And a gun problem?
I don't know about that.
How many guns are in the country versus other countries?
Way more.
There's more guns than there are people.
Yeah. There are more guns in the United States than there are people. I do know that.
And a
but I also feel like
people own more guns than more poor people.
I get that, but I also feel like, well, like if I lay a gun down on this table, does it just get up by itself and shoot you? I hate to say that as like the layman's terms of it. I'm so sorry.
Not every person who commits a shooting is technically diagnosed or mentally ill.
But there's a reason, though. There's a reason why they did that. But why?
I would agree with you, but
why?
But then we're not talking about just mental illness. We're talking about like social structures and programs that would prevent that beyond just mental illness that we're not funding. So again, back to the shitload of wealth that people have, we would just have to pour money into those people. In the current system we have, would pour money into things that would help people from stop making those fucking decisions.
So it's not. So it's a people problem, not a gun problem.
People used to commit more suicide in Britain and the UK when there was coal gas stoves, and that's because coal gas is way more toxic than the stoves that we use these days. You could just stick your head in an open stove and kill yourself. And the suicide rate was a lot higher until they banned those. So if you have a shitload of guns in the country, more people get shot, more people die. That's just how it works.
I mean, Okay, but if you want to go back into the point of like systematically, like with money and everything else, like there's a better way to go about things. Don't you think that it would be the same way with like the guns? That everybody could have guns, but if we have a better system about,
why does everybody need guns?
Not I do.
Why does everybody need guns?
But I'm being a devil's advocate. I'm being a devil's advocate here, and just saying like if you want to go off the money thing, and not everybody like if that there's a better way to go about distributing money. Wouldn't you think there's a better way with like with the gun problem? That there's kind of a better way of like dealing with like the guns aren't the problem. Where money's not the problem. It's not that money's the problem. It's how we're distributing it or how we're dealing with it. And then wouldn't you think that the same thing with guns to where like the guns aren't the problem because they don't just fucking get up themselves and shoot people. There's a better way that we could deal with how. So there should be funding going into other places.
Yes, it's a bad comparison though because you're saying guns are the problem. It's not that
guns aren't the problem.
No.
It's the access to them.
That's exactly what I was about to say. It's the access to guns that is the problem.
So money's the problem.
I'm not saying money's the problem.
Or the access in the privileged sense of money is the problem.
And that poverty is part of crime. And because poverty leads to crimes of desperation, where like you get a gun to rob somebody because you don't have food for your fucking kids. Like obviously that's an extreme example, and it's a certain percentage of cases. But when you're talking about crime in like impoverished areas, there's more guns in those areas because there's more poverty, because there's more crimes of desperation. So like
So I feel like if we didn't have that poverty, then guns wouldn't even be an issue.
That's what I was about to fucking say. It's not a mental health problem. It's not a mental health problem.
Well, then why do kids like fucking go and shoot up schools then?
Hold on, let me finish. It is a mental health problem, but it's also poverty, healthcare, all this other shit that is part of what we've been talking about this past hour.
Like it wouldn't be a mental health problem if it wasn't a financial problem. Like if you had the money, you could
fix your fucking mental health. You would have the support structures that would lead to better relationships in life where you didn't go shoot up a fucking school. Like, you would have the support system and the finances to be a functioning part of society.
So it's not a gun problem, it's a financial problem.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then you just proved me right. It's not a gun problem, it's a financial problem.
It's an access to guns
problem.
I didn't prove you right.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Because again with the media where it's like they tell you a story that's a circus. Guns have never been the problem. Like just making a gun and selling it to somebody,
Or having a gun is not the problem.
it's the rest of the structure that's built
Right.
around you having a gun in that specific instance and how your
But-
ability to get that gun.
We have guns in this house.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah, okay, but that's my point, is that
Yeah.
it's fine that I do have that. I don't have any reason
Well,
to
you're
use
mentally
that.
well.
You think so? Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that I give you that illusion. But I would never but what you were talking about is like, yeah, there can be all the fucking guns that there is, but the problem is that like we don't have the financials set to like help.
And there's so many guns.
I mean, yeah, there's so many guns. Like, yeah, so when no,
and
so,
there's a culture
no,
around selling guns
no,
to kids.
No. So let's go to the root of the problem then. Because it's not financially... Yeah, there can be all the fucking guns in the world. But because it's not financially set in order to help the kids or help people who have those mental, kind of setbacks, that they can't get the help that they need, and so they go right to guns. Yeah, they're easily available.
Because it's easy.
Yeah, because it's easy.
Dude, it's always the guns that get us going for hours.
It really is.
But if we were to put more money into the mental health of everybody, then it doesn't matter how easy the guns are to get.
Not even just mental health, food.
Or anything. What? Sure, I was just using that as mental health, food, shelter, everything.
I only point that out because that's the
If we
debate.
put more money into all of that, then it doesn't matter how many guns there are, because nobody's gonna have to use a gun to try and to get their lives better, to rob somebody or anything like that, if we just put the money into helping them in every other aspect. Mental health, food, shelter, like the things that people actually need to be able to survive. So it's not a gun problem, it's a financial problem.
And the amount of there's financial problems other places, but they don't have as much access to guns.
I mean, yeah, with the UK and shit like that, but there's still plenty of
both
stabbings
things.
that happen though in the UK. Like,
hold on, hold on. Again, you were making the same when you say guns versus mental health. That's the media argument. They make it about that when we just figured out it's not about that. When you talk about knife stabbings in the fucking UK and then compare it to the gun statistics here, it's fucking crazy. And then you even compare
I'm just saying it still happens. I'm not comparing it. I'm just saying it still happens.
You can say it still happens. Stabbings happen everywhere. But when
Yeah.
you say that it's a problem the way it's a problem like guns are here,
no,
that is not the same thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You
Not
can
at
do
all.
a crime
No,
with anything. Golf clubs are a problem in
yeah.
some places. Like
baseball bats. I mean, oh yeah. I'm just being more of a devil's advocate and trying to like.
COVID killed millions of people, and people are still like, "That's not real."
I don't want to think that like I'm against you on this. I'm just trying to be like the devil's advocate on this.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'm trying to bring up like. I'm trying to pick your fucking brain right now.
Yeah,
like,
I agree with you
100%,
too.
yeah.
Like we're stuck in what we're stuck in for sure.
Yeah.
It's just the specific way that it gets talked about in America, the country that we're in now, is very much like it's the circus, the fucking media panic, the moral panic that we've been talking about the whole time.
Because I
when
guess
you say guns versus mental health, that's not the real debate.
I guess I'm going into like how I feel about it too. Where like I love shooting guns.
Guns are cool.
Like, I just shot a gun for the first time last year for my birthday.
Yeah.
And a gun that I built 10 years before I had ever been able to shoot it. And then I've shot them a few times. I've shot a bunch of different guns, and I fucking love shooting them. Would I ever even think about going and shooting somebody else? No, I wouldn't.
You haven't
No
thought
way.
about it?
No.
I've
Nope.
thought about shooting some people.
Nope. I've thought about beating the fuck out of people with my own fists, for sure. Have I ever thought about ending their life? No, I don't. I don't think about that. That's not. Do I think about beating your ass? Hell yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've thought about that. But do I think about like shooting you to end your life? No,
I
because
just kneecap 'em.
Oh, I mean, I said that earlier.
Call back.
Because I don't want to. Yeah, no, I don't want to. I wouldn't want somebody to do that to me because I know that I have a bunch of friends and family that would be sad that I was gone. And I don't want that to be the way that I go out, and I wouldn't want to do that to somebody else either. Even though that, like, we understand that people go through poverty and they make bad decisions based off of that and everything else, but like, I don't think anybody like necessarily deserves to die in that way unless I absolutely fear for my life. But even in that point, like, even if you point a gun at me and I fear for my life, or you make me feel for my family's life, like, I'm gonna fight you, like, because I don't carry, I don't have a gun, I don't own a gun. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fight with my fists. So I'll beat the fuck out of you before I shoot you. Yeah. Like, I mean, that's kind of it. So I'm basing all of this off of that too, also.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I get that other people don't think that way. Like, there's a lot of people out there that are like, yeah, I'll just fucking put 2 in your chest. They don't think about, like, I'll put 2 in your kneecaps. Or I'll put some in your legs, and then, like, good luck getting to me.
Oh, that reminds me, I've seen a fight video, like, a month ago of this guy. He's drunk as fuck, and this other guy's pointing a gun at him. And the dude without a gun is drunk and stupid, and he's like, I'm about to put the gun down, pussy. Put the fucking gun down. And the other guy's like, I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you. And he's like, if you approach, I'm gonna shoot you. And he's like, put the gun down. Takes a step, gets shot. Immediately starts screaming for his life. Like, it's low key. It fucked me up because
Where did he shoot
I
him
never
at,
thought
though?
in the stomach.
Yeah. Okay. See, this is
I
this
never
is what I'm
thought
saying.
about I would laugh at someone getting shot, but I immediately started laughing.
But
He started.
okay,
Oh my
but now,
god,
hold
it's
on.
perfect.
No, but this is what I'm saying though. That dude who was like, I'm gonna shoot you, whatever. Like, you have to understand that you have a gun, he doesn't. You shot him in the stomach. You definitely could have hit a vital organ.
He didn't want to fight.
And probably, I understand that.
The wrong punch could have killed someone.
I get that. I get
Okay,
that.
well-
I get that. But if you would have shot him in the leg or shot him in the arm or something, like, that's.
There's main arteries in your leg too.
I mean, yes, but you have more of a chance of living, like, if you get shot in the leg than rather you just shot a bullet through my fucking liver and now I'm internally bleeding. Unless somebody calls 911 right at that exact moment, you've got, like, maybe 15 minutes before you internally bleed out and you're fucking dead, dude.
I think if someone
Like-
doesn't want to fight you and you put them in a situation where they feel
Oh,
like
the
they
drunk
have
guy, but he's drunk. He doesn't think about that. Like, the person with the gun, and so here's another thing: the person with the gun has to make that decision too.
Yep.
You can still carry. You are not supposed to drink and can still carry. Also, there are plenty of places out there that will not serve you if you open carry. If they know
Right.
that you have a gun, they will
I don't know
not
if he
serve
was
you
drunk.
alcohol. But he's dealing with a drunk person.
Right.
And so, like, yes, I understand that he's trying to fight him, but also that person that maybe could have not been drunk knows that this person that is drunk is not making the best decisions. And so why are you going to try and end somebody's life that's not making the best decisions?
He
You're
wasn't
gonna-
trying to end his life. He was
You
trying
shot
to
him-
not get beat up.
But you're still trying to end his life.
If he
you
wanted
shot
to
him
try
in
to
the
end his
stomach.
life, he could have shot him point blank in the
I mean,
fucking head.
that's true, but still in the stomach too. That's vital organs, man. The chest or stomach is vital organs. You're fucking them up.
That
Right.
goes back
The
to
best thing you could do is, like, shoot him in the leg somewhere, or even shoot close to him. Like,
That
Right.
goes
You don't
back
necessarily
to ease
have
of
to-
access, though. Like, the fact that you can just have a gun so easily, and then you have the option to shoot a guy in the stomach.
If a
Where
guy-
if you didn't have that tool, like, you're gonna get beat up and all you've got is a knife. Suddenly, that situation becomes a lot different.
Yeah.
There's less knife fatalities in general from
Well,
like.
Because
like
I'm telling
what
you
Trey
right now,
said-
if I have a gun and someone's trying to fight me, then I'm not in the mood to fight right now. I will shoot you, and I won't feel bad at all.
It's a lot easier to pull the trigger
But
on a
my
gun than it is to
okay.
stab someone to death.
okay, but my thing is that, like, even if you have a gun, is being smart about it. Is like, I don't want to fight you, but I'm not trying to end your life also.
Right.
Because this might just be like,
Aiming for the legs can be kind of hard, you know. That's a moving body part.
They train police to not aim
Center
for
mass,
legs
yeah.
because as a cop, part of your job is to also not die.
Because they're running away from them or running towards them. I get that. But,
Right.
like, if you're talking about a dude that's, like, standing across from you that's, like, trying to fight you and you're pointing a gun at them, it's actually pretty fucking easy to point at their legs. That's not that hard. Unless they're running towards you or moving around like a shit ton, it's not that hard. And because
It's also not hard
you
to
have
not
that gun,
beat someone up.
you have that gun, you've got multiple bullets in there. Hey, if you miss that first shot, take another fucking shot, but aim towards their legs. The best thing you do, shoot their dick off. I mean,
Butters.
That
you don't
would
shoot
be
a guy in the
a
dick.
lot worse than shooting them in the stomach.
is he gonna come after you after that? No.
Yeah, his life is
No.
only ruined.
No, he's not gonna come after you after that. Like, I see, this is what I'm saying about, like, making the right decision. Even though you own a gun, it's not necessarily taking somebody's life just because you have the gun. It's making a conscious decision of, like, how can I de-escalate the situation? Is this person not gonna stop trying to come at me? Well, all right, well, like, let's bust his kneecaps and then see what the fuck happens after that when he can't fucking walk. Instead of just shooting him in a vital organ and killing him, because guess
We
what?
don't even know if he's dead. I don't know if he is.
Probably not.
Dude, oh
Probably
my god.
not.
He's turned into such...
Bro thinks everyone is John
down,
Wick.
Pussy. Then all of a sudden he's like, oh my god. Like, dude, what did you think? You cannot just make someone fight you. Like, who... Dude thought he was the protagonist. Like,
Oh
he was
no,
like,
I've seen a TikTok where the dude was like, he was like, basically the same thing, and he was like, this dude's trying to fight him. He's like, bro, I will put you on a shirt right now, bro. They'll be saying R.I.P. you, motherfucker. And he was like, oh, you a pussy, you don't want to fight. He's like, yeah, you know, you can call me a pussy, you can call me a bitch, whatever the fuck you...
Hands up, pussy. Put
Whoops.
the fucking gun down and scrap like a man, bitch.
Yeah, you can do all that shit. Hey, I'm a pussy, I'm a bitch. You know, whatever, but it's
this is
gonna
the
be
video.
it's gonna be your name on a fucking t-shirt. I don't think it is.
Oh, just the audio.
Yeah. Nah, because there was no
Still funny as fuck though.
there was no gunshot with it. No, it was like there was like some dude, some content creator that was like talking to himself, basically. That was like on TikTok, and he was like, you know, I'll put you on a shirt. I don't give a fuck. I might be a pussy, I might be a bitch, but you gonna be the one that they gonna have on your name on a gravestone, like that type of shit. And which I agree with, like, in a sense, but also like be smart about it somewhat, like, because I don't want to take somebody else's life. I know that I got people in my life that would be sad if I was gone over doing some dumb shit. And with drinking and doing drugs and everything else, like, shit fucking happens. You make dumb decisions, you start fights with people, whatever. I don't think that necessarily, like, you deserve to have your life taken because of that. And I understand that other people need to protect their lives, but I also think that people have gotten a lot more softer with, like, just throwing hands, bro. Like,
No one has to fight. No one has to
fight. I get that. But I've been in plenty of fights in my life where, like,
This
I've
isn't
gotten
about you.
I'm just saying off of my personal experience. It's not about me. I get that. I'm just saying off of my personal experience.
Right.
I've been in some fights in my life where I've gotten my ass beat and I've beaten the fuck out of other people. It happens. And I don't think that violence is the answer at all either. But I'm just saying that, like, yeah, I've gotten my ass beat. I've had a bruise from where I got thrown onto the side of a bench that went all the way across my fucking back. Like, I've had shit happen to me for sure. I've gotten my ass beat. But I'm still here, though. What if that motherfucker had a gun? Would I still be here? No.
That's what I was gonna say.
Would you have attacked him if he
had
if
a
he
gun?
had a gun and said, "I will shoot you"?
No, fuck no.
Well,
I know how to pick and choose my battles because I didn't have a gun on me, bro.
You and that guy are different.
It's a major difference too. Like, everybody has access to fists. How many people get beat to death every day versus how many people are getting shot? Like,
I would say it's a lot less.
yeah,
People
is.
getting beat to death every day compared to the people that are getting shot every day.
Why?
Yeah.
Because it's easy.
Oh, well, yeah. See, that's my point, though, is that, like, people are kind of being a little bit of of a bitch about it and being afraid of just like getting your ass beat. Like there's like if you're gonna start a fight with somebody, if you're gonna pick that fight, then that's on you. Either walk away, be the bigger man at some point. Pick and choose your battles, but don't just be like a complete fucking asshole that starts fight with people and then being like, oh, well, I've got a gun though, so I'll just fucking end your life right now and not give a shit. Like there's those type of people that are out there too. Like that's what I'm saying. Like where you're totally fine with picking fights with people and starting shit with people, but you're afraid to get your ass beat, so you just pull a gun out and end their life so that you don't have to deal with the repercussions of you being a fucking asshole. Like, so there's that shit that happens too.
We don't know who started that fight.
I'm just saying that shit happens too.
Yeah.
You know, like there's again extremist sides of everything. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna, we've been out before. And
I do have to go soon.
We almost fucking kicked somebody's ass. So like, I'm just saying, I agree on both sides. I'm in that gray area. I also believe in defending yourself, but also being smart about it, and maybe not necessarily defending yourself, but not ending somebody else's life. And then I also agree with like, hey, yo, if somebody's trying to fucking come at you and you feel like your life is being threatened, then yeah, end their life. Because if you don't, then they're going to continue to come at you until they fucking end your life. So you got to make that conscious decision. That's where I feel like going through gun training and everything else is extremely important. Ohio now is one of those states where you can open carry, you can conceal carry without a license. You don't have to go through classes or anything like that. You can just fucking have a gun.
That's so fucking scary.
I don't agree with that.
So wild.
I do not own a gun. But when I decide to own a gun, I'm gonna go through those classes.
I've taken gun training and like gone to a shooting course. I don't have a license, but I could if I wanted to. It's fairly easy for me to get a gun. The fact that like you can just have one is scary.
Did they teach you like kind of like situational awareness and like? Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is that like it doesn't just because somebody's coming at you doesn't necessarily mean that you have to take their life. You can make the right decision to stop them for sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to shoot them point blank in the fucking head.
Yeah, it's just there's too many people and it's too easy, and there's too many guns.
I agree too. I agree too. Yeah. But I like shooting guns, man.
Guns are cool.
I like having guns. All right.
We did this thing.
Follow us on all the social media. Do all that shit. Oh, I just farted.
I heard that.
You might want to leave, like, meow. It's going to be stinky. Nah, but I love you guys. Thank you guys so much for listening to this. And,
love you, Bright.
That is stanky. Peace, y'all.
I like how Brightside's just talking about Trey now. Doesn't say anything to me at all.
We should all talk about Trey.
Trey is fucking awesome, though.
I can't handle.
I
can't handle positivity.
He produces the show and brings like positive fucking.
Oh, that reminds me. Thank. Thank you, Brightside.
No love.
It also reminds me.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Hey, thank you.
For what?
Like learning OBS and all that shit, and like doing the things that I don't want to do with the live streaming, and like the talking me into doing this.
Okay, stop.
See, can't handle either.
Okay. No, because I'm gonna cry. It's not that I can't handle it. I'm just gonna cry right now.
No, but seriously, thank you,
dude.
Like, none of all of this would be here without you being like, "Hey, we should do this thing," and then forcing me to do it. Like,
thank you for being a part of it, dude.
Yeah, I fucking love it.
Nobody else I would rather be my fucking co-host.
Yeah.
And doing this shit with than you, 100%.
I'll never forget the day where we were like.
Hey,
the old fucking apartment, and you were there, and Austin fucking sprung it on you. Like, hey, would you be an unpaid producer for the show?
I definitely was very specific on like, hey Trey, you're gonna be unpaid for this.
Unpaid,
Would you still be
keyword.
okay with doing it? And you were like, yeah, man, yeah, I'd do it. And I was like, oh, cool. No, I seriously, I love everything about this. And yeah, no, I thank you. Like that, yeah. And
Yeah.
but thank you for you. I mean, with the editing and everything else that you've done with the audio episodes and all this other shit, and like buying this shit, like, yeah, no, thank you for even going more in depth into it and then continuing to do it. Like
Well, I don't want to learn OBS. I refuse to learn how to stream, so I'm just gonna.
It's so easy. You've learned Discord.
I refuse to learn.
Discord is even more complicated than OBS.
Ugh, it's,
You could learn it in like a night.
I don't
Like
wanna.
that's just so easy, dude. Oh my god.
I don't wanna learn
It's
any more shit.
literally point and click.
I'm sure it is.
It is.
Yeah. Anyway.
But I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Like
No, thank you.
Thank you.
No.
No, you're welcome.
Yes.
Or actually, you know what? No problem. Because I love doing this shit with you guys. So
Yeah, yeah, it's easy being here. I fucking love this.
oh yeah, especially with Trey. God damn, all I gotta do is sit in front of this microphone and just talk shit. God damn, makes my life so goddamn easy.
Fuck yeah.
We love you.
Follow us on all the social media, tpublic.com/BSFTB for all of our merch.
6380468. That's the right number. 614-638-0368. Whatever I said the first time.
Go back and re-listen to the first one.
Rewind. Yeah, that's all the things.
We're fucking out of here, y'all.
Freedom cannot be forced into existence, nor can it be won through painful struggle. Freedom cannot be bought or sold. It has nothing to do with one's social status. One's profession is of no consequence. In order for you to accept yourself as you are and live with your soul at peace, you must simply teach yourself to let it be. Only then will you discover freedom.
Damn.
There you go.
I feel like that's kind of what I was talking about before.
Topical.
Where I was like, you gotta deal with the shit the way that it is now, and like, yeah, try and change it, but like, just fucking deal with what you got now, and then better your life.
Well, yeah, that's how you live. Sure.
That was the quote, gentlemen.
It sucks, but we're fucking out of here, so I can't
Let's
go more
go.
into it. God fucking damn it, Trey, coming out with the... Oh, I want to punch my mic right now. How you gonna say some bullshit like that? That goes into what I was talking about. God damn it.
This is the perfect epilogue.
I feel like it could be interpreted any way you want.
Right.
Take it as you will, chat. We love you.
Love you
Bye.
guys.
Love you guys.
Later.
Peace.